my fucking god! Not like this. Oh my god. Diablo swings around. Oh, Connor with
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's weekend number 2 for the first ever season of the Hunt Premier Pinnacle tournament, the double elimination tournament. Here this time, though, for the first time ever for the NAC. And that's right, we've brought 8 of the strongest teams in America together to battle it out through double elimination to figure out which one of them is at the top of their game and their scene at this moment in time. Now, after an entire weekend's worth of cinema last week, myself, Cracked Wisdom, back in the booth, joined again by a returning legend in blue, ESQ, here to help us out with the amazing casting for today. We're going to try and navigate our way through this weekend's action. But Blue, first of all, let's welcome you back. How was last weekend for you, and how are we feeling for today?
Feeling good, and last weekend had some bangers. I mean, there were a lot of upsets, a lot of happy people. You know, some folks unfortunately didn't get to visit this weekend's competition, but overall, absolute banger, I would say.
Looking forward to a lot to come, and none of this would be able to be possible, put on, produced, and presented to you guys at home without the power and the performance from multiple partnerships coming together for this great project. Again, we thank Battlestate Games for partnering up with the Hunt Premier here live on Twitch to be able to broadcast this out to you and to catalyze that power in the performance. We've been able to welcome back some familiar friends. This time, Aorus have partnered up with AMD Radeon to give us a look at some of their new technology and also help guide us through Pinnacle for the first ever season of the NA region. And to back that up, well, Aorus and Radeon, they put together a little something for us to have a look at. So first of all, let's check out this little video from our sponsor, and then we'll have a yap about what they've brought to the table. There we go, an amazing little speak up there. And in the right fashion, so they're going wild on screen as everything's going wild in the chat. We've barely been live for more than 10 minutes today already, and you guys in the audience are already kicking it up and blowing the roof off of the skybox. We appreciate you showing up and showing out, and a massive thank you again to our sponsors in Aorus x AMD Radeon for their part in bringing to us an amazing performance and also putting on some special goodies to go alongside of this sponsorship. We're partnering up with Aorus x AMD Radeon for the rest of the year, all the way up until just after Christmas time, where we're going to be bringing multiple giveaways and multiple ways for you to interact both with ourselves and them in their socials. So, a couple of commands to remind you of before we dive into today. !! Socials gets you in touch to lock in with all of the details and data regarding giveaways and what's going on, thanks to Aorus and their partnership here with us alongside of ! Bracket, giving you the information from last week's matches so you can keep up to date with the schedule, you know where your teams are at, playing into this weekend's games. And Additionally, another chat command which will be coming to you given live later on during the broadcast. So stick around to find out exactly what you need to do to be able to get involved with the giveaway that Gigabyte have brought with us, that Aorus X AMD Radeon have brought to us this time around, alongside of that beautiful GPU we spoke about last weekend. We're going to talk a little bit more about that later. We're actually going to save some of the heat on the hot prize line till further down the broadcast. So don't go anywhere if you want to get involved in that. But we've got to talk about the important part, and that's what we are here for. Thanks to the sponsor, we have 8 teams battling it out that are no longer 8. Blue, we said goodbye to 3. Epic Fails, Vanguard, and Evasion have all evaded the second weekend's worth of activities. They've decided to take the fast pass out, and they're having an easy one lying back on the beach with pina coladas. However, it was not due to, I would say, a standard rule of play. So a little recap, should we say, maybe for the folks at home that didn't catch last weekend's action, okay, alongside maybe having a look at that bracket that we have for you guys to check out, including the link inside of the chat, !bracket to follow that one along on screen. But long and short of it, we found 3 teams leaving us thanks to some insane performances from some outstanding players that were not necessarily the star highlights for their respective roster. We had Steezy, a new lineup of members, the team that's fresh into this tournament, with 2 standout players. We had a new member in Little Kev after their 2-1 victory against Epic Fails in that best of 3, and then a 2-0 victory in Vanguard Gaming, where Little Kev went from a beginner performance to a great performance to an exceptional performance, an overall KD of 0.71 for Little Kev, but a performance that did not stop getting better from game to game as he's progressed and as a new member and a rising star for that team. Very impressive. To back it up, though, the big slammer for Steez last weekend was Steezy himself with a 1.3 KD, but more importantly, a 20 kill participation per game, saying that this man is not just getting involved in taking the kills, but also in helping enabling the rest of his team to collect kills as well. The other standout highlight for me was Aspect, an Aspect with a member that also showed up, not necessarily one normally topping the charts. Apollo, a quiet weekend and a 1.3 KD. Tizzy, the new standout, also stepping up with a 1.58 KD and a 22 kill participation per game. But for me, my most impressive player last weekend and my MVP of last weekend's action was Europe from Aspect at a 1.7 KD, the highest KD across the entirety of the tournament so far, and a 22 kill participation per game as well to back up Tizzy there. I mean, 22 kills participations worth per player for 2 players on the same team is impressive. But then to drop a 1.7 KD as well as that is obnoxious. Europe heavily outshining his team, and Europe not necessarily one normally considered to be the top fragger in that lineup. So very impressed with Aspect personally, very impressed with Steez. But I'm going to give it to Blue, who has a keener eye for the competition than necessarily I do. Who was your impressive factor last weekend, Blue, or is there anybody that stood out to you for this one?
Uh, in terms of standout performance, I mean, I got to give it to. I agree. I think Team Steez and particularly Steezy just popped off last week. There were multiple times where they were just on the back foot somewhat against Vanguard, and then they would come back and clutch it out. And Steezy was just fragging all day. So I think, yeah, I mean, and it's a shame too because on the flip side, Vanguard, I think Vanguard played super well. Like that, the Iceberg map came out super. Like they came out strong, but unfortunately, Steve's just kind of edged them out. But again, I would say big shout out to Vanguard too because I thought they played well, and it was very close. It's a tough loss, but it was well played, I would say, altogether. So
Completely agree. A little bit of a joke in the factor as New Dawn showed out to be probably one of the more impressive and upsettive teams that got out there knocking down a couple of Titans, a few pegs or two. But Slaughter, a little bit of a unique statistic here, a bit of comedy for the folks in the chat. Maybe not as much of a demon with a gun as 34% of this man's kills throughout the entire tournament so far have come from utility. A Slaughter picking
That's
up in
crazy.
2 matches more than 50% of his kill participation from utility. That's right, 2 matches, 2 maps, more than half of his kills were without the weapon. So, a round of applause to Slaughter, obviously, as weekend one's golden hand for the grenades. But I think the team's going to need him to bring that gun level up to the same standard. And if they're able to do that, then honestly, I don't know what really there is as a limit for these guys reaching the skies right now, because New Dawn have done a grenades with the jobs when it comes to overarching. We're not at the peak right now. New Dawn are traveling through that trajectory, just sailing towards the horizon, and they can see the glow. They can definitely see the glow. The performances they've put in have been amazing, but there's lots to come. Lots to
right.
come. Speaking of which, let's have a look at that first one.
good old X Factor going to be going up against Sicario here, and this should actually be a pretty wild match, folks. Sicario NA definitely not the team that you were expecting down here, but neither with X Factor too. You look over at Tippy, Dev to Myth, Clean, Ray, and Judicious going up against Barb, Cruisin, Strix, Sleek, and forgive me off the top of my head, I can't remember, but both lineups. Some of these bulwark players that have been in this league since its inception. There we go. Watchful is the last one. Sorry, Watchful. I love you. And both of these teams have just been, especially X Factor, has been around a very long time, same distance as Sicario NA. But X Factor's like more of this amalgamation of different teams. Sicario has had the same lineup for what now? 5, 6, 7 months, if not longer. And they've been playing super well, definitely dominant since coming out in the scene. So both factors both teams gonna be fighting for their life here. X Factor, pretty good team. Sicario, also pretty good team here, Crack. So going into this one, I think I slightly, and when I say slightly, I mean slightly favor Sicario, just because they have been so consistent, so strong individually and as a team. I mean, a lot of their team plays like some of the strongest you see in NA, but X Factor's been playing awesome too. So, Captain Tippy, I'm sure, has something up his sleeve. And when we get over to the map picks and bans over here, folks, Mr. Crack, what are we cracking into over here?
Well, we're going to be hoping that the upset from last weekend, where Watchful dropped for the first time in 7 months a KD less than a 1.0, dropping at a 9.9, with Ray dropping a 1.35 KD for X Factor, that this one actually might not be as Sicario favored as we expected. X Factor get the first of the bans, thoughts off the table. Sicario, they're not interested in any of the new map nonsense that has been going through my mind, as I've been a big Iceberg fan and lover since the beginning of that map's iteration, but that one's also off the table. X Factor are going to take their X and plant it on Bowl first of all, with Bay 5 being Sicario's selection to back their half of the bargain. And once we've played both teams with the maps, if we haven't decided to be played blue, we're going to the train yard, we're going to Skybridge, and we're going to go to the best of the maps, I think, at the moment, with the way that the meta is played. A lot of teams favouring Skybridge, but maybe not their first pick, so I don't know who the two maps are necessarily favoured. Whether I see Ball as an X Factor map is the one that's catching my mind, as I know full well that this Sicario lineup, especially Strix, has been a big fan of the marksman class in multiple different varieties and flavours, and that map plays very well into that kit, right, Blue?
It does play well into it, and you're kind of reading my mind, because I look at Bowl, and I just love the way Bowl plays out, because it really could be defense-sided, it could be attacker-sided, it could be played around fragging and positioning, it could be played around timing. It could just be a total outplay on every front, but I think it's one of those X Factor maps where you really don't know how it's going to go until things start playing out. Is Sicario going to have some kind of read with their defensive smokes where they're preventing, X Factor from taking forward ground right away? Is X Factor going to match like Steezy was playing, Team Steez was playing last week, where they had this kind of weird timing to their smokes, and as a defense use their utility, they were responding accordingly. So some rounds they would throw in early smokes, some rounds they would throw in later smokes, and they started kind of diffusing the effectiveness of the defensive smokes. And my whole point is, both these teams are very good with utility. They both have fraggers, so I really, I gave Sicario NA like a slight favor in this one, but you really never know how it's going to play out. Because on the other side, for example, you got like a Dev to Myth who could kill everybody every round without blinking. So it's like, and you can name a lot of the team like that. Yep.
That's you've hit the nail on the head. I love that perspective of Dev the Myth, because you're absolutely right and you've picked the correct player. So you know me, I'm a bit of a nut for my stats, and I've got my crazy, insane rabblings and writings on a piece of paper that I went and cooked up because I was really interested in the stats from last weekend. As nothing played out as it should have done. Literally everything. If you could have told me this should happen and the opposite would never happen, the opposite happened every time last weekend. Like the most unpredictable things, and the way that things played out. And the cinema was great. I said this as we left the broadcasting booth with Hort day one. I said, my word, I hope 4 days worth of this is going to be coming out. And then obviously apologize to the production team, because they don't need 4 days worth of 16 hours of the broadcast. That'd kill them off with way too much pain. But no, I just feel like that this team from X Factor has everything going for it in individual X Factors. Excuse the meme.
Right.
You've got one bit in each player that has a good, exceptional level of skill. It's putting it together. right? It's getting those 1.37 KDs off a raise, the 1.35, the 1.2s for the rest of the lineup. And that's another thing. When they played well in their successful matches, there wasn't a single member of the X Factor lineup that had a less than a 1 KD. They're actually
Right.
all playing above and beyond, which is really good to see from the squad perspective. Sicario, I mean, they suffered their first real defeat at the hands
Right.
of a best of three. Can we just appreciate the fact that we are talking in a scenario here where Sicario might be knocked out and not reach a finals?
It's pretty crazy to think about. And New Dawn said, it's a new dawn, it's a new day, and here we go, baby. Sicario versus X Factor. And right away, Sicario getting aggressive on this A side.
I think Sicario are going to be hoping it's a new life for them this weekend, because last weekend they looked a little lifeless coming out of the gate in a couple of their matches, feeling like things were lost, haphazard almost, slightly confused, but a lot more of a considered approach here as we look through the smoke on board with Sleek. Members of X Factor, I mean, I don't know if this is getting you the clarity that you're looking for, but this is the clarity X Factor's brought.
Yeah, I mean, there's some clarity here. Oh. Shots ringing out. They're going to know about it. Pretty slow pace so far. Everyone kind of feeling each other out. Maybe everyone's still drinking their coffee, trying to figure out, how to play it out. And now we see these later smokes. 1 minute left on the clock, and we're seeing our first smoke. Judicious, though, with the opening kill onto Barb. Massive, massive pick. Barb going to be generally one of those massive fraggers for the team. Entry fraggers, very high outplay potential. Oh, and cruising down the street in my 6-4. Hold this nade, bro. Oh, my goodness. And Sleek going crazy, pushing up towards Jen.
Space on site is going to be held well. Clean's going to take this 1-for-1, though. Good trade out as Strix and the double battle buddy system that swings through from Jen actually sees the third, claiming that trade out on site. Bomb planted. Good numbers for Sicario. 1 up. Judicious with an aggressive, overextending push out of that smoke there is going to find himself free from sight. Second swing from Strix as the S's all stacked together. Whoa. You want to talk about a double S plus play on site. Sicario turned that from comfortable to crisp and clean. The execution post-plant blue was beautiful to see.
Yeah, and that's where I think this team is definitely one of our strongest teams. Especially, if I'm not mistaken, correct, if I can recall correctly, one of the last, it might have just been the last game, but Salik was having issues and actually couldn't play in the game. So I think Salik is out for blood right now, correct? Because I know I spoke to him privately, and he was not content that he had issues on such an important day. So I mean, you could see both those kills post-plan, stopping them from pushing clean, getting aggressive, taking a lot of damage. They're going to be surviving here.
Clarity now moving towards site. You can hear, again, that LMG rattle out. I mean, of course, Aunt Tracy in Nicaragua could hear the LMG rattling off. That thing is as loud as anything you're ever going to hear, I'm going to be honest with you. It's part of the reason probably why that grenade landed on top of his head last round. A little rattle off through the curtains of pre-fire. Actually drew some good util use out of Sicario to help leverage one of those positions out. This time around, Raze battling, dueling for that A-plat pixel peak position on the headshot angle. As pressure is coming down, there are 2 members of Sicario on plat watching that angle with the bomb. Not too interested in getting over aggressive just yet. The slow and steady wins the race. I like we all get a moment here to just let the tempo settle. Absorb a bit of the audio. There's that peak from A-plat that Cruisen's been looking for. Is this the go button for the X Factor to have to try and make a play of their own? They're now down the number. There's only one player, but Clarity makes that time to make the attempt and make himself a little bit of a fool. As he gets betrayed by the smoke. Now Clean's going to get betrayed by the nade again. Those toesies just peeking through the bottom of the smoke. Watchful doing some amazing work. Understanding the depths of exactly how that smoke can be played around. And just picking pixels of each player out from the edges of where it whispers and ebbs and flows.
And Judy, again, takes out Barb on the backside. And Judy going to be in a pretty interesting position. He's trying to push up towards that curtain side. What a prediction, though. Nice. Great shots and depth and mid kills one. Oh, no, but the cross from Watchful. Watchful with great positioning on that cross. Now him and Sleek playing together. And Sleek, again, just slams in the 1v1. Sleek dialed in. Watchful, beautiful, beautiful crossfire coming out of them. And on the flip side there, Cracked, what a fantastic try by Dev and Judicious to almost take that. I mean, they went from 5v2 or 2v5 to 2v2 just a little edging out by the good old Sicario NA boys.
That's why I've been so surprised from last weekend. This team in X Factor is the team I expected to be the one doing the run that Steez has had through the tournament so far. Not that it's out of a lack of respect for the team in Steez, but you mentioned it of Dead the Myth, the guy that can clean up 1v5s comfortably. I'm a big fan of Ray's and Judicious as members alone, and that of Clarity as well from when he played with Redacted Society. So I just see this team being built with demons, and you want to talk about demons. Demolition comes whenever the heck it pleases. As Judicious is going to take his first opener in the round. Ray's then is going to step up, inspired by teammate. Damage dealt towards Sleek as well as everybody's trying to get involved in the action early on in round number 3.
And 3 members only left for Sicario. And you know, correct. I don't know what Barb did to Judicious, but I believe that's 3 rounds in a row. He just takes him out. Do you owe him money? Just pay him, Barb. It doesn't have to be like this. That being said, though, 3v5, and they're in a great position. But you know what? Those defensive smokes are giving them enough time that Sicario can maybe shift a little bit of the line. Ooh, great kill again. Judicious on fire right now. Watchful trying to jiggle his way to victory, but not going to work out there, correct?
Slight little bit of nerves from Sicario. They've gone down 2 members. It forces them to pay heavy attention to the flank. X Factor plays smart into it, realizes they don't need to be over-aggressive on that flank. They can just wait for the fact that Sicario now have to respect it. They do. They respect it with 2. Judicious picks up the kill. And now the numbers for Sicario even squeezed Sleeker for a second now until Sleek steals one back. 2v4 though. Time's running away, Blue. 25 on the clock.
I know, I was almost like, hey, why isn't the blue team planning? Oh, wait. And Dev takes out Sleek. Now the 1v4. Always scary when you see Strix walking at someone like this. I mean, he's probably one of the deadliest players when it comes to just clean, straight aim. But unfortunately, Dev does a great job of cleaning up the last 2 members of Sicario NA and a round on the board. That 3-0 would have been feeling pretty bad. So I know they're going to be very happy, and Judicious going absolutely ballistic and kind of bullying Barb. I mean, Judy, just... look, he's going to pay you next weekend, brother. Just let it go. Let it go.
We've definitely been impressed with a lot of the teams so far through the tournament that have been the underdog, inverted brackets, in their matchup, but that have managed to keep the scoreline within 1 or 2 rounds. They've kept it close, they've kept it honest, and they've kept it even. And that's actually allowed for a lot of teams to have access to these upsets that have really put pressure down. I mean, Sicario themselves already fallen prey to one of those upsets. X Factor here now with their eyes on the prize and the hopeful future of being the second one to fell the Titans that are Sicario.
And the Titans looking to keep pushing A. 4 members going to be having that player that was in spawn rotating back through spawn towards A. So all 5 members going to be pressing up here. I'm not sure if this is defensive smoke going on in curtains right now. Both teams just kind of playing, and there's going to be the first set of utility coming out. Clean trying to get active here.
I feel like we're a little bit in a real-time strategy, don't we, Blue? People are just taking their moment to play the card as like, okay, I'm going to smoke curtain. Okay, well, we're countering you. I see your smoke curtain. I raise you, Jen. Here we go.
And the crossfire is disgusting from Ray. Clean cleans up to it. The curtain pushes up. Clean, chill out. Clean getting 4 kills. He, you know, you saw him kind of dance around curtains, throws his defensive smoke, and within about 10 seconds, Clean cleans up 4 of them. Super clean kills, and then the crossfire he played off with Ray at that generator position. Really, really sweet stuff coming out of X Factor, and now we got a tie game on our hands.
I'm really impressed with this. I'm actually just currently reading a bit through the chat of people sort of digesting how these 2 teams are approaching this so far. And the comments in the chat about the chess moves are right. It does feel very chess-esque. Teams move out of spawn. They set up for their initial guard. Util is thrown. They act upon Util if it's successful or not. And then it's almost like a rock, paper, scissors where you see both teams just go 1, 2, 3, and strike. And you just see how it plays out. We've got easy 1-for-1 to start off with, but it is going to be X Factor, I think, that takes the weakest side of that trade, with Dev the Myth being the one going down for their side. Sleek also down 2, another strong member. Strix is cleaning up top apps, though. Jude is down. Big push onto the B side. Clean inside the smoke. Is going to steal 1 from top apps. Bomb swings. Clean's back, and Clean is down. Cruising now on site with site control and Clean in tow. They're going to be ready for side. They might not even bother here, Blue. This might just be a wipeout.
Yeah, and I think Barb's got so much pressure on him. The Clarity's basically... Hey, Clarity, catch. Watchful with that watchful eagle nade coming from the sky, bombs from above, and beautiful round from Sicario to actually push back and not let that 3rd round in a row slip away. Really, on you know, both teams playing super well here, Crack, but I do agree with you, Sherpa. I mean, this really truly is exceptionally high-level Tarkov Arena. I mean, as we discussed before the game crack, these teams, all of these players have been avid Tarkov Arena players since its inception. What? It's almost
Correct.
2 years ago now. I mean,
Yep.
these guys have been grinding, and you can really see it, the smoothness, the tactness, the way they take space. You know, you don't see a lot of like a jumbling around. Ray with a great opening pick onto Watchful. Cruising managed to take out Clarity. Ray takes up the second. Barbaric, though, feeling a little barbaric with all the pressure. Knows that there's two there. Probably going to be calling for the bomb plant. And they're in a great spot here. Judy and Dev not going to be able to rotate for free. As long as Barb plays his life, which he is, I think Dev is forced. One of them's forced to try and hold him.
You're
Barb's
right.
really
and
hurt, but it doesn't really matter here, Craig.
They split the map too, and there's no option for Dev other than to have to go split to rotate long through split. That makes life hard for him. Jude's fought on the left-hander, which means he's stuck in a really horrible position he doesn't want to have to be in. He gets across, though. There's space now, Blue. He might have a chance to push in.
Yeah, you might catch them lacking. I really like this from Judy, but he's running out of time because Barb could smell the blood in the water. And look at how much pressure, you know. Unfortunately, Barb does go down there, but how much time did he just buy there, Craig? Unfortunately, Dev and Judejus are just too damn good. Clutch it out in the 2v3. And these two guys together already today, Craig, are playing so damn well off each other.
I don't know what it is, Blue. You could just kind of feel it in the back of your spine. The hairs on the end of your arm just start to go a little bit of goosebumps. And Jude finds that pick onto Barb. I don't know what it was, Blue, but the second Jude got across, you just felt like all of those difficult scenarios that Sicario had put X Factor in just kind of started to fall away. Jude's through. He's not on the left hand anymore. He gets to be able to fight Barb at his own tempo, as Barb's then the one forced to push the backside and run into the behind of him. Meanwhile, sneaking off on the right-hand side, working that magic in Gen, there's an open pick, and it turns into not one on Barb, but two, and then a 2v1 for sight. It all comes together.
It's really just great stuff from both teams. I want to sing both their praises, but locking it in here for a second, Sicario on this attacking side, you know, correct. I was about to say they need to pick up, you know, more than 4 rounds, but with how both these teams are playing, is it attacker-sided? Is it defensive side? Is it the utility? Is it the fragging? Is it positioning? Is it crossfires? I don't know what the sauce is. I really don't know. Just both these teams are playing exceptionally well. Folks, this is very high level gameplay. I mean, the chess analogy is on point. Look at the different positioning each round, the smokes, the utility, the timing, the way they are trying to take sites. No one's in it ahead as far as I'm concerned, Crack. This is as even as it could be.
You know me, I love a good metaphor, and we all love good food, so let's talk about it that way. You have good food, where it particularly hits on one point, right? This particular flavor that you really appeal to, and then they talk about, like, 5-star Michelin food, all right? The best food. And it's because it's the best in all of its different parts. It has 7 different textures and flavors to it, right? The umami, the sour, the sweet. This is the same concept. We've got the sour as members get taken out. The sweet is the headshots are the ones that are delivering those damage-dealing blows. You've got your little bit of the umami, a little fish out of water as the utils going back and forth. You've got some battles on the lurk. As in the shadows, Dev and Barb are just having a little battle of their own to try and hold off that flank. Strix picks up 1. Numbers are even back to 3 apiece. Scoreline 3-3. Clarity gonna be swinging the big LMG down. Bomb goes 1-2 from Strix and a big swing.
Cracked. It's every round. Someone changed the name. It's the same teams. Someone gets a 2-kill when they shouldn't. The 2v3 is won. Now, Strix and Barb able to pull back from that 2v3, and Strix, we didn't get to see the POV, but just so incredibly terrifying with that MCX. I mean, Strix has always been one of our top fraggers, if not the top fragger in terms of consistency in NA. But Dev the Myth says, Barb, take a nap. Now, the 1v1. Oh my goodness! And Dev the Myth! Write the legend down, Cracked! It's coming true! The Myth! The hero is here!
He's starting his legacy. Is it going to be a dynasty? I mean, if he keeps playing like this, we're going to be shouting his name for a fair while for the rest of the weekend at least. What a play out of Dev.
It's sick. I mean, and we talked about before the game, Dev's kind of that X factor of X factor where if he's really locked in, it's a very scary stuff. And with him and Judy, I mean, just focusing on those two players right now, the way their symbiotic play and just like you said, you could feel this dance between them where they're playing off each other and they're vibing and they're, you know, I mean, I'm sure there's communication going on, but you could see how clean this team is playing. And it's really awesome to see how both these teams, it's like you change the name, it's a different player doing the same thing. This is as good as Tarkov Arena gets, folks.
Interesting two-man stack-up as Jude and company on the X Factor side are actually holding this B site with a lot of strength comparatively and preemptively to this B push, which, I mean, I'm not sure Sicario are very aware how well held this is. I mean, they're very aware of Pixel cruising. Is going to drop one from downtown into the pocket of Dead the Myth. Here comes the pain train through Pixel, though, as the big swing from Sicario sees that grenade as the signs to swing. One down from Clean, two down from Clean. He's got sight in his eyes, but only gets two till Cruising shuts him down.
Wow. And in all that chaos, somehow Barb still alive on that B plat. And we got an even score line going into the second half. You know, Crack, something we talked about before the game. Is it attacker side? Is it defensive sided? I don't know. I don't know who's winning. I mean, I know the scoreline is obviously literally tied. Like, I know, Chad. I know it's tied. But who's winning? Who has the edge? Which player? I don't know, Cracked. I don't know who's got the lead right now. And is it attacker sided? Is it defensive side? I know I'm repeating myself. I'm losing my mind.
Yeah. You and me both, and to be honest with you, at this moment in time, I'm actually looking to the chat to start spamming. I want to see X Factors. I want to see Sicario badges if you've got them, guys. Who do you think is going to win this one? This is on the edge right now. I don't. Give me overtime. Give me more. We've got 2 maps worth of this minimum to get to Watchfully. Remember, this is only for the golden ticket of advantage. There's the first. The faulty Clarity's on the marksman, and it's a TRG to the head of Watchful. A big fragger out of Sicario that goes down first. It's been quiet for Watchful so far today, although that only in the lack of sleep and Cruising that have been slamming out. Speaking of Cruising, claims another one of the first bloods for his side. That's the second. Cruising claiming 2.
Oh, the crossfire coming out from Sleek. The Sicario's defensive positioning, the way they play off each other, no one Cruising had pushed up curtains. Cruising takes out 1, takes out 2. Sleek, holding from that generator headshot spot, manages to catch Clean, trying to be hyper aggressive, and it's just the team play is so damn good right now. I mean, it really is awesome stuff. Now in a 2v4, and look at the names, Cracked. It's not a shocker that it's boys themselves, Dev and Judy. Dev to Judish, you know, they're not in a great spot, but it's possible.
Interesting choice on Jude. We did see him drop off the Corinthian mask there, one of the masks that you earned for playing in the competitive scene, for being part of HPL or ACS, invited to one of the tournaments. A very, very rare and hard to get mask, so choosing to opt out for somebody else's headgear, a bit better protection. Deb the Myth going to look stylish with the shots that he's firing off. He's not worried about the aesthetic, he's just going to slam with the weapon instead. That starts bringing those numbers a little bit closer back to Bear, but 25 on the clock and a rotation towards B. This is an all-in high-risk, high-reward play. They have to get to site and plant before the rotation comes in, and I don't know if they have time to do it. Sicario are slow to respond. Jude gets across the box. He's got 10 seconds to get this down. Dev's there for the cover. This is doable.
Yeah, this is a big, seems like a little bit of a flub by the boys on Sicario. I mean, up members, and they just don't really react quick enough. Sleek and Dev, I think they know he's there. Sleek. Oh, man. And again, the way they play off of each other's positioning to clear each other's sides, correct? I mean, it really... Look, I'm a big fan of the EU and the CIS teams, but this is... The team play, and specifically the crossfires, is unbelievable. Judy, though, doing his damnedest. Sleek getting hyper-aggressive. Oh, and Judy says, no jumping on me, Sleek. And finally, the round ends, and somehow, some way, Dev the Myth and Judy again clutch out a round that they should not have. I mean, Crack, I don't know if I should be saying this, but I don't think they should have won that round.
You're right. I mean, it's not about us criticizing any form of gameplay. It is factual numbers normally win rounds, and it's not happening. You've explained it perfectly. Dev and Jude together have clutched up multiple rounds which were not in their favor. Whether they should have or shouldn't have, I guess, is down to whether you believe they are skilled enough in the matchups that they're playing against. But you want to talk about skill. Clarity has made a massive impact since swapping onto this marksman kit.
Shots ringing out back and forth. And again, the Sicario losing the first member of the round once again. But, that was nasty. Just heard a little brrr. Strix puts one to sleep. Dev, that's a massive kill, too. I mean, taking out Dev and Judicious, I feel like that, obviously, correct, it's very difficult to focus on finding a specific player in this kind of, you know, search and destroy-esque attacker. Clean, ringing out shots back and forth. Sleek doing a great job of pressuring him and keeping him back. You know, I mean, taking out Judy and Dev, obviously Sicario can't quite focus them per se because they won't know which player's which. Clarity going down to Strix. Sparb takes out Judy, Sleek takes out Clean, and this should be over to the Sicario and A boys. Cruz is going to be the first player to... Oh, man. Sleek tries to take the fight, but Ray puts him down. The positioning, though, I mean, crack. These guys' positioning and the way that one member on Sicario dies and there's a second member either there to hold him or at least trade him somewhat or take an angle that's pressuring where that person's rotating from really is some exceptional overall positioning from this team.
And this is something that's going to benefit X Factor this weekend. That's going to look really favorable on the rest of their matches. I spoke highly about Raze and the scoreline KD that he carried through the first weekend, which had done a very large part of why the X Factor had been very successful first weekend. But Raze is the quieter one of the team, like you've mentioned so far. We've seen Jude and Dev not stop cleanup, just round after round with consistency. Alongside that, Clarity and Clean being a very solid filling to a sandwich that looks like success. Dev the Myth, speaking of success, he's going to claim one from the skies. That's a grenade onto Watchful again. Early, big pick. The one in response. Second shot's as good.
Ooh. Yeah, even scoreline now. 4-4, shots ringing out back and forth, and we can see how some rounds these teams get hyper-aggressive. Other rounds, they're playing that kind of chess dance. Sleek really loves this generator position, but I don't think he knows he's got two members creeping up on him. Oh, and Ray and Judy do a great job of playing off each other. I mean, you know, I talked about Sicario and A playing off each other, but that cross coming out of this team.
This is tough. One.
Cruising. Oh, no, he couldn't quite see Judicious, and Judicious manages to trade him out right away, and now Barb in the 1v3, but Barb catches one lacking. Bomb's not going to be down, but unfortunately, Dev is there holding that right-hand peak from the ramp side, and X Factor taking the 6th round, going up just one round here.
They play the benefit and the numbers advantage. They get in there and they leave Death. I mean, we might as well call him Dev Demyth or Death Demyth, depending on how you're looking at it, up top. Slightly more deep reserved angle so that when the site pressure comes through, if a challenge does get reswung from Gen, there's cover off from deep top med. Very impressive out of X Factor, and they are managing to make site access to this A site look like it is as simple as following steps 1 through 5 equals success. It does look very well executed so far. I mean, the chess match has continued. You've got to keep your eyes glued to the minimap straight out of spawn as to which team is throwing which set of dice early on. X Factor opts for a big fight towards the B side. Barb stood on site like a Titan defender that he is going to start rattling that SKS out for shots. He's going to get one and damage down. The bomb goes to the second at 90. There's no way. Blue, what's going on?
I mean, Barb, you saw him pop that ETG. He was at Van, rotated back, definitely calmed to his team that they were pushing on. And the sneaky, cheeky, peeky, jumping up onto that Gen, catching Clean. I don't think Clean thought that they were really actively holding. Barb with the 3rd kill of the round. There's Clarity in Barb's SKS. Anyone else want to peek into him? I don't think so. Watchful with the disgusting kill, and Barb picks up his 4th. That MAI-AP is just bodying everybody right now, Cracked. I mean, that gun, holy cow. It's really fun to see the SKS as a true viable meta weapon in this. And you see the power of someone that's able to use that single fire. I mean, basically has no recoil, dropping MAI-AP into your opponent. They're going to explode no matter what kit they're in. And Barb doing a great job with it.
It's one of those weapons that falls very much into a similar wheelhouse as the Mutant does. It's a first bullet accuracy weapon. If you are at the top tier of your gameplay, if that first shot that you fire off is very good, 85 to 90% of the time it's a weapon for you. And the thing is with the SKS, like you said, because you have the ability at semi-auto to fire it as quick as you can click and keep it with 0 recoil, it just means that that first bullet accuracy becomes every bullet accuracy. Hence why the SKS is very good right now. Oh, crouch the sight. No way, he's playing. Almost playing Robber on the court.
Oh, yeah, that was super close. Barb trying to make the hero play. Strix now doing what Strix does and walking out. Managed to take out one, and he plays his life super well. Gets in the tunnel. Dev did take out another player. Didn't quite catch the name. I think it was Sleek. And now the 3v3 bomb is planted. Strix in a lot of pain. I think he knows where Judicious is, but I don't know if he knows. Oh. And so unfortunate, the great timing coming out of Ray with that peak. The 1v3 going to be so brutal on B, and this is almost certainly, yeah. I mean, once that bomb gets planted on B, Cracked, it's so hard to crack the defense on it if they play it well. And Judy doing a great job putting pressure from the backside of that Jeep, playing into that. I can't remember at the S-bend off of sight. Ray does a great swing onto the left side, and just great overall team play. And again, a game of 1 or 2 rounds. Sicario and Nate do not want to let us go to match point here, though, Crack, because with how X Factor's playing, it might just be over.
S-bend up the B side, I think, is one actually that's a point of contention for a few amongst the community. The couple of call-outs for that one, you Pixel, S-bend, Orange. I think any work, honestly. I think even S-bend is the one that people default to if they're not sure. The call-out, an early grenade out towards that yellow van position from Dead. The mid's going to pick up one of the Sicario squad straight out of spawn, but that might just infuse X Factor to keep rotating that bomb towards the A site, which they are playing a former smoke and mirrors setup. I was going to change my mind until we saw Jude hover both ways and then tail back towards B. They might even look to rotate this now. This is actually a little bit of a trap for X Factor here, Blue. They get a kill on the opposite side of the map they're not looking to play to, and it's almost tempting them into trying to adjust the playbook that they're looking for.
Right.
Into forcing to the B side. But what they've also done is they're aware that there's a telegraph towards that B. They have a kill over there, so Sicario are likely to have overstacked it, which they have adjusted to. Or Sleek.
I don't think Sleek saw the guy on the bottom. Oh, but Sleek too clean with it. Picks up 1, picks up 2, but Ray with the back shots. And you know, fantastic point, Crack, that Sicario read the defense so well. Unfortunately, Cruz going to be laying out those shots, so they're going to be able to stop Ray. No, Ray is still alive, getting the bomb down, but Cruzin going to take out 1 clean from behind. Managed to take, oh, and Cruzin actually stops the plant. Now Clean going to have to play the hero play, and Cruzin with that wide angle, just playing so dang well. What a fantastic series of kills coming out of Cruz in there. 3 kills on the round, and a great job from Sleek and the team. I mean, Sleek doing a great job of basically taking so much of the map. Crack, when we look at the map last round, Sicario had like 90% of it.
Yep. That's the adjustment, actually, that was just so much better, right? We called out the fact they'd over-adjusted to stack against B to rotate. Notice that when the trigger doesn't get pulled within 10 seconds of doing that, one of the Sicario members that went to support just lurks his way back to the A site, which leaves it as a 2-2 split. Sicario play like the best of both worlds and protect both sites, and it actually wins them the round. Crazy.
It is crazy. And both these teams playing crazy now. Cracked. We're in a really precarious position for both teams. 7-7. Got 2 rounds left. So whoever goes up this next round, I mean, obviously you want to win it out, but it's just one of those things that I think whoever takes this next round, they really are going to try their best to prevent overtime.
Oh, man. If chat's not sat on the edge of the seats right now, then you really just don't enjoy Tarkov Arena. That's simple as that. Like, this is a game right now. Like, we are close. X Factor are in
didn't see him.
such a position. No, he didn't. Oh, he gets the right-hand side from Jude as well. You called it perfect. No, Strix are watchful there to save the day, though. The util.
And whatever.
How does it go the other way?
I don't know. It's like all the spaces they took on Jen all of a sudden is gone. Watch the cheeky peeky. And the round is going crazy, and Strix kills 2. Crack, what the heck just happened? I mean, Sleek falls, and then blasting going on. 2 players at Jen drop. Watchful rotates onto the site. They try to take more space on Jen, and it was a bloodbath. And Sicario now on match point on X Factor's map here.
You gotta think about the guy thrown on site. There's just too many members left not to think about the pillar. It's so unfortunate, right? Because you're locked in clearing that angle at peak height, maybe crouch height. But the bottom of that scope just covers anyone on the floor, and that's the beginning of the seam that you pull at the bottom of the shirt that then unravels. That nade's so close to clean, but so far that he gets away clean, scot-free.
Ooh. This nade could be massive. Oh, man. Cruising, feeling it in the air. Backs up. Little moonwalk action. Sleek being consistent on this generator position. And it's interesting he really doesn't shift from this. But you can see the power of the positioning, Crack. But sometimes with the team, you know, slow walking, mitigating the sound that they make when they move up, he's gotten caught lacking a few times. But overall, the team has just done such a good job of holding here. We see that defensive smoke is about to start unpluming, though, Cracked. So I think very soon should be seeing some action coming out of X Factor. Not sure where their smokes are. Maybe they're waiting until the defensive smoke. Clean with a massive opening kill on the Sleek.
Just like to add to the macro right now, if you watch, X Factor's got Jude watching the flank. Every time his forward-facing team is putting pressure down, he kites back out of the nose so he can't be picked in a trade. whilst this team is doing something somewhere else, whilst his attention might be distracted. And then when he is aggressively pushing, all of the guys that are in the forward-facing angles, Generator and Curtain, they're not giving chance for themselves to get picked. It's actually the synergy between the 5 members on X Factor in this round so far is flawless.
It's flawless, and Dev doing a great job of taking so much space. That kill on Sleek is massive. Cruisin'. I love this from Cruisin'. Cruisin' playing with the upset. Yeah, there he is. He's playing the surprise, and Cruisin' takes out 1, takes out 2. Clean trades him out, but Watchful takes out Judicious. Clean takes out Watchful. Strix takes out Clean. The trade is going back and forth. Clarity, 9 seconds on the board, has to plan. Strix and Barb on the other side, and they say, buddy, this is our map. Strix takes him out, and Sicario NA somehow clawing that game out of the hands of X Factor, and that's the first time, as Walker pointed out in chat, that Sicario actually took a lead in that last round and then closes it out, Cracked. Holy cow.
Look at the scoreboard. Cruising. Big man Cruising. 20 and 10. What a slamming scoreline out of Cruising to help that one over the line. Some great utils, some gunplay all around. Oh my word.
And, you know, you think about Cruising, wasn't necessarily one of those players always in the clutch, like the last man standing, but just a consistent bulwark. And like you pointed out, the frags across this team, exceptional.
Yeah, Strix gets the MVP at 16 and 11 there, but you've got great scorelines all down the board. It's a helpful performance. You just look at the volume of assists out of Watchful with 8 and 10, but 10 assists there. Just goes to show that he might not be getting the killing blow, but he's always on the back of one of his teammates' shoulders trying to help support, get that one over the line. Final match result for map number 1 is 9-7 Sicario on ball. Well, fetch me some Skrillex, because I'll tell you what, you are a cinema. That round there was unbelievable. 9-7 Sicario in the first of our first best of 3s. And more matches to come down the day. This is just map 1. We went from 3-3 to 7-7 to 8-7 being the first time, like you said, that Sicario took a lead in that game to close it out 9-7 after being put under about as much pressure as you could be without taking an L. I don't know, Blue. I don't know what to say to that other than these exceptional performances coming out of every member on the pitch. And to ask either team to step it up anymore is almost blasphemy at this point. What a game.
Absolutely. I mean, pretty much every player just popping off, having their individual moments. But, you know, I know Sicario NA did a great job taking that game, but I got to give a special shout out to Dev, Demyth, and Judicious. I mean, the way that they stole rounds that they should not have won, actually exceptional play. But unfortunately, you know, we see the value of sometimes having the main lineup here, Crack, because, you know, Clarity only picking up 3 kills here where, you know, Captain Tippy not able to play. And, you know, again, Clarity, a fantastic player, but we see, you know, the same challenges that Sicario went through last week where, you know, you had the stand-in for Sleek and, you know, it's not necessarily about the player, it's about the team cohesion. You know, you're practicing with these people, you're scrimming, you're doing the map. So a little challenging game for Clarity here. And, you know, hopefully next match, if he just dials it in a little bit, I think X Factor might have been able to take that game. Because across the board, you know, Cracked, again, I don't mean to highlight only one player or point out one player, but there's no way around. You know, everyone else had 8, 9, 10, 15, 13 kills. So just winning a few more 1v1s could have shifted that game just one round, you know, and that might be the difference.
You've definitely identified a couple of things I think I would be looking at in the dugout if we'd gone there after the match and be like, okay, where do we need to assess on trying to pull this back? Because we are at a game of millimeters, not inches at this point in time. We are at the closest little factor might be the difference between 9 and 7 either way. So good, you know, good perspective from a team after taking a tough loss like that. Might be the way that they get over the mark in the best of 3. There are still 2 more maps potentially to come, so still one more to begin with. You know, here they've got to look at it small steps, like Hawk says, one at a time. Let's go one round at a time this next game.
Right.
And then if we take that game, then, well, we've got another game to play after that. And then we take that one round at a time. And we'll talk about a concept of a reverse sweep when we get to maybe 6 rounds of success in map 3. But for now, it's just let's play the game. Let's lock in and do the best that we can do and try and make amends for the fact that we almost got it over the line the first game. I always like to think it's a perspective game when it comes to mentality for these teams. So yeah, go into it. It was that close. It wasn't that far. We nearly had it. It was just about there. What can we tweak, get it over the line? Not what did we do wrong that made us fall short? I always like to look at it as how do we improve forward to make that gap? I mean, first things first, the both of them could do with not spending so many sweaty hours at night doing like trigonometry equations on these grenades, because some of the throws that we've seen from the util so far has been exceptional. Personal favorite, up and over under the arm onto the ramp. That one from cruising towards the B site was very nice. Big fan. And we're going to get to look at some of the cool stuff back here. Blue, talk us through some of these amazing scenes.
Yeah, I mean, you see it, again, as Walker pointed out, this is going to be the first 2 rounds going to be going over to Sicario. I mean, Strix and Sleek in his first round, the crossfire, the way they were playing off each other, the holding of angles really is exceptional. But Judicious, that was so disgusting with the pre-fire, but unfortunately not going to be enough. Sleek taking out Dev. And then from this point on, folks, 2-0 right here with Sicario. And then they don't have a lead until literally the end of the game after this. And we see Dev the Myth and Clean just popping off left, right, and center. Judicious going crazy. Strix catching players lacking. And I mean, folks, this really was such a close game. As you can see with the score line, even the score line itself going 1 here, 1 there to each team doesn't really do it justice. This 2v4 that Judicious and Dev won was so clean, and that's why I had to give them both a shout out after that game, because they really were playing their darndest and trying their darndest, but unfortunately, Cracked, again, it's just not going to be enough to squeak through here. And we see at the beginning, Barb was having a little bit of rough time, but by the second half, he just started going ballistic and gets the closing kill to close out that half in the first half.
Yeah, definitely a lot of moments in this match where teams have been able to create forward-facing disturbances. Not necessarily damage, but audio or distraction that allowed multiple members of the other team to flank around and catch 1, 2, 3 kills, sometimes even with people's backs turned. And look at this here. You see the great trails from the grenades thanks to some of the work we get from the spectator side of things that shows us where the grenades are coming from and going to. And it's just a crisscross of patterns like a spider web over the site as each team member is looking for a different result. And they're throwing some good shots there from Barb. Was a highlight towards that 90 side of the map, which really did start to invigorate Sicario to try and fight the way back. Again, X Factor took the lead into their hands at 7 and 6. It pulls back to 7 and 7 thanks to some good work from Cruisin and Watchful. But I mean, that was huge here. There was less than half a second left on the bomb being planted. That bomb gets planted and that becomes a different site aspect because Cruisin's got to deal with both defusing and the member on Gen. Here was the pressure from Cruisin that nearly saved the game there. And it just closes out thanks to some good teamwork. But honestly, 9-7, we couldn't have asked for a better first map. We're going to get to hop on over to the heat scene in Bay 5. And we're going to get to see how the CQB plays out. Do you forecast Skybridge? No?
What scares me, Correct, that was X Factor's map. And I know it was super close, but, these teams pick their maps for a reason. So this CQB style, I mean, we saw Clean. I mean, we did see a lot of the members on both teams going crazy at CQB, but again, coming off of your map losing into Sicario being on Bay 5 where they tend to thrive, it's going to be a tough ask. So the whole team's going to have to be locked in. And on the flip side, though, Correct, this is one of those maps that lets you have that kind of latitude where you can play around and rotate a plethora of different ways. You want to push up mid, you want to go through green, you want to go through sandwich, you want to wrap under towards hell, you want to go parkour, da-da-da-da-da-da. I mean, I could name every spot on the map, but again, the point is there's so many ways to play this out, but Sicario just playing a little bit better today in those close, obviously, rounds going back and forth, but Sicario been better a little bit in the fighting. Judicious and Dev stole some rounds, I think, from that last game because they played so well. So that's what concerns me going into this one, Cracked, is you can't have that level of necessary clutch every round on 2 player shoulders. We're going to need everybody on the team to really put down the pressure, or I think Sicario's just going to start to run away with this game.
I think you're right. I think this map definitely leans more Sicario favored than the first does, especially with it being their map pick. I mean, we saw how well X Factor is able to play into this chess match style setup that definitely favors a slower tempo. I don't believe that we're going to see that level of tempo on this map. I do think Bay 5 encourages the driver to kick it out of third and fourth in neutral, cruise control on the motorway up to that fifth and sixth gear and try and push those top speeds of 120, 150. So I expect that Sicario will come out of the gate in this one slamming regardless of attacking or defensive mentality. I do expect that the fight will be taken to X Factor unless things start going off the rails early. I mean, if Sicario swings strong 2 or 3 rounds in a row and X Factor put them in the grave quickly, then I think this map could be anybody's hands. But I really do feel like the X Factor squad need to put up a good 3, 4, maybe even 5 round buffer to begin with straight out the gate in map number 2 to keep contesting, I think, as strongly. It's a Sicario map. They're already up one in the series now, which is a big comfort cushion after a team that's not been threatened in the longest time, has probably faced one of their most pressured match when it comes to nerves in this first of the series here. So I think Sicario now is going to be able to, a little bit of a, okay, we've been tested now.
Yeah.
We've been, yeah.
Nice deep breath. And with that, we are switching to the game. Great timing on the deep breath there, Cracked, as we take a deep breath and go on to our second expanse. Oh, and Monsieur Tippy is now in the game for Clarity. And, we had mentioned Clarity having a pretty challenging game. I mean, you're playing one of, if not the best NA team, so no harm, no foul. But I know Monsieur Tippy is going to be very, very happy to be playing in this game. And it could play out completely different now. I mean, I know it's just one person here, Crack, but it's something we mentioned before the game, and I really do think it's important because Tippy has been playing super well over the last 2 days, last week. So want to see him pop off, and maybe that's the X Factor for X Factor.
It's a little bit of a map. Well, shots here as Clean and Cruise and trade one apiece in terms of kills, but not in the same part of the map. Watchful's got to back up there to make it fall in the favor of Sicario. As one, they get killed. Onsite Ray creeps in, Rat goes down. Onsite 2 held well by Cruise, and as the bomb planter is not the first point of contact. Clean left last alive, gets 1 in the 1v3. First is free, but the second on the door is going to be way too close, and the off angle, he's not going to read that one, and that takes Sicario out the first round successfully.
And I love the defense coming out of X Factor. They got the opening pick, but unfortunately, very quickly, Cruz and slams one. I believe Sleek took out one, then Strix took out one. They took over the site. Watchful, trying to hold that angle. Ray took him out, but immediately gets traded out down to that 2v3 situation. And I mean, Cracked again. The way that this team, Watchful dies, and I can't remember if it's Strix or Sleek that was on site holding the bomb planter, and they're just so apt and adept at holding each other and protecting each other's life. I mean, this team really, truly is playing as a team. It's not an individual game. They really are protecting each other and playing to win together. It's really awesome to see.
Spread line of scrimmage sees X Factor on the defending side. Full 5-man stack towards that A site with a single lone lurk to be actually playing top mid rather than the B half of the map. So we talk about that 90% pressure where Sicario were spreading their members very heavily previously on Bold and gaining a lot of map control. X Factor here are choosing to give up 50% of the map in favor for a very good read, actually. Now with the lines of scrimmage stacked 5v5, though, it's which of the two teams can work with Yuko to more effect early on.
Cruz is just so devious on his A side. Tippy takes out Barb. Ray picks up a kill. Cruising with the DK. All of a sudden would look good. Cruising takes out Tippy. Would look good. Oh my goodness. Cruising with this AK-12 is just slamming. That 7N40 just melts opponents. So good at going through armor. And Sleek with a disgusting kill under Ray. And just like that, what was barely in advantageous position for X Factor is completely gone. Cruising now being the X Factor for his team. Playing so damn well. And you can't run past him. Don't disrespect Cruising like that. Fight him. He's a fighting kind of guy. He's scrappy. 6 kills already here, Cracked, and 2 rounds for Sicario, and things are looking a little scary already for the blue team. And they started so strong in this round too, Cracked.
Yeah, I've got to give it both ways, honestly. Pressure from either side is good. Raze is in there to help try and just calm some of the storm that's happening with Cruisin', but Cruisin' gets 3 quick kills, and the pressure that he builds up is it's this threat in the back of the mind of X Factor of we have to shut this man down before he goes on the rampage and just aces us all. So the two of them start working towards him, and in that pressure that it creates, Cruisin' plays it slowly to back alley, and like you said, this team play comes in where Sleek covers off, Watchful's here for the first, his entry goes down, but clean 1-2, good for extra repulsion. Third from Tippy after Sleek sneaks one in. It turns out 3 for 2, 3 for 3. Final as Dev accidentally takes out a teammate.
What's with the TKs back-to-back rounds? You know, there must be... I think the pressure is mounting for both teams here, Crack, because with how clean they've been playing, I mean, I think they're just all so good at the game that when they see their opponent, they kill him. When they see their teammate, you gotta kill him. There's no distinguishing. Device finally getting picked up, though. Now, are they going to try and take B? I mean, Cruisin' here is such a sneaky, cheeky, peeky. Even if Dev creeps along, a lot of pressure coming over from Judy. Unfortunately, Barb does end up dying, and Dev gonna be calling for Judy, and unfortunately, I don't know if Cruisin' could even get to the site at this point, and they play it so damn well, and X Factor gonna be having that X Factor to clutch that out. Judicious, winning that 1v1 on the site, keeping the bomb planer there, and you know, the upset play from Cruisin' ended up upsetting, I think, the play. He wasn't in a position to help the bomb planer, and you know, that's kind of that risk, that challenging, sneaky play, Crack. Sometimes it doesn't play out with the wisdom you perceived it to have.
Can you get a whiff of that in your
Can
you smell that? It's not smelling what the Rock's cooking. Can you smell a whiff of deja vu? Do you remember the scoreline from map 1? It was 2-1 Sicario, was it not, at this point in time? And it also looked a little bit sussy when it came to how well we thought either team was going to be doing. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit of an X Factor evolution here coming through. That then is going to get denied as Amalaya Watchful is ready to wake his woes. Dev Cruisin' back and forth as Plaid Stripes hit the kill feed till Cruisin' curses me again with twice lies in the round as Watchful's found another one as well. We don't even get time, Blue. 4 blue soldiers down. And it's just the judge. Oh, he's not going to be the jury today. He's deleted.
That AK-12 with the 7N40, you know, as we see, like, the Enforcer class really not being the dominant class, pretty much rarely picked, it seems, these days. I mean, you see how powerful the Assault class with that AK-12, 45 rounds. I'm not sure if they are using pure 7N40, but at least half that mag, and both their 45 rounders going to be having it. And practically, it's just, you hear 3, 4, 5 shots of players dead. Watchful and Cruisin' with this thing just so disgusting, and it's kind of scary. I love the lack of enforcers, and you really get to see all these different dynamic weapon choices and how strong these powerful weapons truly are in Tarkov.
I was about to make a comment about some stats, but we're going to wait for that until later because it's under attack at the backside. You get Barb in the alley, though. Swing from the 3 stack to be able to kill him before he can get more than one. Damage dealt down, though, as Sleek's health bar is reduced to less than a quarter. Then a bit of top up. X Factor are on site, ready to pressure this, but we've all got our eyes locked on Barbaric, who in that number 7 spot on the minimap is working his way top mid, looking to weasel his way into the back line to cause absolute chaos.
Oof. Take a deep breath, but unfortunately, bombs will be getting planted. Dev trying to do the cheeky, peeky, sneaky onto Strix. Strix's head is not coming up, though. Does he know? And Strix sneaks out of there. Cruisin'. Barb takes out Tippy, and now the 1v4 situation. They know where Dev is getting jumped. Barb going absolutely crazy with the MAIAP, and Sicario starting to run away with this game here, Cracked. And, you know, we saw the parallel from the first map to this one where it was 2-1, it was 2-0 Sicario, and X Factor really stole that round away and really clutched it out for their team. But that's not working back-to-back-to-back rounds again. And we had mentioned this before the game. It's got to be a consistent thing from the entire team. And right now, Cracked, you know, distinguished from last game, X Factor kind of struggling to find their footing on the defense here.
It's definitely a different feel to it, but it's something about that tempo I want to talk to again, where Bay 5 doesn't allow you to slow down unless you play really deep and defensive, and Sicario being on the attack in the first half, they're not allowing that tempo to be set by the defending team. They're taking matters into their own hands. Clean, however, has first blood. Round number 6 on the clock, and the smoke towards Forklift is actually doing an insanely good job of delaying the push. Cruisin's going to find one of the back lines, though. It's Tippy going down. Sleek takes out Raze, and suddenly the blue soldiers start to look like A lot less than they were when they left spawn.
Whew. At least they're even right now. Judy, that's a big kill onto Cruisin. Cruisin with 11 kills already. I think Devs hears this rotation. Yep, they're on the other side of mid. Dev going to cut them off. Do they know about Dev? No, they don't. Dev takes out one, but Sleek so quick to react. Judicious, though, playing spoiler. They're going to obviously clear for him. Oh, no, he shoots. They know he's here. Now in the 1v2 situation, his teammate's going to be trying to rotate, but teammate's on that mid position. Oh, man, and Sleek again spoils the spoiler. Now clean in the 1v2, coming in at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and Watchful going to back up towards that alley position. The crossfire now. This is beautiful from Sicario. This post plan here cracked. I mean, the crossfire on alley, have all angles covered. They're going to be hearing him. Shots ringing out, baiting towards Sleek. Watchful takes the fight. Sleek trying to take him out from the back, and Watchful again. Shots ring out back and forth, and Clean, unfortunately, not cleaning up with it to clutch out this round. And Sicario up 5-1 on their map pick now. And holy cow, you got to be starting to panic a little bit on that X Factor side.
That back sight play from the double Holden alley is literally impossible to fight into unless you have equal numbers. Because of the way that the right-hand side of alley plays with the box, you cannot peek into it. So Watchful always has point of contact. He always has to be fought over that box first. Meaning that if you wish to fight Watchful, like we saw, and then use some of the bullet pressure you put on Watchful to give yourself a gap to try and kill the other guy that's pincering from behind you, you just end up over-swinging into Watchful re-swinging you. So very tough position to play there. Sicario played that one out. Strix has got first blood again. Dev, the mid's going to go down early on the opener. 2 from Tippy, quick though, as the quick push through gap gets quickly repelled. Jude's going to find one onto Sleek. Tippy gets one onto Watchful, and suddenly Sicario is stuck stunned in the paces. Well, I didn't expect to see that one coming. Chat, 2-5, X Factor slam one through the door. Somehow in between the middle of, I don't know, Sicario taking it nice and comfortably, they hit a speed bump.
A little bit of a speed bump, but 5-2 still feeling pretty good. Still feeling pretty good. Still got plenty of breathing room. And, you know, even going into the half here, obviously you'd like to go 6-2 here, Crack. But 5-3 still going to be feeling really good. That being said, they're taking a super aggressive positioning onto A. Shots ringing out back and forth. Deb going to be giving up the middle of the site. Smoke's blooming on that alley side. Deb putting pressure through the smoke, but not quite picking anyone up. One player going to be in that hallway. Judicious takes out Sleek. Tippy takes out Watchful. Shots ringing out back and forth. Strix does a great job taking out Dev. Judicious taking over Alley. And Tippy still alive on site. Takes out 1. Takes out 2. Strix and Cruisin go to sleep. And now Barb. Tippy takes out, I believe, 4 this round. Very, very quickly. And doing a great job. 9 kills on Tippy. And Tippy really being an X Factor. But the rest of the team, you know, we're seeing Dev with only 2 kills right now. Ray as well, and Ray and Dev were playing great spoiler last game, doing a great job of playing crossfires. Ray caught a lot of people lacking. Dev in that clutch factor. So if Dev starts to, you know, wake up on this map cracked, I think X Factor could put a lot of pressure now that they're going onto the attacking side.
Yeah, I think Dev needs to get out the Sorry Soldier camp. Stop listening to My Hero by Foo Fighters with a single tear in his eye as he watches his friend and Tippy slay out for 4 people. He's to start getting in the action alongside of him. Go stand next to the comrade in arms and go fight with him, I guess. Dev feeling the rougher side of Bay 5 on a 2-8 scoreline, but it's not to be diffused or dissuaded for the X Factor squad. Judicious, clean. Ray's also having a bit of a rough one in comparison like Dev, but Tippy, Clean, and Judah together combining to make this a bit more of a match than I think even Sicario had hoped for, with this being their map pick. They are up by 2, but buffers and great util from early opening on are going to leave some bruises that are going to get either good dent into the armor. That's an early pick onto Strix.
And you see how quickly the Sicario lineup is actually rotated in. 3 members already here. Shots ringing out. Watchful trying not to give up too much space with the alley. Oh, he's trying to take the fight, but can't hit the flick. Cruiser takes out Clean. 3-4 right now. Going to be having control of site, and Barb trying to hold. Looks like Sandwich. Cruising still alive on that backside of defensive alley.
I'm gonna throw one out there, Blue. Attacking side favored map on Bay 5, 5-3 is a scoreline that's fightable. X Factor have put themselves in a good enough position if their attacking side is as good as Sicario's is to actually take this map.
Oh,
never
my.
mind.
Yeah, never mind. Oh! And then
Wait.
Cruiser goes down, but then look at that was a three-way trade. Cruiser goes down, then Dev goes down. Holy cow. Judicious running. Has the bomb, plenty of time. Barba's going to hear him, but is Sleek oh no, he's taking his time, and now Sleek going to be able to out-rotate him. Might be baiting it. He definitely got the audio of Sleek. You can see that, but Barb getting read by Judicious. Judicious puts down pressure. Sleek trying to take the space in front of him. Going to be able to stop the plant. And you see the pressure. I mean, Barb doing a great job of both these maps. And his presence alone, not necessarily getting a kill, but just the delay of timing from Barb has been awesome in the back-to-back maps. That being said, Sleek getting close to sight. And Judicious trying to catch one. Oh my, what a kill!
What do you mean? Through the box, on the headshot. He's got time to get the bomb down, but he's not going to try and plan. He's going to go for the kill. 5 on the clock. Left, right. Sleek's going to play him smart. He's going to tuck his head down. He's going to find the shot. Yes, there's no way on the edge of the clock. You've got to be kidding me. Judicious. What?
Oh, there's no way. Crack with the body box shot onto Barb, blasting him through the good old wood. And then to kill Sleek. Sleek just, you know, Sleek, stay like an ostrich. Tuck. Don't lift your head up. He gives Judy the chance, and that MAIAP explodes Sleek there. Crack, that was, whoo. That is a major momentum shift, I would say. Judicious should not have won that. And again, X Factor robbing rounds from Sicario NA when they really shouldn't be able to. Actually crazy.
That is wild plays out of both sides with Sicarios, with Cruisin and Strix. Strix for 2 as they both go down quickly. 3 members of X Factor, as it was just starting to come alive, have now been flattened early on in this round. We're all down to Jude. We hit a similar speed bump not 2 rounds ago for Sicario, and it feels like the tables have been turned. Watchful is a little lacking of the watching part for the moment in time, as Jude playing the sneaky snake is going to slide his way into his DMs. Unknown to the Watchful. Barb's head almost gets ripped off on the jump peak as Jude's still feeling that alley push from Strix.
And the Judy not in a position. Judy not in a position to clutch out that round, and all the magic. I mean, the 1v5 against these guys would definitely be something crazy. But Sicario, you know, after what could be a tilter of a round, do a great job. I mean, Strix with the double kill. I think he was playing the double up alley with Cruisin', and they just slam it down. And you really love to see that, Cracked. I mean, that last round that they lost, really, for a weaker mental, it could break you. I mean, it really could. Oh, why did we lose this round? We shouldn't have lost this round. You get caught up in this vortex of, you know, the previous rounds, previous mistakes, and all of a sudden the game's over and you lose. Sicario not letting that happen here.
Oh, the boost, Tippy.
Whoa. I've never seen this side of Tippy before.
They don't find the one onto Plat either. It's Cruisin that gets the pick onto Raze, even though the boost over the bus is trying to find that pick onto Plat. Instead, Barb and Watchful just play the space, and there's a 4-man push from the defending side, and Sicario fully locking down the safe side. That's great shots out of Barb. Clean goes down.
Oof. And what looked like a great comeback potential is just being dampered by these guys. I mean, they're just slamming it down right now. This A defense, pretty much as good as it gets. It doesn't really seem to be playing out around the utility either here, Cracked. I mean, it's just Strix and Cruisin' and fragging. There's no other way around it. They're just hitting their shots, going crazy. Tippy going to be feeling really hurt. One shot to the chest and he's going to die, about 10, 15 HP. But, oh, and Monsieur Tippy in the 1v5.
I don't know if he's great. He is an amazing player, but I'm not sure he's this good. Like, that is 5 Sicario absolute demons waiting to slice you down. Okay. I don't want to say it because I don't want to curse it, but I just feel like Sicario have got this in a position. There's no way they could possibly throw this now. Like, they are awake. Every single one of their members is fully locked into this at this moment in time. And they're needing to be. X Factor have put on an insane performance to push this far. 17-4 from Cruisin', by the way, Blue. That's what it required to stop X Factor. 17-4.
I mean, you know, the rest of us are playing Tarkov Arena. Cruisin's playing an aim trainer. Just kind of how it is. Oh, Watchful again, not able to pick up that opening kill. Barb and Spoiler though takes out one, takes out two, but not managed to take the third. Judy again, not letting his team falter. But Barb, once again, I mean, correct, he's got 5 kills this game, but the amount of space and timing this man has made is actually awesome to see. Strix comes up big with the kill. Cruiser takes that one, and the man, the myth, the legend. Can it be Judicious the Myth once again 1v3ing? I don't know. I agree with you, correct. I think they're in such a unpenetrable position. It's
Wait.
I
Hold
mean,
up,
he
he's
might
found
be able to
space.
get
He's
the
actually found
bomb.
space. There's no way. Brother, his brain is
Wait.
humongous right now. They've no idea.
How?
Blue. Brother, like, he's still going to kill 3 people, but this is, bro, Jude is cooking. Somebody check that man's brain cells. Screw Moss files. Screw his PC. Somebody check him human. Actual
Oh my
somebody
God.
check him human. Hold up a minute. Wait. This is doable now, Blue.
This is
Okay, maybe
Oh,
not.
but
Strix is angry. Oh, God.
Strix is indeed angry, and Strix very upset about that SKS being used to take out his teammates. Just pre-fire swings Judy. Great job. I mean, Judicious, though. He's trying so damn hard to clutch it out, but now, unfortunately, cracked. We're on match point, series point, and a one-way ticket out of this tournament.
Are we sure he's not a product tester for Axe body spray? I mean, he's definitely stress testing at this moment in time. I don't know about sweat. I don't think there's going to be an industrial shower that could clean this man's amount of sweat off of the amount that he's locked in right now. Yeah, I'd love to see it, by the way. Jude trying to put on a display all by himself alongside the support of his team, but the individual attempt...
That's rough. Oh, but Tippy answers with an aim on the sleek. Barb takes out Tippy, though. Barb takes out a second, manages to not survive the back shots, but he's got a trade right there. Watchful with that watchful eye. Deathman in the 1v3. They know where he is. Shots ringing out back and forth. The pressure's on. He's doing the dance. Watchful getting a little too aggressive here. We are talking about Dev here, folks. Just like Judicious has that X factor in him. He's got to wait, though, Cracked. I mean, he's so hurt. You got to give the ETG time to cook, and Cruisin blows his head off. Doesn't matter. Match and series point. Cruisin, once again, 20 kills last game, Cracked. 19 kills this one. And the Sicario NA lineup is really, really showing why they've been a dominant team in these series, in these tournaments. And, you know, we are in the lower bracket here, Cracked, but Sicario NA is not going home just quite yet.
Wow. What a second game. I actually thought we might have been in for a potentially closer scoreline, but it does end up with a Sicario steamroll towards the end of the game. Not due short a few, shall we say, speed bumps in the road, I think is the best description for them. But a 19-4 performance from Cruisin and a 10-10 performance from Bob gets Sicario over the line in the first best of 3. That's 9-4 on Bay 5. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, and to support and celebrate a victory from the first match of our best of 3 today, we have actually got a little something thanks to the Aorus X Radeon partnership and the sponsor for this tournament. So a massive shout out and thank you to the sponsor. We saw a little video from there as we come out of our first series for today. This bad boy is an RX 9070 GPU that could potentially be one of yours at home. Now, I'm a bit of a fan of aesthetics, okay? I'm a bit of a nerd for my RGB. I quite like how these things look, all right? This beautiful 9070 XT graphics card has a sick-looking wind force cooling system, okay? It's got that little bit of flair on the edge of the card that doesn't just allow it to empower your performance visually on screen, but it also looks damn good in the case as well, all right? It's 16 gigabytes of GDDR6, 256-bit memory interface, okay? This thing is built like a unit itself. If it was a genuinely possible to do everything else that the components that is needed for a computer. This thing could run itself. Nah, kids, jokes apart, this thing is going to blow your mind, all right? So if you want to get in it to win it, there's a couple of things we need you guys to do, all right? Locking into the socials is your way to get your entries. We're going to be giving you out tickets, and lots of
More
tickets, folks.
tickets.
Oh, yes. Like Oprah Winfrey out here in this. Blue's going to be
You're getting some
scattering out.
tickets.
That's
You're getting
it.
some tickets. Everyone's getting tickets.
We've got them going everywhere. But to get involved, folks, what we're going to get you to do is through a link posted into the chat that will be repeated throughout the broadcast for the rest of the tournament and going all the way up until Christmas. For this one, 30 days, okay? Aorus X AMD Radeon are giving you a chance to enter 5 tickets if you go and check out the product itself on the Linktree link. 5 tickets if you repost the Hunt Premiers post on X, and alongside of that, we have keys to give away too. You see the Escape from Tarkov Unheard Edition, the Standard Edition, and an Escape from Tarkov Arena key alongside of that giveaway. You see there the product on screen, that graphics card, looking just suave. I mean, Blue, who wouldn't want to put one of them into their PC, right?
That thing looks like a monster. I need it. Can we rig the giveaway for me? No, all jokes aside, I mean, folks, every day, put your name in, do everything that's listed there. There's going to be 11 different ways. 11 different ways for you to get tickets, and every single day you can gather more tickets on Crack's hot prize line. And this is a beautiful, beautiful piece of machinery. I mean, AMD's done a great job with their GPUs recently, and it's just been awesome to see. And you know, if you don't get the GPU, oh no, I got an Unheard edition. Oh no, I got a free Tarkov edition. You can't lose here, folks. Get your daily tickets, get your draws in, and make sure you try and win some prizes. And thank you so much once again to our sponsors, AMD Aorus, for making this all possible, as well as Battlestate Games on behalf of Escape from Tarkov, giving us all of these shiny prizes to give you on behalf of Hunt Premier back at home. Our way of saying thank you, our sponsors' way of saying thank you, and make sure you all participate. That's all I'm saying. If Cracks Misses wins another GPU, it's probably your fault because you didn't get tickets and they got the tickets. That's all I'm saying.
He's right. He's right. You guys, like we've said a couple of times before, are sat on one of those amazing monitors thanks to one of these great giveaways. So whilst we crack on into the highlights, that is your cue to announce, ladies and gentlemen, that giveaway is now officially open. Use the social link posted in the chat there to go check out the Twitter post, which will lead you to the links you need to gain those tickets. Tickets are refreshed daily, so you can enter every day. You can claim multiple tickets to increase your chances to win the prize. And why would you not want to when so many awesome prizes up on store to grab? We're getting to see some insane plays on screen right now. And if you want to see those plays in a slightly better quality, better graphics, or just powered with that insane bit memory interface, then get yourselves entered into the giveaway for that 9070 XT graphics card, courtesy of Aorus X AMD Radeon.
And as we focus in on these highlights here, folks, I mean, you see we were up 4-1, now 5-3, going into the second half, cruising, just absolutely indomitable on this A alley. I mean, him and Strix just punishing so much. Judicious with this crazy clutch. Sleek will now know to go full Ostrich next time, and I can't speak next time and not peek, but that's okay. I mean, his team doing such a great job.
We love that.
When you see that back, it just is always a feel bad, man. But Tippy, Monsieur Tippy in the 1v5, not able to do much there, and just such a great job. And Bar playing spoiler here, and you see how all the different members of Sicario doing so damn well in this game. X Factor doing a good job, but unfortunately not going to be enough to take the game, take the series. And you know, with that cracked, I think we're going to be starting to focus in on our next series. But before that happens, I think something needs to happen.
Oh, my word. Well, what needs to happen is we need to be able to find the nearest socket to plug into. Because I'm telling you now, my power bank, all right, is sitting at a fat 0, okay? 0%. We're fully out of charge, all right? So we're going to go and get ourselves hyped and amped back up for the first season of the NA Pinnacle tournament, whilst you guys go grab yourself some snacks, some hydration, and those all-important seatbelts so you don't catch whiplash from our next series. Back after this in about 10 minutes' time. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to weekend 2 of season 1 of the NA Pinnacle Elimination Tournament. My name is Cracked Wisdom, joined here in the booth with Blue ESQ, looking as dapper as ever, ready to bring you guys all of the amazing action for the rest of today's tournament gameplay. We've already seen one best of 3. That one's clocked and logged into the history books, a 2-0 victory from Sicario. Not without a lot of pressure, though, and a great performance out of X Factor. It does, however, see us moving on to our next series. And I personally am particularly hyped for this one. We've seen an exceptionally very well-versed New Dawn, haven't we, Blue, recently? And they have not stopped impressing a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, New Dawn 2-1 over Sicario last week. And, you know, we saw in this last series, folks, I mean, you see how strong X Factor is, but Sicario have been consistently on the top. So to take them down in the upper, I guess it would be the upper bracket, big statement from New Dawn. You know, it wasn't the easiest match, but I mean, again, you saw how well Sicario played off each other. Their team play today, the rotations, the crossfires, post plants. I mean, trading off lives. It was great. But now focusing on today's match, New Dawn versus Aspect here, Cracked. Both teams going to be feeling really good. Aspect, as well as New Dawn, have a lot to prove today. Now, for New Dawn, Slaughter, Guy Hayden, Pug, not Mr. Kevin, not sure where Mr. Kevin went, and Nuclear. On the other side, Tom, Tizzy, IFP, Europe, and, sorry, I missed the last name.
Apollo.
Apollo! The Apollo C going head-to-head here, Cracked. And this one should be pretty tight, I think, because both these teams, you know, Aspect did go up 2-0 last week, but they had some challenges of their own.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to look at this from both sides of the coin. New Dawn have not stopped taking steps to improve their performance on screen in every tournament they've turned up to, and have bettered their finishing result every time they've stepped up, including taking down teams that have consistently beaten them before. This is another one that's going to be a step on the stepping stone system for them to try and prove that they are going to consistently be one of these teams that above and beyond performs other teams and outperforms other teams. So as we roll on into the map picks and bans, the final sort of stat I want to throw the chat's way before we talk through the maps is, like we mentioned about those kill to death ratios, you've got Pug and Nuclear that are consistently playing on an exceptional level. 1.27 KD from Nuclear weekend 1, 1.25 from Pug respectively, and a similar level of kill participation, about that sort of 20 kills per game that they are a part of, whether it be the killing blow or assisting in doing so. But the top stats from any team last weekend was from Aspect. Apollo 1.3, Tizzy a 1.6, and Europe a 1.7 KD. Map-wise, we're not going Newtown, Iceberg's gone, and New Dawn don't want close quarters on Bay 5. So where are we going for the maps, Blue?
Very awesome. I love this first pick from Aspect. Like the logo, by the way, Aspect. Very cool. 4 going to be our first map pick. And, you know, Bay 5 got banned from New Dawn, but 4's kind of like a crazier Bay 5 in some sense with some of the fights in the CQB. But going to be seeing Fort coming out of Aspect. And then our second map pick going to be New Dawn, funny enough, picking Skybridge, which, you know, last week when I was casting, I believe Skybridge was banned from every single map rotation. So it was not a favored map, and here to see New Dawn picking it, I think that could be a very, very cheeky, sneaky peeky for them to catch Aspect a little bit on the back foot, because, you know, correct, all these teams, they scrim every map, sure, but, you know, you have your map picks for a reason, and because Skybridge has somewhat fallen out of favor, you know, some teams you'll see 1 or 2 picking it, but for the most part, a lot of teams banning it away, so it should have a little bit of an edge here for New Dawn. Now, in Fort, even though it's Aspect's map, they're going to be going on attack. And then for Skybridge, same thing, going to be having the attackers of New Dawn. So should be quite interesting maps, but 4 is going to be very scrappy here, Cracked. I think that's going to be a very, very scrappy battle with how these teams play.
I quite agree, shall we say, with your perspective. Very British of me to quite agree with the perspective. But no, I do quite agree. I think Bay 5 would have been what I expected to see in the picks, actually, so I'm surprised that one managed to get snuck off the table. I do think that's a smart choice as well, actually. I think it's one of the maps that, I mean, the call to chaos. We talk about this for underdog team. I don't know if I believe in underdog teams with this tournament. The NA scene has shown that every team seems to be very level and able to win on its own day. It's an every dog has its day kind of feel at the moment. So I just believe in the team that turns up, and that's actually going to embody this matchup from last weekend's history a little bit as well. I mean, Aspect, a little bit of a sore topic when it came to friendly fire last weekend. We saw a little bit of it creep into the earlier match today. The reason I'm bringing it up is I think pressure is high for a lot of teams and how they feel going into these matches today. So I think the first team in this best of three to really find some comfort, to solidify a bit of down-to-earthness, I think might actually help carry them with some momentum through this best of three. I don't think we see a close one. I think we see a very snowball result here, and maybe a 2-0 either side, though.
Right. I mean, I think that's kind of the X factor with this game is I think either team has the capability. And, you know, when I think of some of the players on Aspect, I think of consistency, where with New Dawn, I think of consistency, but something we had mentioned, you know, before the broadcast together, Cracked and I, there's some dark horses on both these teams. And New Dawn is definitely one of those teams that if everyone pops off, I mean, it can be terrifying what they could do. But will they be consistent enough to manage to take it against Aspect? That's kind of the question that goes through my mind. And the same thing could be said on the other side, Cracked. You know, is Aspect going to watch those team kills? I mean, I believe there was 7 or 9 team kills in that series last time. So that's a make or break right there against a team that you're 1-to-1 with, Cracked. So, you know, I think both these teams have the potential to beat each other. I don't really have a favorite. You know, last time I was saying Sicario, I thought had a little bit of favoritism over X Factor. But this one, you know, until it plays out, I think we got a very, very even match on our hands. And both have the same challenges and struggles that I think they need to overcome. So it's about, you know, any given Sunday, as our boy Hawd always says, how are they going to play today? What's going to come out? What's the performance? And, you know, is Skybridge going to catch Aspect on the back foot a little bit and be that kind of cheeky, sneaky pick for them?
Exactly. I like the thoughts towards the maps there, actually. It's a good assessment of what we've got going into this. I'm personally going to be keeping a very keen eye on which of the millimeters is going to be making the difference for these two teams you want to compare them up against. You've got Nuclear and Pug, like we said, carrying that roughly 20 kill participation per game. You've got Tizzy and Europe that are roughly carrying a 22 kill participation per game per player there. So again, it's minute differences between these two teams, but we saw New Dawn being put up against adversity last week with the fact that they had to deal with Sicario, I mean, in itself, and the fact that they also had to push through a 2-1 game to take it. It wasn't an easy game. It was a tough match. They had to overcome multiple different adjustments from Sicario. We mentioned about Slaughter's consistency. You talk about consistency going into this one. Is he going to be able to reduce the same amount of power that we had from utility last weekend? 34% of kill participation from this man alone was utility kills. 34% of kills was grenades. That's a lot. You've got Apollo, who carries a similar unique stat. Different area, but Apollo is the only member of any team throughout Weekend 1 to have gone through all of his games with a positive kill-to-death ratio in every match. You want to talk about consistency? That's consistency in the best way you can think of it. Above and beyond every time. He rocks a 1.3 KD, but he is averaging 13 kills to 10 deaths every single map. That's across 5 maps worth of information so far. Sorry, 3 maps worth of information so far. Maybe not the biggest pool of information, but Apollo out there trying to claim that consistency crown, which might be the deciding factor in this one. Me personally, I'm hesitant to say I'm Aspect favored in this. We've got to see a better Oberstorm leading the pack for me this weekend to see that difference. Otherwise, I'm New Dawn favored in this one.
I like it. I mean, I think it's a fair assessment. But it really is one of those variabilities that both teams kind of have their fate in their hands. And it's like, okay, Mr. Blue, that's obvious. But it's like, well, when we dig deeper, you see that you know, what goes through my mind, Crack, with a lot of these teams is to compare Sicario and A. Like, I think of them as a consistent team. You generally get the same kind of juice every time you squeeze the Sicario NA. Some of these other teams you squeeze, sometimes you get a boatload of orange juice, other times you get a little bit of juice. And I think that's kind of what separates the top teams, the top dogs, and the lower teams, the lower dogs. You know, we see the parallels in CIS and EU where that's the difference maker, the consistency of all the players and playing off each other. So, again, I think Aspect and New Dawn, if they're both ready, they're both warmed up, I can't really pick a favorite because they all just have a little bit too much fluctuation. But if Apollo keeps consistent like he's been, Cracked, I mean, I think Apollo is one of those players that has over time found his footing in Tarkov Arena, but he's always been an extremely successful main game player. I mean, one of the best. So, you know, if you could harness that kind of championship mindset and port it into Arena with your team, Tom doesn't kill all of his friends accidentally on purpose, and, you know, Europe and Tizzy keep going ballistic, you know, Aspect could take it. But then, like you said, is Slaughter just going to slam them with utility? Is he just going to be that X factor? And is the little cheeky pick of Skybridge going to catch them on the back foot? I really don't. You know, again, I love the favorite from you. I can't, like, there's too many variables going on inside of my mind to pick a favorite.
For the folks at home, the two people to watch out for, the highlight star player from each of the rosters and the lineups coming into this one. For Aspect, you're going to be keeping your eye on Tizzy. That is the young, talented individual that has been impressing most of the players in the community with his new ability to play the game. Somebody that's a little bit younger, that is a rising star in the scene, shall we say, a bit of an upstar. He's going to be backed by the experience in Europe at 1.7 KD, the highest one from last weekend. But then from the New Dawn side, you're keeping your eye out for Nuclear, an absolute nuke of a player backed up by the powerhouse in Pug. That's going to be your top four to watch out for. Two from either side, Aspect and New Dawn, and here we are, map number one. We are into Fort.
IFP looking to get an 8 kill to open it up. Shots ringing out back and forth in Europe with that AK-12, 7 and 40. Here we go again, Crack. This weapon's so darn good, especially with the lack of enforce all over. Nuki, though, with the SKS MAIAP, takes out Europe 1 for 1 right now. Smoke blooming inside of that kitchen area. Shots ringing out back and forth. Tom looking at his teammates. Tizzy, as Crack mentioned, already starting to pick up a bunch of kills back to back. Take total control of A site here. Bomb should be going down. Aiden in a pretty decent position on that flank side, or excuse me, on the short side, but Pug almost dead at this point with shots to his head and to his chest. Bombs ticking down here, Crack. 30 seconds about to be left.
Yeah, Pug actually dies on the second headshot that passes through his models. The first one gets ricocheted off of that armor protection that they have in tow. Guy finds a little bit of a gap to pick off one. He has to fight back for Big Box. Smart choices on Big Box from IFP. Just he's not going to waste the time because Tizzy's lying in wait in the lobby. Great play all round. Aspect take round number one. I'm glad I ordered the second cushion for my chair because I'm going to need it by the time we're done today.
Yes, sir. The rocket back and forth, and AP opening up, and as you mentioned before the game, Tizzy and Europe being those two consistent players. Europe getting the opening kill of the game. Tizzy picking up the two remaining players on the defensive lineup of New Dawn, and 1-0 to Aspect. Plenty of game to go. About to be a battle in mid. Swinging out. Battle. Unfortunately, Nuki not able to connect. IFP slams him down with the SOST. Going to be seeing our first enforcer of the day. Two players going down to the south. Sauced up by the sauce. Not quite the strongest ammo, but with enough shots and, you know, without that really, really strong bulwark of the enforcer armor, you can definitely kill some of these weaker classes. You know, the marksman and the assault class. The assault class can have a little bit stronger on the front defense, but that Nuki, you know, Nuki on that marksman, very weak tier 4, and those bullets are just going to shred right through, even with it's only being sauce. You're a beautiful kill on the Slaughter, and that's 3 members down, and Aspect is dialed in right now, Crack.
Dialed in's an understatement. You want to take that dial and whip it around, not 360, give it the whole 720. Let's go round twice, just for style points. Speaking of going round twice, Pug's trying to find his way through some sort of a rotation in Colt. Doesn't realize that that one is currently the exit for the firing squad. Stand here and get shot to pieces. That one plays out in real fashion and form as we see the last remaining member of New Dawn. Really hoping that he's not Mr. Kevin at this moment in time, as he is pincered from the back and the front all at the same time. Down he goes. A flawless round from Aspect in round number 2 sees them improving on the performance they put out in round 1.
Yeah, lots of improvement, lots of cool stuff, but at the end of the day, New Dawn only having 2 kills right now, Mr. Cracked. That's, you know, I know it's the first rounds, but if Aspect continues on this pace, you know, this team, when they're all performing, I mean, all four of the 5 members popping off 3-3-2-2 right now, so it's very consistent across the team. Can they keep this pace, or New Dawn, can they actually stop this aggressive A take that's worked twice now and pretty effectively?
I don't know about
He
these
zoomed
training
in!
problems, Blue. Hey now, you're a rock star. You know how this game plays. They have zoomed in, but they've not slammed to a grinding halt just yet. Both teams set up just ever so slightly separated. Two parts of scenery, that wall from the lobby through to site, and obviously Cult Connection being held at a really deep angle from Guy Aiden. Those stairs are really tough to play off of because of the height overball position for the gun facing down. IFP respecting it with a similar level of discipline as we creep in through kitchen. Two on site. Mid control now also looking to be tested by Apollo. He's got one below him. He's going to try and drop off the top rope. Guy Aiden's just going to let him drop straight on into the coffin.
Yeah, and Aiden's one of those players that if you disrespect him like that and try and catch him lacking, he will kill you. Now, for the first time, New Dawn actually up members 4-3 here. Oh my goodness. What a disgusting wall bang from Europe. I mean, show Moss Files, Europe. That's it. Oh man, that was disgusting to go from 4-2, now 3v2, bomb getting planted. They know Aiden's down through marked room. Pug on that flank. I'm not sure. Oh, now they're going to hear that movement crack. He's not going to have any surprise. And Tizzy and him both trade shots. Tizzy not actually taking any damage, but nor is Pug.
That was so close. The adjustment out of Guy Aiden was nearly perfection. Just about ripped the head off of Tizzy. Shots from Pug crossover with that of Guy Aiden. And he steps to the wrong side of the right at the wrong time. But Europe's going to find some better timing for two to finish it off.
Woo!
He's
What a
got
round
total
from Europe.
4-piece again. Oh my word.
And what an opening round. I mean, what a round by him. 3-0 for his team, but that wall bang crack was almost illegal. Like, I'll put him in handcuffs myself. That's how crazy that was. That being said, though, New Dawn... Sorry, Crack, what'd you say?
So you're going to be knocking on his doorstep soon. We can't be having that one.
Oh, no. FBI, open up! And New Dawn, you know, they gotta lead for that round, Crack, but very quickly, you know, weren't able to maintain it. So some signs of life here, but Aspect with that 3-0 lead already, they're gonna run away with this game, Cracked, if New Dawn doesn't start taking rounds and slam dunking some people.
Speaking of which, New Dawn, I think they've felt your server for a bit of extra aggression. Swing double out of guard, and Nuclear gets one. Tizzy takes one back in the trade. Not Mr. Kevin's got the response, though. It's back 1-for-1 on the edge of some good work from the double swing out. It does go the way of New Dawn. They do take an extra member for their favor, and they've also, more importantly, collected this bomb. I'm hovering because the second Kevin goes down, that bomb position changes more in favor for the fact of Aspects that'll push back and reclaim it. But for now, they're going to stalemate it out and just hold that bomb hostage.
They need this. They need to play slow and steady, but they let them actually get the bomb. 4 members on this site. You know, you see 2 on short, 1 holding the flank, actually. And unless Aspect goes up through marked and rotates to B, they're pretty pincered here, Crack. The player on the back, I believe it's Pug. Pug's been taking that, you know, very aggressive positioning on the backside. Yeah, we see him cheeky, sneaky.
The timing is perfect.
Europe.
Jackson's in. 1.
Oh.
One down. Here he comes. Cut quickly on swing, double swing. Apollo's good for it.
Yeah, you got the bomb down. He doesn't play his life, and you know that could end up costing them the round here. Aspect with how well they're playing, and Europe still being alive, very big risk. Shots ringing out, and unfortunately, the head is poked down.
Aspect
Slaughter and
secure it.
Aiden.
Not quite enough time left on site. You're right, Slaughter and Aiden. Me and Blue are both. We're that locked into this, honestly, chat. We're on the same wavelength of timing right now because the 2 team members in either team are dice rolling back and forth as to who wants to make the mistake first. Either of them wants to push too hard. Europe peaks, then Apollo peaks. Slaughter gets one. Apollo gets one. 1v1. Apollo's kited it out with 20 on the clock. Guy has to swing him.
Apollo takes that wide swing, though, and he's not going to be ready for it. Was going to clear the corner. You saw Apollo move, and that was a great job to win that 1v2. I mean, I guess it was a 2v2. He trades out his partner, Europe. Gets 3 kills on that round, closes out the round. And that wide swing, again, Crack, like a lot of players would sit in that corner holding it. By wide swinging, you're taking your opponent's crosshair placement and their timing completely off. Apollo, again, one of the best players in the main game version of Tarkov, really showing his prowess in combat in this game. And 4-0 already, Cracked. 4-0.
Big cook, big cook. This is the aspect that we were looking for last weekend, though. This is something we said about Aspect last weekend, because if they weren't making the micro mistakes that they were making, they would have been walking over the people that they were playing against instead of having closer matches. So this time around, we see Aspect really showing us that flawless aspect of their performance as they are putting power in the steps. Each member that finds a fight in the 1v1 or the Ego, the 2v1, is just putting bullets downrange into domes. We want to talk about collecting bread. Open up a bakery, Blue. At this point in time, we're stocked for seasons.
Oh, man. 3 members down, bomb planted, time is ticking, and Cracked, I'm starting to get real nervous. I know this is Aspect's map, but you know, when we think about the last games we saw, yeah, sure, Sicario and A took 2-0 in the series, but the game, especially the first one, was brutally close. Europe takes out not Mr. Kevin, and about to be another flawless round coming out of the boys. Slaughter doing his best, but gets hit with the back shots from Mr. Apollo, and 5-0 on the board here, Cracked, and Aspect is dialed in, locked in. They're showing why they're in the upper bracket, and they're planning on continuing, it looks like, because 5 rounds, Cracked. No real signs of life. Not a positive player on the other side. 2 kills at the most on anybody. Things are not looking good for the blue team, sir.
The one thing that's also been very quiet so far, I know it's obviously across everything, the gunplay as well as the utility, but the utility, one of the things that was really vitalizing the New Dawn playstyle was multiple early grenade kills from Slaughter, helping leverage number advantages early. This time around, we're swapping it up. A pressure, but deep hold onto lobby to make sure Court is fresh before they get in. Aspect again, aware of the danger. Trade a little bit of health from Guy Aiden to Apollo.
See some of the smokes coming out. Not Mr. Kevin trying to hold this short positioning. Nade, oh, what a beautiful nade onto that box. Wow. Being able to see, like, the actual arc of it is so wild. Tom takes that one, but immediately gets traded out by Pug. 4-4 on here. IFP rolls over Pug, unfortunately, trades him out. Now, again, and again, Aspect up members. Nuki doing his best to rotate to B. They more than likely heard him. I mean, they're proximate enough that he's going to be hearing them. Will they clear out Spiral? More than likely, yes. Nuki takes out Tizzy. Nuki takes out 2. Nuki kills all 3! There's no way, Nuki. Unbelievable. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that. We'll see that in the highlight, folks. Don't worry. But, man, to win the 1v3 is crazy style.
You want to talk about something to pick your team up out of the dumps? A 4-piece will do it.
Oh!
A 4th. Nuki. Well, I'll say one thing, Blue. If you didn't get the chance to glaze over the New Dawn success from last weekend, that man at the top of the scoreboard there is one of the reasons why they are where they are this weekend after some great standout performances, both individually and alongside of that of Pug. Very resplendent of what we saw of Jude and Deb in the match before, so it's like this is an attacking side favoured map, and this is Aspect's map pick, but that's one way to turn tables on the Reds.
It's a great round to rob away, but will it be enough? Apollo says, I really don't care, Cracked and Blue. I'm still going to keep slam dunking with the good old Pab 9 and just putting in so much work for this team. I mean, the whole all team falling. I mean, Europe. I can't even begin to name the names as they keep getting kills. Apollo and Europe leading the team, but everyone popping off right now. You know, IFP had those rounds where, oh, he picked up a spear from someone. That's devious work. Europe, again, Europe. 1v5 situation for Pug. Know where he is. Tom takes him out, and
It's done, Blue.
No bullying. Stop it. No bullying. No, I'm only kidding. But again,
No,
you
you're
see
kinda right,
on the
though.
day. I mean, on the day, Cracked. Again, both these teams we talked about before, what's going to be the variability between them in Aspect? Everybody's firing on all cylinders. So Nuki went ballistic in that one round. He went nuclear indeed, living up to the name. But you can't have one player beat Aspect. It's just not going to work.
No, and Aspect have not unlocked their one player that pops off. This is what we saw from Aspect last weekend that was good. There's Europe and Apollo leading the charge, carrying the forefront of the team, and then when it got a little bit shaky, a little bit missing of some form of strategy, it was Tizzy that would come through with the McTizziness and just being able to slam everybody when necessary. Smoke on top from Secret there. Almost baits IFP into re-swinging a teammate. Pressured out towards cannon. There's two-man stronghold from Spawn. Has actually read well. IFP good for 1. 2. Hold up. Yeah, Aspect are fully in here. Mid control's not going to help.
Bomb's getting down. And again, Aspect up members. Up more members. Tizzy takes out, unfortunately, Slaughter. And Guy Aiden and Mr. Kevin going to do their best to... Oh, Kevin does take out Apollo. Still signs of life, but we see this double hold. IFP playing off the contact of Europe.
Waiting for ramp push. He's waiting for his teammates to get on the side of the ramp so they can go together. The two people peeking to the right-hand side are going to get pressure from ramp and Kevin can deal with Tizzy first. Shots from Tizzy keep good pressure at Kevin. Backed off now. Guy Aiden is trapped in con until Kevin can get out and vice versa. They need to push together for this one. They go in for Mini. Europe wins his first on contact, and that leaves the last remaining member of Kevin in a 1 versus 3, and we all know how those numbers work out.
Yeah, and I love the post plant there. The player in spiral, the player on his right, IFP, and correct. No matter how many times they shot, yeah, sure they jiggled. Neither player moved despite all the noise coming out of both defensive players trying to take the bomb. I mean, that is really disciplined play that could be the make or break. And it's just really good to see that when they need to just play calm, play slow, 2 players on the right, 1 on the left holding a somewhat of a, kind of vague crossfire, but the patience to not react. And now 7-1 going into this half. I just don't see how, unless New Dawn really has something crazy on this half, individually, they're just being outmatched right now. It's a big ask.
5-3 we say is playable. 6-2 is job done. 7-1 is bonus points. Nuclear is going to swing early for the first into Europe, though. That nice aggressive push out over the top mid position is going to bring reinforcements from Aspect on the defending side to the right side, though. Next kill is crucial. If New Dawn can level numbers, this might be playable, but if we get an aggressive Aspect push, it's going to be dangerous. IFP finds Kevin, but a push out from Apollo into Slaughter through the smoke falls prey. Nuclear then takes out Tizzy with 2v4.
And Tom with the sneaky cheeky. Oh, and again, Slaughter abusing the fact that the smoke is plumed on the top half, looking and sees both Apollo's legs and then Tom's legs. Going to be able to plant the bomb pretty much for free. And IFP rotating to A, trying to predict, but unfortunately going to find out very quickly this is a blunder. Bomb's going to be going down and going to be about 20 seconds before he can really even make contact here.
Yeah, said and done for, but we would expect New Dawn to have a couple of good rounds in the wheelhouse, and one thing they have shown is a very good ability to attack on all maps throughout weekend 1. So I wouldn't be surprised to see New Dawn recover this to maybe 7-3, 7-4 before Aspect start seeing any real traction on the defending side. IFP has the full potential, however, to 1v3 this out. My only hesitation is the amount of time he's got left to do it in. With 25 on the clock, double hold on sight is just encouraging him into an over-aggressive peak, which is just nearly impossible to play at this point in time. Anyway, IFP goes for the 1-tap, misses on sight. Guy Aiden going to get pressured out in Mini. He doesn't even realize he's there. Knock, knock. Who's there? It's not Mini. It's Nuclear from Con.
And Aiden was behind him, too. So even if he managed to somehow kill both those players, it was pretty much lights out for that round. A great opening attacking round, but I'm hesitant to be too excited for them. Yep. If they can continue that success, I mean, 2 of the kills in that round, Slaughter got abusing a very intelligent way of utilizing, I should say, not abusing, utilizing the fact that the smoke plumed on that upper half of the ramp. So he always had the first line of sight of his enemy, but not something you can necessarily recreate every round. Europe trying to get crazy with it, pushes up mid. Nuki takes out Tom. Tizzy managed to take out Kevin. Even scoreline so far, Europe, he might catch him lacking. If they can kill him here, I think this is a great sign. But unfortunately, Europe takes out the player above him. And Aiden, he knows Aiden's close. Is he going to be able to take him out, though?
Hooks up onto site from the ramp here, hoping some audio distraction is going to cause this member in hell that Guy Aiden's going to sight set on to strafe. So you can see Slaughter working off a guy. You can see what they're working towards here. They know full well Europe is tucked in, but Europe is more than aware of the damage. There's the re-swing. They find it somehow. This is just to get them back into a 3v3, just to show how close this round is. It's some great work from New Dawn, but that's just to bring the numbers even. They know con control is there from Apollo. We've had shots. Back arch is an assumption. And they've got a lurking member in IFP that could turn up at any time that has been so far away from the play. There's no way New Dawn are going to realize he's here. Tizzy goes down, backside access gained, but Con still holding central control. 2v3.
And you hear the announcer in the back, tick tock, and that's the kind of the theory of this round right now. 30 seconds ticking. Apollo playing the dancing game. Oh no! Aiden does not like ballerinas, and Aiden, oh, that was a very close flick. That was a great try by Aiden, but unfortunately, IFP just getting the shots out first. A little bit of probably aim punch going in there, and now Pug and Slaughter in a position to take this second round here on the attacking half.
Pushes up the barrel peak. Slaughter backs off and plays well to hold it out. IFP goes down. That is going to be another New Dawn round. When we thought it was cooked up for IFP to be able to cook some himself, it's a good hold from New Dawn too. Is it as good as what we've seen from Aspect early on in this game, Blue? I don't know.
Right. I mean, look, it's consistent. It's consistent right now. I'm trying to forget the last half. Looking at this, 2-0 on this half, but cracked. I mean, we're still climbing up such a massive hill,
The one thing that New Dawn is doing really well to their favor is they're starting to enable Aiden to get some space. Starting to use Slaughter to work with him to try and get that gap in mid to work in their favor. You see them again. Overstorm this time has been sent with the job to try and deal with this mid pressure. Looking for a late lurk out of the back of the drop down from Palace, but he's going to realize very quickly there's actually nobody home here to contest him this time. He's just playing for a cross that does not need to be respected right now. Shots from Secret to Arch are going to threaten some B pressure. A little bit of adjustment from Aspect as a member comes CT round to cover Arch ever so slightly more to back up.
And this is what's going through my mind right now. Is are they going to be able to push up this hill, or are we looking at a Sisyphus situation of just slowly pushing up the boulder, but not quite being enough and having to do it over and over? But Slaughter says, "Shut up, Blue." Big nade coming through.
This is what they were doing so well with last weekend. This is what they were doing to help them get themselves that advantage, and they did play attacking side more to start off with last weekend than they did defending, so maybe this is the comeback now. Slaughter gets one with the grenade. Util is out towards Mini for pressure back towards Arch. They still have 5 members and 40 seconds on the clock to do this. The timing is good. Aiden swings cannons into IFP for a pickup as well.
3 members remaining. Europe could play spoiler here. If you can stop the plan here, correct. This could actually win the round because the timing is so bad.
It's so tough with that smoke there. There's too many places to have to watch for.
If the bomb, and he does get him! Oh, Tizzy kills him! Crack, that could win the round. They just need to play spoiler now. They don't actually need to fight. Just stop them from planning. Unfortunately, not going to be enough. Tom stops the plan. Oh no, and Kevin was there with the trade. Tom almost had it, but fortunately for New Dawn, Kevin, not Mr. Kevin, manages to trade out the bomb planner, and that was almost a robbed round from Aspect. Now 3 rounds in a row here, Cracked, and I think the momentum is starting to shift. Again, you got 2 rounds you can make a mistake in, but 1 round, you can make a mistake in, but so far, so good. Great utility, great timing, great patience on the plant, and good trades overall from New Dawn.
It's a choice, isn't it? You make 2 choices in the moment. Oberstorm has the chance to kill the bomb, turn around, run away, or trust the aim and transfer for the second. He tries the transfer. He doesn't get the kill, like you say. Not Mr. Kevin closes that one out for New Dawn when it again was looking like it could have been saved. Slaughter starts up with an opening util, and this grenade reminds me of last weekend. And again, something's coming, Blue. The upsets have just been right for this tournament. Cinema, well, the seats were built for it. And I mean, as the curtains open on our next days of the gameplay, it's just rolling in the deep.
And it's crazy how much we're rolling in the deep because New Dawn look like a new team.
Yep.
I don't know how else to say it. I mean, they've completely mitigated the power of these 2 players.
Whoa, what's going on here? Hold up a minute. Europe and Apollo are full banking out. Is this chat time? Wait, we sent Battle Buddies squad to... Wait, there's no way they get back in time and they've still not planted, Blue. There's no way they get back in time and they're still not planted. New Dawn are petrified. They have no idea where they are. And they can get away with this because nobody in their right mind would ever just two-man abandon the site that they're attacking. Wait, they're back. They're here. They're going to deny plan. No, they're not. Okay.
Ooh, Apollo managed to take out one of the players, but a Pug evens out the scoreline. 1v3 situation for Apollo. As long as New Dawn plays this patiently, I don't see how he could really take this. If they take the 1v1s like this, it could be very scary, but he's getting triple peek. Mr. Kevin and Guy 8, and we're peeking him. Pug was rotating to the left side towards D2, and 4 rounds in a row, and it cracked. If you told me these were the same teams, but playing the same half twice, like switch the name, it's the same exact thing. It's a Slaughter coming out of Slaughter in New Dawn.
These games are so good.
I was not ready for this. I'm so impressed with their tenacity to not crumble under the pressure, and it's like the first half never happened, Cracked. I mean, it really is awesome, awesome stuff. You got to give the players credit for obviously putting in the time and the work to be able to maintain this mental clarity through such a stumbling block of that first half. Really great stuff from all of them.
You just remember this is a legitimately flawless round so far, as in they have not lost a round yet. We went into this half 7-1. This is 4 in a row. They have done half of the job they need to do to really threaten this map of New Dawn here. I am not talking about that concept until we get to the point of 7-7, as one of those bullets from Europe at mid ricochets just off the top of the bricks above Pug's head. This is tense, Blue. This round is the one that's super crucial for New Dawn and Aspect as well. If New Dawn close it to within 1, then the mental's going to start to break.
And we talked about before the game, Cracked. Both of these teams have the potential, but the variability in the performance from round to round, from half to half, both teams look like a different team. You know, it's hard to say who's winning at this point. Yeah, Aspect's up, but IFP with a great crossfire takes out Pug. Slaughter evens up the scoreline 4-4. 30 seconds remaining. All members committed to B for this attacking side, so there's no.
Oh, no. This is 4v3. Look where Tizzy is. There's 25 seconds left on the clock, and Tizzy's never going to be able to help. That grenade that went into Mini is a smoke, which is going to cut IFP up completely. Gaia defines the begins to con. This is actually really, really good for New Dawn. They get the bomb down on site. Smoke's going to come off in time for them to be able to contest post plan, but if Europe goes down, with Wilson Kevin's good cover, this is pretty much said and done for. IFP's trapped in Mini with not a hope in sight, and Tizzy's going to have to come back with a wonder play in a 1v4, which isn't going to happen. Nuke's got him covered. Half health IFP versus 4. Possible, Blue?
I don't know. I mean, not with the SOST, no. Unless they really make a blunder and they all peek into him and he headshots all of them, which IFP definitely could do. I don't see how it happens. Oh, why is he? He's shaking. He's shaking his thing. Only takes out one before he has to reload.
People.
Yeah, I mean, he's barely alive here. 5 seconds to defuse. Picking up weapons cool and all, but unfortunately this round is going over to New Dawn, and it's a new dawn, it's a new day. The boys are back in town.
Oh, man. Okay.
I don't know what happened from the first half to the second, Cracked. I mean, I know it's attacking-sided map, but holy cow, it's a different team.
I mean, they have to go 8-0. On their attacking side, they have to go 8-0 to win the match. And if they go 8-0 flawless on their attacking side on Aspect's map pick, then they deserve the map. It is unarguable. It is literally unimpeachable. You cannot contest this. If a performance of such a level is completed, New Dawn officially will cement themselves as arguably one of the top teams in NA, if not currently the top team right now all round. This is a phenomenal performance to pull off. Kevin's got an opener. Oberson, the captain, is down.
And the pressure's on. Europe, head's ringing. Thankfully for his helmet, he's still alive, because he did quite escape death here, Cracked. Pressure's on, and Europe needs to take that win. Unfortunately, Aiden playing his life super well. Europe feeling super confident. Backs off a little bit, and we see like a very diverse attack right now. 3 members on the attacking side actually pushing up marked. Going back towards that B site.
3v5. A minute left on the
Tizzy.
clock. Do you think he knows?
I think he's aware that someone's there. Yeah, I mean, now he definitely knows.
We got spoiled by
But
the
do
game.
they know that they know that they know? But see, great rotation for both teams. Good defense coming out. But unfortunately, Tizzy disrespects Nuki with this SKS. And Nuki is not playing around. Just putting everyone down. Cracked.
Yep.
2 members alive. We're about to be
Missteps.
6-0 on this half. And an even score line.
Yep.
I don't
And it's
believe it.
missteps. It's missteps, Blue. It's unforced errors, but it's
Oh.
pressure. And New Dawn are putting the pressure on pieces, one after the other, after the other, after the other, and they don't even need to plant. I mean, there's less than 10 seconds left on the clock, and they're still taking their time to just walk it in.
I cannot believe that we are at an even score line after what looked like an incredibly dominant half from not only a team, but on an individual level. I mean, we saw Europe just blasting everybody. Tizzy, you know, Apollo going crazy last half, but New Dawn have cracked the attacking side. I mean, the slow-tempered play, the rotations, the smokes onto Spiral, the round, 2 rounds ago that completely cut off Europe that led to them winning that round. I mean, everything is, as you said before, flawless so far for New Dawn.
And again, Kevin gets one of the most vital picks, not only onto the captain of the Aspect side, but that cult rotation. And it's Kevin with a headshot that puts him down to open the round up for New Dawn. We are tied. This is 7-7, and this is the round that would put New Dawn in the lead for the first time this game. This would be a 7th flawless round in a row on the attacking side, and this would leave them 1 round away from the first map point in the series where they have been at a 6-round down differential going into the second half.
Crazy. So it's really, really crazy stuff, and they get the opening pick again and again and again. You know, pretty quiet half coming out of Europe so far, and almost walls banging. Looks like it was almost perfect, but oh, and Tizzy does get the wall bang. The timing on the camera. Sorry, Mr. Cameraman person. Oh my goodness, the timing, but that's massive from Tizzy. That could be the difference maker right here, Cracked.
Yep, you've hit it, Blue. You've got your sights spot on. That's going to be a headshot in the record books for the casters. That actually is the bomb going down again. It was taken down on site, but this time New Dawn managed to secure it. What was woes now turned into a wonder within the smoke. 40 seconds granted to New Dawn and to Aspect to try and counter this. Pug takes out one Apollo trades. Kevin goes down. Nuclear finds one from length. Tizzy's the one paying the price. Europe and Apollo left alive in a 2 versus 3. 30 seconds on the clock. And it's done. That is the stepping stone required for New Dawn to take map 1. And I will... I'm down. I'm 100% down to say it now. To New Dawn, take Aspect's map pick in this series for the first map. At this point, it's going to take a miracle from Aspect to stop this one from going to 9-7. There's no way we see overtime here.
Imagine the pressure in that digital locker room over there. Oh my goodness. I mean, you did so well, and now you can't get 1 round in 7. It's tough, Crack. It's tough.
All eyes on Tom in this opening pick again to see if his head is going to be the one ripped off or whether he's putting one in the kill feed. Timing almost falls and betrays him a second as he sees members jumping across cannons. One does not choose to come up secret. They're saving him from unfortunate timing for now. But as Tom goes to move towards secret, call from Apollo is they're already up cannon stairs. First is taken out as Apollo holds his ground well. Rotation from CT comes, but the rotation is picked. It's not, it's Tom. Guy Aiden finding that one. 1 for 1 so far, but Aspect have numbers level for the first time in a little while as New Dawn move towards site.
And they're not going to be able to rotate back towards that spawn side. We see the attacker all the way over there. Or excuse me, the defender all the way on the attacker's side, and he's going behind Donut. He's slow and steady, moving up from that attacking spawn, up, and they're kind of pincered right now. The bomb is in the worst position because he'd have to rotate pretty awkwardly at this point, but bomb's already going down.
Yeah, Aspect playing a little bit of New Dawn's pacing, giving them the space on site and looking for retake position on this one. You can see the flank creeping in. IFP coming from Statue towards stairs, now into Donut. Apollo finds one onto Slaughter, and they're all just playing the distraction. Here comes the flank. Here comes Aspect's chance to be able to turn this one on its head. It's going out towards Cannons, actually. It's going to play towards Kevin. Big playmaker is just moving as well. He's going to swing, have to move out into sight. Aspect get denied the access, but Tizzy finds one in the rotation. Aspect are looking hot. Cold goes Kevin. Hot goes Tizzy. Down with Europe. And Aspect are going to save it to go to overtime. We're there, Blue. We're there.
Oh my! Oh my God! The sigh on their side of, oh, we got around. Thank goodness. Oh,
Wow.
the relief you must feel right now, Crack. But the game is far from over, and that was. It makes you wonder, where was that Aspect? The slow-tempered, taking good fights, playing off each other. Where was that the whole rest of the half, Cracked?
Let's talk about overtime, because this is huge. So let's reflect on it for what it was. Both teams committed 7-1 attacking halves, which means both teams have stronger attacking sides. So as we go into overtime, both teams are going to want to try and take one of the opposing team's attacking rounds from them to see them over. Overtime, 2 rounds per team attacking, 2 rounds per team defending. Total of 4 rounds, and any team with a lead at the end of the 4 will win. If you get to 3 rounds in the lead at any point in time during overtime, you automatically win.
A new dawn. I wonder what the comms are right now with how they switch up their defense so that 7-1-7-1 pattern doesn't continue into OT. Aiden slowly getting aggressive here in Europe, reading the play. Oh, but Aiden, great read from both players there, Cracked. I mean, Aiden awareness to clear that in Europe, knowing that Aiden was going to peek it. Thankfully, no one dies, so both these teams seem to have pumped the brakes on how quickly they're playing.
This is the big one for me. Aspect have got the first 2 rounds of their attacking side to really get some confidence back. They need to slam these 2 in a row confidently. Maybe not quickly, but make sure with good numbers left alive on the confident execution in the round when they get way through. IFP for 1. Nuclear trades IFP back. The smoke over sight, then delays the rest of the chaos come through. Apollo. The Apollo sees through the smoke. Tom follows him up with one onto Big Box. The big Aspect push comes through. 4 left alive. Aspect have found the confidence. Can they thrive in it, Blue?
I think they're going to thrive in it for this round. Next round's kind of a doozy, but you see, I mean, Apollo, great job rotating from B up that mid side, shooting the player on short in the back, and that was a great take on the A site. I mean, the way that they lost the player initially, traded out, Nuki's, they know he's there, Guy Aiden's pushed up towards that D1, D2 side, and then IFP catches one of the players on site in the back, and that just blew the whole round up. Tom pushed up, picked up 2 after that, and it was all but curtains after that. And you know, really great breakdown from the attacker side to kind of figure out how to get through the defense and really play off each other. And the last 2 rounds so far that we've seen, Aspect really has been playing better as a team, but we see the defense side getting pretty aggressive. Aiden takes out Europe, though. That's a massive opening pick here, Cracked. And, oh, IFP managed to take him out.
The first bloods I'm not too scared about in the round. It's the trades afterwards that tend to be the ones that tell the tale of the round. Poke for 2, here we go. Statue play. A New Dawn push out for an aggressive position, and the defending round starts to work in their favor. Remember, we said the attacking rounds are the ones that both teams have felt better on. Either team on the defending side manages to steal a round, it's going to set them really well.
And they've got them so pincered. I mean, if we look at the map, folks, in the top left, this attacking side has maybe 10% or less of the map. Every single rotation is covered. They can't go through A site, they can't go marked room, and they can't go through spawn. There's no way out without engaging one of the defenders. IFP upgrading his weaponry, though.
Give himself a longer scope to be able to try and fight out the distance a bit better. Tizzy with the pre-fire towards 90 is not so successful. Player tucked in useless. Oh, this is tough through the angle.
Oh!
Tizzy gets both! Oh, big!
20 seconds. Nuki already in a position to contest him, though.
Oh,
mine! He runs him over, Cracked!
He's got 1. He's going to find 1 kill. He's got time to plant, and Pug has to give information to go and stop the plant.
He gave up his positioning.
Yep, and now Tizzy's going to fight him. 10 seconds left in the clock. He's going to go for the jump shot. Pug, Tizzy, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2. Tizzy with the 4-piece. He's going to steal it. Oh my. You cannot. You can't predict this. You can't write this. Somebody fetch me the script that would be delivered to my office this morning that said this was happening. Tizzy with the 4-piece and we're back. 10-8. What?
Oh my, New Dawn overstepping the hand, and the lineup, the inadvertent lineup, he picks up 2. Then Nuki getting again hyper aggressive, thinking he's gonna slam him down like Nuki's been doing on this game. 18 kills, Nuclear feeling himself, but unfortunately Cracked ends up backfiring. And then Pug in the 1v1, he stops the plant, but then just takes the fight. He even had time to rotate there where Tizzy had to run away and reload, and he just kind of stood still. And Tizzy, not respecting or not liking the fact that he tried to jump shot him, takes him out. It's crazy that he won that. Like, the series of events to line up is actually ridiculous.
Yeah, Tizzy found a defibrillator in his base game endeavors before he came into this round, apparently. They managed to pull that one back from the death. Here we go. First round of New Dawn's attacking half, and this is another huge round, but this is the other side now. So all of that pressure that Aspect had felt on him at this moment in time has just been released. Now it's in New Dawn's hands to make the moves. Apollo feeling the confidence is going to find some form of a miracle in the favor for Aspect as one goes down with Europe, the big slayer, the big king at 16 and 11. Now not the leading scoreline on the field thanks to the work from Apollo, but still holding up there at the top. Apollo survives and tanks a grenade with 3 fractures, a heavy and a light bleed for his efforts.
He's still moving. He's still breathing.
He needs to fix that bleed now. Like, right meow. He does not care. Bro, how are you this stone cold? He knows he has to be ready. Smoke's in.
He's thinking in his head, he's got to kill someone before he dies. That's all you got to do.
Europe!
Back-to-back kills coming out of Europe that could decide this Apollo. Yeah, he's so weak. I mean, it was a great try by him, Eden, reading that positioning, but 4v2, 20 seconds to plan here, Cracked. And look, Aspect playing back, respecting the opponents, not challenging. This is how they win the round here, Cracked. They're not giving up free lives. No one is peeking. They're not giving an inch. Okay, sure, they're going to plant, but Slaughter's got to protect himself.
7.
Tom's got to win this. Tom takes him out. Tom swings with the double kill to close out the game. The bomb gets planted, but it doesn't matter, Cracked. It does not matter. Aspect persevere despite having such a brutal second half. Come back, win overtime 3-0, and take the first match of the series.
You want to talk about redemption? Right when it is necessary, when New Dawn are scrapping, reaching to try and squeeze the bomb plant. Captain Tom, here he is, round the corner, straight onto site to deny the plant. He doesn't quite stop the bomb going down, but what he does do is kill the last 2 remaining members alive, and all 4 remaining members of Aspect. They're more than happy to watch the boss take that one out and play a game of Clash of Clans whilst that bomb gets defused. Good work on the iPad from the captain, great work on the field from the team of Aspect, and what a mental, just stronghold of a performance from Aspect. 11 and 8, they survived the portcullis of Fort.
Backsideing it.
I don't know. I don't know. There's so many things that I've got to say about that match that I think we all need to take a moment to just take a step away from reality and then come back to reality in a moment. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a moment to say thank you to our partners and sponsor for this one here in Aorus X AMD Radeon, and that lovely little video we get to see at the end of the game there. An amazing closeout to the game and an even more amazing graphics card to potentially fuel your performance going into our next set of games. If you want to get involved in the giveaway, it is live now for the next 30 days, possibly 29 days, and however many hours it is since we launched it now, left on the clock. multiple entries every day for you to be able to try and get more chances at the ability to get your hands on the new AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT graphics card with an amazing wind force cooling system that you can see there displayed on the back of the box. Actually, one of the nicer pieces of packaging I've seen in the marketing endeavors for a long while. Actually, quite an aesthetically pleased person myself. Looking at the back of this, it tells you everything you need to know about the graphics card and what amazing specification bits and bobs it has to offer for you. So if you want to get your chance and hands on this, then jump onto the links that is getting posted throughout the chat, throughout the broadcast, and you can get onto it via our post on Twitter. We appreciate all of the support you guys put on the announcement of the partnership on that Twitter post up there, all the likes, the reposts, all heavily appreciated. So now, same place, if you know where you found that announcement, same Twitter page, get yourself on there for the link to the giveaway page, as well as also you can check out the Linktree link that will be going into the chat. You can pull up !Aorus to see all of the details for the great products like this RX 9070 XT graphics card, as well as the laptop and the monitor that they've been touting a lot about recently, and many other amazing products. Again, a final thank you to Aorus X AMD Radeon for sponsoring Pinnacle Season 1 for NA.
And after the highlight of that beautiful graphics card, we're going to be having the highlights within the game itself. And folks, you're going to see 2 different teams play in 4 different ways, 17 different times. One half, they're the dominant one. The second half, they're not dominant. Then they're dominant again, and back and forth. And Aspect tried to run away with this first half, but unfortunately, after the second half, as you'll see, folks, they really lost some footing, lost some space. New Dawn countered pretty much everything they did, in Aspect only going to be picking up the last round. But as you can see, such a dominant first half. I mean, this 5th round, Apollo's already got 8 kills, and Europe 9 kills, Apollo 10 kills, shots ringing out back and forth. Going into the second half, though, it's not going to stay consistent here, Cracked.
It really isn't, but it is at the same time. It's consistently the same astonishingly strong performance on the attacking side from both teams. Aspect had their way with the wounding when it came to their attacking half. Then New Dawn refreshed, reset, and then they started cracking some skulls of their own. That one there from the top was absolutely beautiful. Not Mr. Kevin doing his best job of playing not biggest defender, and also some great revival of utility success from that out of Slaughter, which we spoke about pre-game. We said it was something that was maybe slightly missing from the earlier half of the game, but when it came down to their attacking side, those grenades cooked. And then, like you said, once it got to the tightest part of the match where we were fully tied, it was just down to who turned up on the day. I mean, you spoke about it before pre-game. You said, who is actually going to get onto the pitch and make their name known? And what it ended up being was this man here. The man, the myth, and the upcoming star and legend in himself. This is disgusting. You just can't beat that kind of deletion. And it's 3, it's 4, and that round, Blue, that was just like kicking the boat off the shores as they sailed off into the sunset. That final round was cruise control. Because honestly, I mean, if you aren't up in the stands right now as an Aspect fan, cheering for Tizzy, 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 then I think you're sleeping, honestly. Because that second to last round, I mean, that's the difference, right? We talked about millimeters. That round goes the other way. And Aspect have to get both at the next 2 rounds to push it out of another overtime. That one round, all the difference.
And Tizzy, I mean, definitely just crushed New Dawn, I think, in that last round. And that might have, as you said, been like the lethal blow, because going into that defensive side, the confidence, the comms, I'm sure they were so excited over there on the Aspect side. I mean, how could you not? Tizzy, I mean, the first 2 kills for that to have worked where the first defender was over peaking, and then the second one goes basically into the fire. And then Nuki again, like Nuki was going crazy the whole game. But sometimes you overstep your hand, Cracked. And as you said, the up-and-coming Tizzy just slam dunked the rest of the members. And sometimes it's okay to frag out, Crack, but you gotta also temper your aggression at times. 2 of your members died in a 4v1. You gotta respect the other guy on the other side. I mean, he's obviously got some talent, obviously got some fragging, and just overstepping the respect, I would say. Because 2 people died in that round, correct? To over peaking. The first one that then led to the double kill, And then Nuki taking that position over in the locker room and peeking. And Pug tried his best, but Tizzy just was too strong in that situation. And I really think that was the round, I agree with you, that won the game. Because that second half when they went into OT, it felt like it was over.
Kill number 3 out of that 4-piece. I mean, the second he whip snapped onto the member K1 lobby and first bullet ripped the head off of the opposing member holding that door frame. It was like, that's good night. I'm sorry, for me, the second he hit that third one, I had no worry whatsoever in the challenge inside the lobby, just purely off the confidence bomb. You hit that third shot, and that was a sick shot to hit. Like, fair enough. You ride off of that, and it goes and challenges, and I mean, you've got to feel pressure. You've got to talk about this one, actually, as well, because the handling of pressure from both teams is actually really good inside of the standard time, the regulation time gameplay. But the second we got into overtime, it felt like New Dawn had maybe felt a level of pressure they'd not had or been tested under before. And this is a very natural progression for a team that's been up and coming and been a lot stronger recently, is to see them go through levels of success and then hit a wall at some point, or to be pushed past an endurance level where a team does start to adjust to how they play and gets back up on a level with them. Fair play to New Dawn. They did a good job of putting themselves in a position to steal Aspect's map off of them, but Aspect not only weather the flip-flop of an 8-8, but they also weather a 1 versus 4 that closes them out going into New Dawn's map. So I think Aspect's confidence as a whole has got to be in the best place it's been all tournament. And I think New Dawn's definitely going to be asking themselves some new questions that maybe not asked in a couple of matches.
And that's what it came down to, a game of inches where and the same way that you mentioned Aspect's mental to persevere through 7-1 to 7-1, how about New Dawn being down where you could make one mistake in that half, Cracked? One. You get one chance, and they only lost the last round. Like, literally down to the wire for these teams. And that's where it's a game of inches. And, going into this next map, I mean, Skybridge should be very cheeky for them. I believe New Dawn's going to be attacking, and New Dawn really have to stamp their name on this map and somewhat take a lot of the momentum away. And when I say take momentum away, I mean they got to slam a few rounds down very quickly, or I think Aspect is just going to run away with this one. Because, again, I know it's New Dawn's map, but the fragging and the momentum right now, it's like, again, it's the dial's barely this way, but Aspect's feeling it. I think, especially with Tizzy's win, or Tizzy's clutch, that's such a boon to your mental ferocity in this situation,
It speaks to one effect for a lot of teams coming into this tournament. I know it's been a vast time since we've seen the NA scene play from the last event to this one, but it definitely speaks to the progression for the teams. I mean, they've taken time in between to improve drastically, so much to the point that the execution on an attacking favored map is as strong as a 7-1 performance both ways. That speaks volumes to how much prep's gone into that side of the attacking section and to how much work the teams have put into it. So, I mean, we can only, and I genuinely mean this from an EU perspective, like I tip my hat to that level of gameplay, regardless of how quick or slowly it's executed. I know a couple of people from time to time will make the grumble, oh, we're holding angles, it's very slow paced, it can be a little bit sleeper energy when you feel things are going a bit slow, but when these games get to those kind of levels of pacing, it's because everything's on the line. The pressure's that high that nobody wants to make that mistake. And what we've seen proven true is that if you do jump the gun, those micro errors, they're bits that are making the difference between a win or a loss in a game. So I respect both teams for how they're playing it so far. I think the pacing has been exceptional. I think when it's needed to be quick, teams have played quick. I think when it's needed to be slow, teams have done a really good job of trying to hold discipline. But the difference for me for New Dawn was in overtime, that discipline of holding, like you said, not over peaking into 2, into 3 people. That 1 round's worth of and little flares of extensions from that round in bits and bursts were maybe the difference between it being over the line in regulation time even, let alone it just going to an overtime where it was a close fight. For me, I'm interested in your question you put out there. You said you've got to see New Dawn come out of the gate, put 3, 4, 5, good rounds behind them, really put it to them. Can they look to that after such a strong like 7-1, 7-1? Like, is that even going to be an advantage? Because I'm really like, I have all the blessed respect for your knowledge in this one, but I find myself sitting on the other half of the bench on this one, where I'm like, I don't believe any scoreline going into the half now is safe. You hit a 7
No,
and
it's
1 and you
not.
flip flop. Do you get where I'm coming from with that? Like, because what we're pitching is you need to go 8-0.
I mean, I think Skybridge is one of those maps where New Dawn, if Slaughter goes crazy with the utility cracked, that could be the difference, because I feel like this map is where the utility is oppressive. Like, good utility, you cut off headshot, you cut off Filbo, it's over. Like, you have two smokes on the defensive side. All of a sudden, a nade is going onto the planter from spawn that you can't see because you smoked it off. So, I think that's where I'm kind of honing in, what could be a big difference maker, is the way the smokes and the utility are used on this map. Because we didn't really see nearly as much. I mean, I guess we did see some utility usage, particularly on A side. We did see a lot of smoking off that headshot box. So I think the utility, though, on Skybridge is extremely powerful. So if New Dawn can come in with some good utility and Slaughter's doing this 34% of kills with nades, it could really break, I think, Aspect's defensive line. But, I do agree that it's like, what is the secret sauce? I don't know. I don't know if Hot would know himself, and he makes the sauce.
He literally is the founder of the sauce. Exactly. He literally made the sauce. I'm interested in this one, actually, because you said smoking off headshot. I mean, I'm not one for cutting off Filbo. I mean, otherwise, then none of us would get random free keys to Dragon Wilds and RuneScape and stuff like that. As a little in-joke for the folks at home to enjoy. But less of a side and more to the actual facts behind it. I mean what I say. I'm not a big fan of cutting Filbo off. One, because he's hilarious when he's on one. But two, that position of Filbo through the right-hand side of the smoke from the defending side and vice versa is actually a good angle to fight. The way that the TARP adjustment's been placed in from Elevator now, a lot of people like fighting that deep angle from the right-hand side once Rat is cleared. But I like to smoke off towards headshot and leave that gap open down to Filbo so that there is a direct focus of the aggression, rather than just pushing full into a full smoke and not really knowing where to put your guns and point your guns at. It also allows for some more like playmaking, can we nade here, that kind of stuff. So something I'm quite keen on personally as a whole. It's a good laugh for me. But I like the idea of both-sided smokes, E-box and headshot, and then pushing onto that A site as well. I agree with you. I think that is one of the more commonly well-executed plays into Skybridge. What I'm most interested to see from this one is B-side attacking strategies. We've not seen any B-directive plays. We had one plant on the B site last time in Skybridge last weekend, and it was because the gameplay went that way, rather than it necessarily being an intentional play. So very interested to see what's going to be going on into that one. I mean, I'm really excited for this one, Blue. I don't know about you, but there's a lot of thoughts going through my head for this, because we've talked about the players. We've seen how they match up. We know who's cooking and who's like working off of each other today, so we know how that looks like. This is an execution versus map versus maybe kit choice to some extent, where this is going to be more down to decided. So I mean, I don't expect any marksman on this. I don't expect anything crazy like that coming out here. I think we're probably going to sit on these comfortable kits. Those AK-12s with the 7M40, like you mentioned, really good. Just really good right now.
Good at mid, close, far, doesn't really matter, because that 7N40, folks, if you're not too familiar with Tarkov, a lot of these different ammo calibers, as well as ammo within that caliber, have different perks, different benefits. 7N40 is going to be a heavy, beautiful ammo. If I'm not mistaken, it's like 15%. Let me pull up my chart. It's minus 10% recoil and up 50% accuracy, meaning your MOA, how accurate your bullets are at 100 meters or further while you're spraying, is so tight. It's such a good spread, and the gun has no recoil. So you combine that with high pen, with high damage, 55 flesh, 42 penetration for that ammo. I mean, it just rips. It's so good. And Enforcer has fallen into this disfashioned place where now these weapons that have 45 bullets of deadly ammo just thrive. We see the MCX always been good, but now that 7N40 cracked, I mean, it's deadly. But then you got Nuki with this with this MAIAP, which is what, 58 penetration and like 70 flash or something crazy. I mean, it will eat you alive. 53 flesh, 58 penetration is ridiculous.
53-58 is it's one of those bullets that it has that like what we used to favor AP 300 blackout for.
Right.
It's that
right.
melt margin. There's like a mark where you want a flesh damage and a pen level of above, and if your ammo you choose is above the marker for both, it's melt. It's in the melt zone. It's just one of those. It just 2 to 3 bullets. TTK of less than 0.6, 0.7 ish, maybe 0.725, give or take, depending on the gun you're firing. But fire rate wise, it's like it's less than a second. And this, when we talk about Tarkov and its TTK being one of the most crucial factors of where the meta is right now, the weapon like the SKS, its playstyle fits into that meta too. It's about that one tap, right? The SKS's first bullet accuracy, and then like you said, without that recoil, it's every bullet accuracy. So if you can put crosshair on heads, there's no TTK. It is literally, you're dead. Goodbye.
And we see that with nuclear. I mean, a lot of the times you hear pop, 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 and they're dead. Pop, 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 pop. You know, it's crazy to see. But now, New Dawn coming in very quickly in this A. Going to be seeing VIP already being pushed by Aiden. And Nuclear, as we mentioned, the MAIP, but actually on the B player, this is a very common position, that B connector. There's usually someone sticking their head out, and Nuki says, put your head back, Tom. Picks up the first rag of the game, and a great start so far for New Dawn, as they're on their map pick.
Interesting one from Apollo, sorry there, Blue, is that he's stuck on that B site. Nuki's actually completely rotated away from Heaven after that pick and is coming towards A, grenade towards VIP, and then KFC, as both are avoided. Looks out on the defensive side to match that of E-Box. Device planted, the Slaughter is just about to get off site. Europe picks up Kevin as a casualty in the wayside.
Even scoreline, bomb is planted, time is ticking here. Aspect gonna have to make a move. Europe picks up Slaughter. Oh, and he doesn't get the jump kill, and Pug manages to trade both.
It doesn't matter.
That was disgusting from Pug. Did Pug just kill all 4 of them?
It doesn't matter, no. The kills went down, but Pug stuck the bomb. The 4 kills went through the other way. It was 2 aside either side. Everybody basically left alive, bar Pug and Nuclear that was stood on site, or Pug and Kevin. Sorry, I think it was Nug and Kevin. I'm getting names mixed up now. This is so crazy. So, yes.
Who even defused? I don't even know who defused, Cracked.
So IFP, I believe, defused the bomb, but I'm not even gonna. Okay, Aspect win the round. New Dawn kill everybody, but only after the split second that the bomb defusal has come through. And round 1 is already cinema again. I need help. Someone send help. This is, I can't.
We've cracked in the wrong way.
Who's dying first to Nuclear? Do you want to take bets on it?
I mean, Apollo's in a really great position, except for Nuki holding him with the right hand, pretty much staring at his train. You know, Apollo's sitting in that B3 position in the blue train, but it's very, very scary stuff. Bomb's going to be planted. You know, we see that Filbo side smoke actually being utilized. I'm not sure if headshot side was smoked. So you see that E-box headshot side not being... Ooh.
Big flanks open now. Apollo finds that kill onto Nuclear. We were kind of joking about. He almost must have heard us in the casting booth, Blue, because he's not interested in any of that noise.
He's not playing around, indeed. Shots ringing out back and forth. Kills being exchanged. Stripes in the kill feed. Mr. Kevin puts one more, but Tizzy takes one back, and 2v1 now for the Aspect team. Devices planted. Tizzy... He's already deactivating, and he doesn't hear because he was shooting. Cracked, he stopped his own sound profile. Oh, man. That is so tough. Mr. Kevin, in his pre-fire, stops his own soundscape from picking up the beginning of the bomb defusal, letting Tizzy sneak that bomb.
Okay, right. So,
oh.
This is twice now. This is twice now that Aspect have just got on and defused. I get that New Dawn are doing a great job of getting the bomb on site and getting that device down and planted, but you've got to have people up to stop the retake. Aspect are just playing life sensibility. They're not giving up too many members before that device goes down. Early you told towards Sandwich is going to cover off. Not Mr. Kevin, a duel back and forth, only trades health. Tizzy and Guy Aiden both ripped pretty low.
Balance for both sides. We see that attacking smoke coming out, going down towards that Filbo side. Kevin hears someone right on top of him. IFP getting hyper aggressive and still kills him even though he knows it was there and picks up 2. Sneaks back to site. Bomb is down in that KFC position and Pug. Oh, disgusting kill onto Tizzy. Still in a really bad spot here though, Crack. 3v4 and Bomb's down in a really bad spot. KFC is really tough to retake.
I do find it interesting that the first 2 rounds, Aspect played New Dawn at a similar form of fashion to their own pace by just playing slowly and then retaking at good speed. And then this time around, they change the pace up, get aggressive, they push out. It does work in their favor to begin with, but the second that they've got those first 2 kills, New Dawn play their own game again and slow it down, and we're instantly back at a 3 and 3.
And a beautiful read by Europe to swing at that time, kill the bomb planner. Now the bomb planner down, the bomb being down on bench side or close to bench in a really awkward position. He's going to hear Pug pick it up, but I don't think they have time to rotate all the way around, so they're going to have to force the plan here.
Pug's going to look for this every day of the week. Tom's going to find the one behind him from Gaia and peek over the smoke. Pug now getting a little bit swifty with it. It's going to find 1, 2. Pug for the third,
No way,
jump.
no
Europe,
way, and he
no way. The
panic jumps!
magazine.
He panic jumps! What is that, Cracked?
Time's out though. Aspect's going to win the round because the clock's gone. It should have been possible. Europe survives with just over a quarter of his health after running a full 45 rounder that doesn't kill his adversary. Neither member managing to kill each other, but it's time to Aspect that wins the round again. Blue, how many rounds are we going to have where the entirety of the gameplay is snuffed out by somebody doing something just daft? Time runs out. Bomb defused under the nose. Bomb defused after audio plays against the favor of the team that's planted the bomb. Help.
And what's crazy, Crack, this Pug, I believe, killed not 1, but 2 there and almost picked up Europe. And Europe, with the panic jump, whiffs the mag. Pug tries to rotate away, but, you know, in some level, he almost needed to go crazy and chase him down with 5 seconds left. And that MCX would have reloaded 100 times faster than the AK-12 in that situation. So, I mean, pure chaos, though, Crack. Like, how would you know that Europe's going to run out of ammo and whiff because he jumps? I mean, for all of those things to align is crazy. And yet Aspect up 3-0 on this, and Apollo gets caught lacking, pushing down lane 3. Nuki's not having it, though, after losing that last trade with Apollo a few rounds ago.
And he knows that he's normally had 2 people sent over that direction, so he respects lane 1 before lane 1 checks, leaves, goes up to help on the A site. Nuclear is able to safe rotate 2 now without any knowledge from Aspect of where he's going to be coming from. So also finds 1 on site. Tizzy trades 1 back. Bug picks up 1 to respond with as well. Flat stripes in the kill feed 3 times over. So we see both teams knocking members down one after the other, and it's only going to be Europe left alive for Aspect to try and fight this one out. Europe on the sidewalk from Panther finds 1, but it's Pug closing it out. New Dawn put 1 on the board.
Wow. Great round coming out, and a massively needed round. You know, you're a map pick, you're attacking first, you're down 3, and 2 of them, like you pointed out, like the defusals went down without truly being contesting, especially the first round of the game with that sneaky defuse from IFP. And this is a nice little relief, but again, we see Aspect leading the charge. And Skybridge at times can definitely be defensive-sided, but it's also one of those maps that with enough use of utility, good timing, and good rotations, the attacking side can really abuse the defensive line of sights with those smokes and nades and just get the bomb down sometimes for free. Tom, though, takes out Nuki in a massive opening pick in this 5th round of the game.
That's big, actually. The captain takes it upon his own behalf to go down towards that B site and to do something about the issue that has been Nuclear just causing hassle the first part of every round so far. That's a big play, actually, out of Obastom, and some good confidence for Aspect that might just help derail any form of a comeback from this good start that New Dawn had any ideas of. Tizzy playing Statue Simulator for a second, just holding on to this util for the right time. Please just let go of mouse 1. I'm dying here, Blue. Thank you. 2, 1, perfect.
Wow. He tanks it somehow. Aspect in a pretty decent position for this retake, but Kevin evens up the scoreline, and Apollo almost certainly going to die to Pug. I mean, yeah, Pug's in such an awkward position To predict that, folks, is so difficult because he's just in such a random spot, such an off angle, and that's really that high-level Tarkov play that's going to catch your opponent lacking. You're not taking the same fight, but focusing in here, 25 seconds on this retake. They're going to be trying to play each other's cross. 2 members left, and great post-plant positioning. 3 different angles that you have to watch, and all 3 players funnel to the same spot. Being held again, 3 different angles there, and that cross crack is just... It's unbeatable if you play it right.
It's definitely rough. I mean, you're talking about numbers again, though. This is something that we said to New Dawn in the first couple of rounds. Need to keep numbers up after that bomb gets planted down on site. They've done a much better job of doing that for the next 2 rounds, and they've won the next 2 rounds. It's very, very common, basic logic. You just have to figure out how the law of averages works, and numbers in your favor tends to roll in your favor as well. Early picks, you can't always guarantee it goes that easily, right? I know we talk from the commentary booth like it's easy, but I'm driving an automatic. I get to sit in the sides and just watch the gameplay envelop in front of me. Speaking of enveloping, VIP's exit is now completely consumed by smoke.
I think you're in a Tesla and it's driving itself.
Yep.
There's no worry. And we're like, look at these guys driving around in this weird way. That being said, 1 member down on Aspect, and New Dawn back-to-back rounds. Again, IFP doing a great job. It gets caught. Wally's unproning by Guy Aiden. That's a really big pick. I like this player who's on top of A site, but right now the bomb just taking his time. We're seeing through the eyes of Slaughter and Tom trying to be sneaky. Slaughter is aware that something's going on, but the timing is incredibly bad. He should be able to kill... Tom should be able to catch them completely off guard.
Drives down. Tom does catch one. You've hit.
Oh,
ready for
no!
second, but it's Slaughter that wins it on site. I was about to compliment a secondary as he looked like he was ready to take that, but it goes the opposite way. 2 versus 3. Damage done on the flank, but there's no responsive pressure on the death. Now Apollo finds one on the edge of the smoke. Kaeden in one of those really awkward positions we spoke of, and Pug from the staircase.
Oh.
Europe picks up Slaughter. There's going to be extra damage on the back lines. And Aspect's now in a good position.
Yeah, they know Aiden's there. Aiden playing that elevator position, and the cheeky peeky from Europe to Reed. He knew he was there. The timing. I mean, this is such a game of inches here. The way that those micro outplays. Tom with the timing sneaks behind, manages to pick up not Mr. Kevin, but Slaughter takes a wide angle. Tom expecting him to be running away, catches him lacking, shots back and forth. Europe again, last kill to close out that round. Such a cheeky kill, and to come back in that 2v3 was massive for Aspect. I mean, the momentum, New Dawn, if they got that, it's a whole different game. Now 4-2, Aspect again, steadily in the lead, up 2 rounds here, Cracked, and pretty convincing, retakes coming out of them. Really great job so far on the defensive side.
And Europe, again, 7-4, off to another good start. Smoke out of a VIP. 10-2 on Pug from New Dawn is crazy, by the way, to say that they've only had 2 rounds with a success. Slow and steady wins the race is the pace for round number 7. Smokes out towards site as Tizzy push up bench is in the best position to play an ambush towards that push on site. IFP's giving audio cues inside a sandwich as well to swing for Tizzy. 2, there we go. Tizzy's going for the 3rd. He gets the 3rd. Tizzy's just an absolute menace, and the teamwork from Aspect enables it so well.
One member remaining. Nuki. Gonna really have to go nuclear blast, radiation physicist, physics in this. Nope.
Nope.
Sorry.
Tizzy wants another 4 pieces instead, apparently. Okay.
Nope.
Wow.
No splitting atoms this time, buddy. 1 round remaining in Aspect. I mean, Cracked. I think the way this is looking, it's been somewhat attacker-sided. Aspect's stolen some rounds with those diffuses, I think. So I'm thinking if New Dawn doesn't get this 3rd round, I don't know if they're going to be able to recreate the success from the last map. I don't know. It's a game of inches right now, and AP's just barely edging out round after round that I don't think they really should be taking.
It's crazy.
You know, the advantage lies on the New Dawn side. First 2 rounds,
they didn't manage to successfully stop the plant, and they had members alive both times it was defused, and things like that could be the difference between winning and losing. And they're on their last life. You know, this is the last map they could serve. They can lose. There's no more chances after this. Aiden managed to sneak away. Pug playing with his teammate. Tom loses the fight. IFP does manage to trade out Pug. Tizzy, though, got his back. Apollo from the back again with the super flank, I believe Apollo's on.
Yes, sir. Huge flank position. And it comes through Gold Dust as well. One of the places, excuse me, that we'd like to think the momentum is going to swing one way or the other. This is the last obvious round of the first half. This would be a good one for New Dawn to try and bolster the defenses with a little bit. But like you've said, attacking side favored on Skybridge is something that's slipped in favor a little bit. Just with the changes to the scenery in the map, it definitely balances it out a lot more. I do expect teams to trade more rounds, I guess, per half in this one, but still, we talk 5 and 3, 6 and 2, good place to be. IFP finds one big swing out of KFC, finishes off that last round of the first half, and it's going to be Tizzy finishing Slaughter off. 6-2 Aspect take their defending side with advantage from the previous map. They're in the best place they possibly could be.
They're feeling good. They're feeling really good right now. I mean, 6-2 up, and look, I don't want to get ahead of myself and say that they're not going to repeat the success of the last game, but you know, Cracked, I feel like that was like a heavily attacker-sided map. Here, I feel like it might also be a drop attacker-sided. I mean, we saw how many times New Dawn was able to get the bomb down, and they just couldn't hold the post plant, you know, and obviously that's part of the game in this attack mode, in this blast gang mode, but nevertheless, you gotta hold the post plant. If you get the bomb down, that's like 9/10 of the formula for winning. Very aggressive defense coming out of New Dawn here. Pug in that wrap position. IFP gonna be spotting him. The aggression coming out of Pug to keep peeking this, I mean, very risky. You know, you're playing with players, friends, that are going to take your head off if you keep peeking the same angle. And it's not a difficult headshot placement. I mean, his head pops up in the same spot every time. Tom punishing Pug for his aggression. Big opening kill. Aiden using the defensive smoke right now, but he's going to be smoked up by the attackers. And as it's... Okay, he's going to be rotating back. Almost bad timing for him, but smart enough to get off. Shots ringing out back and forth.
Noise over the site actually causes Slaughter to move forward for the rotation as well. B site now fully abandoned. Device planted on site. And everybody from New Dawn is here. We're going to see a similar effect to what we saw for Aspect, where getting onto site and defusing is as simple as getting onto site and planting is. Smokes, the counter defuse will go out. The IP cut off. Pressure to elevator by Guy Aiden put through. 2 sets with the squad stack up. A 3-man push is looking to work its way to E-Box. Tizzy gets one. Kevin! With a 3-piece! Apollo's got one back, though. This is not as free and done for as they'd hoped it was. Guys, Aiden manages to cover one off from the hole. Gets off the defuse, though, with 10 seconds left on the clock. Kevin now has to stick it and hold for Apollo. Apollo finds the kill from the angle, and that's going to squeeze the round out. Aspect do better than their adversaries managed to on their first attacking round.
Aiden blasting his Apollo's body. Damn you, Apollo! Damn you! I felt like that was like the Scooby-Doo villain getting caught. I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you dang kids and that dog, too. And right there, Apollo, you dirty, dirty dog, you. Oh, man, that was beautiful. I love that right there, Cracked. Another stolen round, and beautifully done by them.
I had no response. I'm not going to lie to you. I had nothing. I had nothing. You got me on my toes on that one. Fair play. Fair play. This is great. These games have been so good so far. Guy Aiden's going to go up for an aggressive smoke onto VIP early this time around. New Dawn looking to play a much more forward pressured hold on site. The B site duel's going to go down again. This time Slaughter is facing off against Apollo. Nuclear being brought the other half of the map for this side. Safety sandwich. No kills or much damage traded. Pug's had a little bit of a tickle, now down to half health.
That's bringing out back and forth players, dropping here and there, but Apollo trying to play his life, manages to wiggle away. Slaughter. Oh my, he tries his damnedest. He tries, but no cigar there. That was a great try by Apollo. The sneak away, doesn't manage to connect. IFP pushing on the site, knows one's there.
The in-game commentator is cracking me up today as well. As both teams slow down a little bit. He's like, time is running out. It's so good. He's on the point today. Oh, Europe's on point as well. That one's full on side down. Aiden takes the ball. Kevin and Nuclear still jostling back and front side of red. Almost team kill comes through as IFP dashes across the front of Europe to get the bomb down. Nearly ends up going down. Kevin gets it with the wall bang. Kevin! 6 Nuclear! Okay.
That is a disgusting, disgusting kill from Mr. Kevin. We've seen some crazy wall bangs today. And again, the AK-12 proving its worth, slamming down opponents, good at the penetration through the terrain. That is crazy, crazy work coming from Mr. Kevin. And Nuki's right there holding the cross from the other side of U-turn. And not much you can do there. Again, well played from New Dawn, but is it enough? Good start. But 1-1 now in this half, and New Dawn going to have to do something a little crazy to continue this momentum.
Speaking of a little crazy, 2-man into VIP, aggressive push but creep walk. Europe finds one onto Pug. That's one of the VIP members. Pug kind of get a bit of a feel that there's one extra there as well, but walks away and leaves that now. Sandwich pressure. Oh, shots from just the left-hand side of Philbo there, just to try and keep that site access denied. Good patience from Guy Aiden does pay off in VIP. Inside, outside, both sides of this for Guy Aiden's going to get just short on the mag. IFP finds the headshot before it matters, but the two-man swing from Aspect to retake that space in VIP. Very crucial. Nuclear finds IFP on the exit. Trying to push towards site. 3 versus 3, but with the device on site planted and covered with smokes. Slaughter's going to find the jump shot. Nuclear kills Apollo. The bomb is planted, but it's just Tizzy left alive to defend it now. Nuki gets on site. Instant deactivation attempt. Tizzy walking through. Finds one. Finds 2. The third almost. Slaughter gets the final killing blow onto Tizzy to shut him down. And that's the first time we've seen Tizzy stopped in that clutch situation. New Dawn pull another one back. 7-4. There's a huge round out of Tizzy. An even bigger one from Slaughter as well. Gets the jumping headshot onto Overstorm over E-Box, and then the final kill to finish it off to defuse. Good work out of New Dawn.
And a big round. Again, back-to-back rounds where they're slowly pushing back, but you know, it's pushing back from the back foot. They got to continue the success. 4 rounds, 5 rounds to win, but 4 rounds just to survive here, Crackton. Without well Aspects have been playing, I mean, again, they won the first round of this half, so they still have some attacking prowess to prove. I like this aggression coming out of New Dawn, though. They're taking forward positioning. They're trying to get aggressive, but unfortunately, IFP takes out Pug again. And Pug, one of those players that's usually popping off, struggling to find his footing, I feel like, on this attacking or defending side.
Oh, Nuclear full blind for a second there as we see him running into the scenery, completely unawares of where he's going. Nobastom's going to pick up a grenade kill onto Guy Aiden as well to open up. That's the outside position of Rat taken out. Well, no VIP sneaking this time around for New Dawn. Both defensive smokes been used now as well, Blue, so when that smoke goes down on Sandwich with about 50 seconds left on the clock, Aspects are going to have nothing left to deny the space. Nuclear finds 1, Nuclear finds 2. Tizzy shuts him down, though.
Shots ringing out back and forth. They managed to get the bomb. Tizzy escapes here. Oh, Tizzy's going for the escape. Unfortunately, Tom pays the price, but Tizzy does get off. Is it going to be worth? Is the juice going to be worth the squeeze? To be determined. Tizzy still feeling pretty healthy though here, Cracked. Oh, and Apollo with the nice flickerino. Slaughter. Now, Mr. Kevin. Oh, man, the beautiful pre-fire from Tizzy. I mean, he took that fight flawlessly, and match point now, series point, and another life on the line, Cracked.
I don't know about another life on the line. I think this is it, done and dusted for New Dawn for this match. I think Aspect have well and truly grasped the concept of how to unlock this team. Nuclear is being denied the free fights as much as possible. He's getting one, he's getting two. He's still good for multiple kills per round, but notice that it's Nuclear that always finds his name on the death side at the bottom of the stack at the moment, thanks to some great re-swung content out of both Europe and Tizzy off of the bottom of that initial come to blows when the two teams hit face to face. Looking at the early opener for this one, 13th round on the board. We've got a good line of scrimmage spread across the back of the A site from New Dawn. They're still playing with the B site anchor though, and as Slaughter is static on that site, currently right now, he has a lot more space than he's aware of, Blue.
A lot more space indeed. What's he going to do with it though? So much pressure. I mean, you could see the new defensive lineup of New Dawn is completely different than the last few rounds. More back, 2 players on the headshot, one at Filbo, one going to be on that 90 box. Izzy taking a lot of damage. Tom hippity hoppity and no connecty.
Yeah, shots from every side in the back of sight. It just simply
Bomb's down though, Cracked. Bomb's down.
It is.
Oh, a little too aggressive there, you know, getting a little ahead of himself, but I think they're still in a great position here, Cracked.
5v4. Still leaves a good sell for this though. You're right, Tizzy. It's an absolute banger of a shot to level them out 4-4. More damage down, both Europe and Tizzy shrunk to half. Apollo picks up one onto Slaughter. 20 left on the clock though, Blue. We're running out of time.
Time is ticking, my friend, and it's not ticking in the right direction, and unfortunately, that's going to be the final tick of the clock. 9-4 on New Dawn's map pick, and Tizzy in Europe, 17-7 and 12-9. Tizzy Cracked 6 MVPs from the young lad, blasting his way to victory, leading his team, and as you said, the up-and-coming Tizzy is making a doozy out of this whole game. 2-0 on the day for Aspect, and unfortunately, New Dawn going to be packing their bags and sailing on home.
Yeah, Tizzy making him dizzy alongside that. Like you said, the backup support from 12-9 in Europe. Aspect clean up their best of 3 in a 2-match series, which the first was absolute cinema. The second is a lot more comfortable. Skybridge looked like a Tizzy kind of map, and with a 9-4 scoreline getting them over the line, and 6 MVPs, like you said, 17-7 is what sees Aspect home 2-0. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. If you've just tuned in, welcome. If you've been here watching the cinema, then I hope you've just nipped for some popcorn. Don't plan to go too much further away because we are not done. There is so much more still to be stacked up for all of these teams competing here for the first season at the NA Pinnacle Elimination Tournament. Blue, I think
Correct.
that's a little bit of a deflation, right? I feel like from New Dawn, that's a little bit of a, there was so much that went into Map 1's with the performance, trying to steal Aspect's map from them, that it just, that, you know, we were kind of spent going into Map 2. Honestly, it felt like Aspect, once they got the rails in check, they were set for home.
Full steam. Yeah, I mean, we talked about at the end of that game too, when again, Tizzy, the name we've been saying a lot today. That 1v4 on Fort really just gave the team confidence. And again, it's hard to put all the success of one team into one play, but I mean, I really do think that was a monumental shift of like, we got this, boys. We got this. And they carried it over into New Dawn's map pick. I mean, Skybridge is kind of like a gotcha for New Dawn, it seemed, where you're trying to catch Aspect on the back foot, but Aspect just played it so well, it didn't even matter. And they, again, New Dawn came in strong, Crack, but there were multiple rounds they let slip out of their hands. The first 2 rounds of attack, you get your bomb down, you're in a great position, you have members alive, and the defuse goes off. It's just unfortunate. And in a game of inches, I mean, Aspect just ran away with it.
I'm wondering if there's any chance that I can potentially get production to go with me on this one and bring the bracket up on screen for the folks at home. But if not, it's fine. We'll explain our way through it. But with regards to the bracket, the one thing the results of this match to clarify, just in case people haven't been able to jump onto the socials and check it out, is that is not an elimination game, folks. Just to clear that one up for anyone who may not be aware. This is the first time that either of these teams would have seen a loss. So for both Aspect and for New Dawn, this would have merely seen them drop down into the lower bracket. And with that wonderful schedule on screen, thanks to the great work in production, we can have a look at that now. So as you see, New Dawn and Aspect fighting off puts New Dawn down in that lower bracket grand final, where they will go up against the winner of our next match. Steez are going to be taking on Sicario. The winner of that will play New Dawn, and the winner of that will then go up against Aspect, who are, after their 2-0 victory in the best of 3, crowned our first grand finalists for the first season of Hunt Premier Pinnacle NA.
Wow. And, you know, see, I was so used to casting games where someone's going home. Great point to point that out. Thank you, production, for the new board. And you see, Aspect going to be our first grand finalist here in this tournament. New Dawn not too far off. And, you know, they got plenty of things to work on and plenty of games left here. But their next opponent is not going to be easy, whether it's Team Steez or Team Sicario. But before we get there, folks, we still have one more series on our hands here, correct?
Oh, boy. Oh, brother. Oh, boy. And it's going to be a big one. But we're going to talk about that one in a little bit. First, let's glaze over some highlights from Skybridge. Let's have a little bit of a look back at the chaos. You were right, Blue. It was Pug who killed all 4 people on that site in the first round. The mystery's been solved.
The mystery's been solved. But unfortunately, that blue number went up. You know, that's a tough round. That was a crazy kill on the Tizzy.
We love to see it. Good shots, honestly. This is nice. That, okay. Yeah, remember back to that, right, by the way.
He barely didn't kill him, too. I mean, he was just a jar of the flick being perfect. Really good stuff on the first 2 kills, almost. And, you know, you see things tighten up 3-2, but then Aspect, again, just go crazy and close out that. Wow. Tizzy just feeling himself playing an aim trainer over here.
I mean, the crosshair placement's disgusting as he transfers through. That's the thing that makes it so clean, is it's 1 to the 2nd to the 3rd, and the precision is what makes it impossible to do this in timing. That from Kevin was a little bit dirty. We see some disco dancing moves there as his blue suede shoes slam home a 3-piece. Guy Aiden now sat in VIP with good shots on that angle after he played patience. We sat on board with him at the time, but Tizzy just not quite close of another one of those clutches. But we want to talk about this. For the amount of clutches that he's converted versus the amount of clutches that he's failed today, I'm pretty sure Tizzy is on 3 4-pieces in a 1v4 situation, and he's failed 1 1v3. I mean, you want to call a going rate? That's pretty ridiculous right there. Like, that's champion level stats, is that?
Yeah, and just slams it home, big clutches, lots of frags, and again, New Dawn, thankfully, ate their magic mushroom from good old Super Mario Bros. Had an extra life there, but you know, they're not big anymore. They're down, they're shrunk a little bit, and their next 2 opponents, potential opponents, I should say, are no schlumps to say the least, Mr. Cracked. But before we get there, I think some stretching needs to be done.
Some stretching. Brother's like, I'm due snacks. And you know what? I'm down for snacks too. So, yeah, we're absolutely right. I believe that maybe 10 minutes is in order. I don't know. We're somewhere around that sort of fashion. But yeah, we're going to go for about a 7-minute break, folks, okay? What we want you to do is to take the time during the break to swing by the socials, check out that giveaway that is ongoing. Remember, the graphics card, courtesy of Aorus X Radeon AMD, that 9070 card sat right next to me here that we've shown you multiple times throughout the broadcast, and we will be showing you again a little bit later on. That's up for grabs. Multiple tickets that you get daily, refreshed. Get your hands on those prizes and those tickets to get entered into that giveaway for the chance. And thanks again to Radeon AMD X Aorus for that amazing gift to give to you folks. Don't go too far. 7 minutes. We'll be right back. ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second weekend of the first ever season of the NA Pinnacle Elimination Tournament. My name is Cracked Wisdom, here joined on the casting bench alongside the man, the myth, and the blue, ESQ, as trademarked by the beautiful man sat on my digital left. We are here thanks to the partnership of Hunt Premier Battlestate Games, brought alongside our beautiful sponsors in Aorus X AMD Radeon. And if you guys didn't catch a little bit before the break, then don't forget you can hit !Aorus in the chat if you would like to get your hands on one of these amazing graphics cards. It's up for grabs on the socials. Don't forget, tickets refresh daily, folks. You can get multiple entries to increase your chance at the prize. There's also some giveaway keys there for an unheard edition, a base edition, and an arena key up for grabs. Go get involved on the socials, and in the meanwhile, stick here, hang tight, and keep your eyes locked in for the next matchup, because we've got a best of 5 on our hands for you. Blue, let's introduce the teams for our final best of for the day.
Well, folks, as we tune into this wonderfully made screen, Steez going up against Sicario. On the lineup of Steez, going to be having Ghost of Customs, Steezy, Mr. J. Jones, Little Kev, who's had big performances, and Jess going up against who we saw earlier, Barb, Cruz, and Strix, Sleek, and Watchful. And right now, both these teams they're kind of cooking. You know, they're kind of cooking. The first game for Sicario earlier today, folks, if you didn't manage to catch it, was very, very close. But the second game, I mean, the NA Sicario, they went ballistic on Bay 5. And, you know, the flip side could be said for Team Steez. Steez 2-0 over Vanguard yesterday last Sunday. And unfortunately, not going to be seeing Vanguard anymore, but Steez takes them out 2-0. And, you know, a lot of these players had their great moments. Little Kev had a big performance. And again, I think, you know, my prediction before we get to the map picks, I think I had Sicario a little edge, and I think I give him like, you know, 1-2% edge in this, because right now Steezy and the boys are going crazy.
Yeah, it's a little scary. You look at some of the stats again. We talked about different bits and bobs from different players in each of the two teams. Steezy himself popping at 1.3 KD last weekend, and then the 20 kill participation per game is going to be the one to keep your eye on for this one. Steez are going to start off by taking us to ball. Remember, this is the best of 5, folks, so every map going to be featured here. Sicario will take us to Fort for their first map pick. After the ties have settled with a map pick apiece per team, we're going to go to Iceberg for Steez's second, Bay 5 for Sicario's second, and again we're going to find ourselves fated by the trains and the escalators on Skybridge for the decider. Who the map's favour at this point, we don't really know, nor do we hesitate to want to guess, do we, Blue? And the way the performances have happened from all the teams so far today, and the way I expect the cinema to ensue for our last best of 5 of the day, we're going to be here a little while.
Gonna be here a while indeed, and it's no shocker to me that the two map picks coming out of the Headhunters are Fort and Bay 5. Those two close, controlled, chaotic maps where Steezy going a little bit more with the timing we saw to them last weekend. Again, Iceberg was their opponent's pick. Vanguard picked that. Vanguard came out strong, but Steez answered very, very quickly, and Steezy and crew did a great job of handling this new map and its kind of awkward meta, because right now it doesn't seem that there's any particular play style that's favored. You know, we saw some A, saw some B, saw in the middle, saw around Spiral, and there was a lot of this back and forth cadence. But focusing in on the first map here, Cracked, Bowl being Steezy's first pick is going to be an interesting one, because we saw how close Bowl was earlier between Sicario and wow, I'm drawing a blank. But earlier today, Sicario had a great match on Bowl, and it was a game of inches, you know. There was so many close fights. And the same thing could be said for Team Steezy last weekend. Lots of great utility coming out of both teams, lots of timing, where I think Sicario has an edge. If they play like they did earlier and they have their crossfire setups and the way they play as a team, that's the only kind of differential I see, Crack, which is, again, a result of experience. This team's been around a while. They've been playing and scrimming nonstop for months and months and months on end. And, you know, again, when I think of like any edge in this map, it's just going to be that team cohesion that comes just with time.
Any edge is going to be necessary for Steez to be able to upset that, of which pace we expect Sicario to set them. Bear in mind the map pick goes in the way of Steez for the first. Sicario will have been given the side selection for that first map, and with the way that the games have played so far, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Sicario attacking side first selection from them on their opposing map picks, just so that they can try and take some of that pressure off of the defending side and give themselves a chance to put a foot forward first. We saw how impactful the attacking side was from our previous best of 3 there with Aspect, which is why I've got it still stuck in my head so much, as their 7 and 1 half flip-flop is something I'm not going to forget for a long while. It leaves me wondering, are we going to see a similar level of dominance on attacking side from these two teams going into this one? I mean, we know how Sicario are feeling, how they're playing today, given we've already seen them take a map so far. However, not for their adversaries. This is the first time that Steez have played for the day, for the weekend. We're going to get to see whether the caliber that they showed last weekend is able to be carried forwards. There was a lot of talk in the background of DMs between players afterwards, a lot of petty grudge matches, I guess, being thrown back and forth, people grumbling about certain comments about legitimacy of each other playing, and I think a lot of victories from last weekend's efforts from Steez was kind of lost in the myriad of nonsense in the background. So I think Steez are looking to try and come back this weekend and maybe put a little bit of that to one side and to just really play the game. And they're going to have to do a massive load of that if they're going to take down Sicario. You can't be forced to have your attentions dissuaded elsewhere, is where we're getting to on this one. You can't be distracted by the socials or the conversations happening on the wayside. You've really got to lock in to take down a demon like Sicario. So I think Steez has a really big task ahead of them. Do they have the caliber of players to pull it off? Yeah. Jez, exceptional. Steez himself, Steezy, very, very good player. I can see it. I can see it being doable, but
It's a big ask. It's a big ask, and Sicario choose to, since Sicario had the map pick, excuse me, it was not the map picker, they got to pick which side, and again, we see them picking attacking side on this map, feeling very comfortable on it. Strix back on this marksman SKS. Overall, seeing a lot of the same kits on both teams, seeing the 2 AK-12s on one team, Steezy and Ghost using the spear and the AK-12. Lots of positioning being taken on this B side. 2 players in tunnel. Sleek with the opening kill of the series on the Mr. J. Jones. Steezy gets taken out as well. B is getting slammed down right now. Little Kev getting in a fight with Strix, and you know how that goes. 3 members down here, crack. 4 members down. Sleek feeling himself. 2 kills right now, and bomb's going to get planted. Shots ring out, and that's going to be a flawless opening round coming out of Sicario NA.
flawless. It absolutely was. You are not wrong. I'm impressed Cruisen's alive. I'm going to be honest with you. He hung on with a fraction of health left after getting involved in 2 kills. He doesn't find the killing blow for either. But what's important is the majority of that attacking pressure that came through their direction gets dissuaded, and they deal with it as a team. First round on the board. Bold, definitely attacking side favoured from our evidence we've had so far this tournament. Most teams going positive on the attacking side. As I'm about to utter something though, Watchful is uttering curses with grenades. 1 down. Steezy, the big fragger from S3 in the bin for this one.
And a great start so far for Sicario. You'd think Steezy having some footage, you know, having some information just from earlier of how Sicario played, this would have maybe something in their toolbox, but Sicario just playing Sicario's game, don't really care what's known. Frags going out left, right, and center. Cruising going to be taking that A plat to Gen headshot kill on down on Jess. 3 members left. And again, Sicario take a very, very distinct lead in this round. Ghost catches 1 off guard, looking towards Gen, catches 2. And Cruisin makes a Ghost out of Ghost of Customs. Strix, nice kill, immediately trades out Cruisin, and they're more than likely to be hearing Mr. Jones rotating from B. Bomb's going to be getting planted, and this post plan is going to be very, very crucial. The player that's on side of site crack is not going to be able to get off, but he's got to cross with his buddy Strix. Doesn't matter, never mind.
Yeah, right hand versus right hand, site to curtain is a tough fight either way, especially on retake when there's cover from hop up. You have to swing that one quick to be able to get the pressure down before you get 2-man shot at from both sides in that crossfire. So Good play from Sicario, 2 attacking rounds in the bag. It's not been a poor performance from S3 so far. They've adjusted relatively well, just not had the right numbers to be able to close a round out yet.
You see Barb now. I believe Barb was playing, I don't know if he was playing Scout earlier, but that SR3M or SR9M doing really, really well for him. Is it SR3? I'm not getting confused. Too many guns these days.
That is an
Yeah,
SR3M, 100%. Yes, thank you, production, coming in the earphones to confirm that one for us there. It's
Too many guns. Too many guns.
They all look the same as well, being from the same family. But one can understand why we'd be confused for the similar caliber of bullet being fired from the weapons and look and aesthetic. I mean, the barrel and the VSS, short of that wooden stock, don't look too dissimilar either. Watchful's going to pick up one with the AK-12, 7M40 onto Lil Kev, as he's now no longer Lil Kev, he's just dead Kev. Looking for his best mate, his dead Jim, who doesn't seem to be turning up in the kill feed just yet. Both teams trying to fight for that perspective, but neither one putting an enemy down. There we go, there's Jim, otherwise known as Jez. Strix finding the kill. SKS comes through again, Barb's got one onto Jones. It feels like we're punctuating sentences with these kills rather than having them flow through on any form of rhythm. Strix and Steezy have got one apiece, as almost having an argument with the weapons comes to bear. Steez last down as Sleek finishes off what's left of his health bar. And Sicario claim a third. Looking like comfortable sailing so far, Blue.
3-0, almost another flawless round, and again, this is Steezy's map pick, and so far, Sicario. The close round, second round, that was pretty close, but the post plant was clean. Barb not really taking any chances. Him and Strix had that down, but last round, only Watchful going down, and Crack, I mean, right now it's an individual and a team thing, but only 4 kills over on the other side, so Steezy and the boys need to wake up very, very quickly.
I mean, the one thing that the Sicario lineup has done very well so far is keeping Steezy shut down and out of the action. Obviously, like you mentioned earlier, it's not easy to pick a direct player out from the kit that they're wearing, but if you see that name hit the kill feed, you know that one of the big fraggers from weekend number 1 is down and out of the way. There's some great util work again. We saw that cruising grenade earlier today. It takes out Jones and picks some. Strix finds, goes for Customs on the rotation. We've got 2 stuck in green right now that have been down from the pressure of Watchful. He's going to overbear that pressure and explode with an eruption as a push out pushes one of those members that came through green into the grave.
Disgusting kill from Watchful. Great 3 opening picks, and the opening pick every round has been for Sicario, and I believe 3 of the 4 cracked have been with nades. At least 2 of them, might have been 3, but great job so far from Sicario. Sleek just waiting for some info, understands that he's peeking into his scope. He's not risking it. The wiggle jiggle, trying to get a distraction from his teammate straight down. Kev.
And there's Sleek. Timing peak is perfect. Little beanie bomber hat, I think it is, that he's got on top of his head there, looking a little dorky as he peeks out to the right-hand side. What is he wearing? Is that a Neo Steel he's got on? Ew.
Hi.
Brother, ew.
Hey, it works.
It does.
It
It's
worked.
good protection on the marksman class, actually. It's a good choice. The aesthetic of it does not please me. I am not entertained, Blue.
Although he is on scout, so I don't know if he's got the bomber beam. He might be having the. I'm not
I think it's a
quite
Neo
sure what
Steel.
that is.
I think it's a helmet. I think it's a Neo Steel helmet, the black tier 3 one, but it just looks a bit goofy. He's rocking style. He's rocking his own fit. He's feeling the drift. Some people like colours and vibrance. Some people like the darker aesthetic. So we're going for the latter of the 2. Smokes early util, quick pressure in through the curtain. 1 down. Goes to Customs, good for 2 last time, but the util from Sleek takes him out before he can get the second. Jez for 2 on the back for S3. His side strength goes to that of the defending side. 4, 5 kills come through, but only 4 of them. Okay, hold up a minute. Let's just talk about Strix for a second, shall we? Okay.
Strix runs him down with the SKS. Only 8 shots remaining, though, and they know he's on site, but bomb's not in his hands. 3 members remaining, and you have this sniper isolated with a 3-way. Whoa!
One
Oh.
tap.
Oh, that was beautiful. Oh, my God. Little Kev, unfortunately, Strix peeks into Little Kev with them big shots, and that M80 goes right through Strix's brain. Tough.
That
I,
shot on Jess was disgusting, though.
Thank you. I'm glad you said it again because I was about to Mickey Mouse on that kind of nonsense. That was ridiculous. That was really cool. Okay, so that, ladies and gentlemen, is a perfect explanation of why the SKS is meta right now. If you want to see a good example as to what it does, just you lean once, you tap once, and somebody's head pops like a pumpkin. If you're a fan of the band Smashing Pumpkins, you'll have enjoyed that beautiful reference there. Here, as we see Slam Stomp go towards the A site with pressure from Sicario this time. They're not going as aggressive as previously. They're taking a slower approach. Great knowledge for the peak here as we are on board with Cruising, using that A-plat vaulted position to see deep into Generator. If you've ever died on Gen from a headshot and you can't see anybody towards the ambulance, you're wondering where from, it's probably this angle. Sight grenade doesn't find a kill, Blue.
No, the utility's been great coming out of Sicario, but smoke's now being used on both sides. C1 going towards Gen. We saw the player on the other side of Curtain smoking towards that headshot position, and no player's dead so far. The question is, you know, Sleek plays this Generator position the same way as Jess, so it should be interesting to see how he reads it. I mean, you see Sleek trying to play around this. Oh, look at the pixel peaks by Sleek. I mean, really, this is as tight as it gets, folks, and he will hit that shot. Very, very tough to fight someone who's only exposing, you know, such a minute pixel. Jess completely counters it, though, by not even peeking into it, just taking his time. Watchful spots one at headshot. Ghost picks up the first kill of the round, and that's going to be a big momentum boon for them.
Interesting that we're still testing off Headshot. That's going to be the big swing that Headshot was trying to cover off from Cruising. Been doing this all day, all night. Steezy does shut him down. That's a big kill out of Steezy. Jess decides to get one and get out. Steezy repeats. Watchful is ready for the repeat and deletes a Steezy slightly loose on timing.
This is actually really, really good, though, for
Look at the
Sicario.
clock,
They're going to
Blue.
get the bomb down. Watchful's read of that player pushing from headshot on Steezy was so good. I mean, that created so much space. Jess was forced to back off. Now, the only problem is the player, Barb, who's on site, is going to have a player coming from behind him towards that. Oh, my goodness. Watchful and Barb with the back-to-back cheeky kills. Watchful showing how gosh darn good he is at aim. And, oh, man, and Barb again with that disgusting pixel peak we had just discussed. You see just the drop of his head and you're dead. And just like that, Sicario robbed this round from the Steezy crew.
I'm okay. I'm enthused. I am enthused. But I'm actually impressed that we've had a quiet Watchful today so far. I don't think that's happening anymore. Watchful just woke up. That second kill was absolutely delightful to see. S3 are doing well across the board. It's just Mr. J. Jones that's really struggling to get into this one, Blue. I think from Steezer's perspective, they really need to try and embody this teammate, try and help him and enable him a little bit more to get into the game. 0 and 5 is a rough place to be right now.
It is tough. Jess finally answers back with some utility of his own. We've seen mostly Sicario nades being successful, so that's a big, big pick. And on to Cruisin'. Cruisin', funny enough, only 4 kills in this game, as, you know, last game he had 20 and the one before that 19 or vice versa, but it just shows how strong the rest of the team is. I mean, Cruisin' doesn't even need to lead for them to be winning. 5 rounds to 1 on Steezy's map pick, and very, very convincingly. We see these lineups from Sleek. And I think, you know, from what I could tell, Crack, Sleek really has some bloodlust today. He really wants to make sure that whatever happened last week is scrubbed from the scoreboards, forgotten in history, and they move on to this lower bracket grand final. Right now, the semifinals in the lower bracket looking pretty good so far for Team Sicario.
Smoke's starting to go out towards the positions required for pushing onto the site. We see one down towards Generator is sent deep as Jez pushes up onto Gen. The grenade goes with it to follow. The lethal not coming out just yet. Still 5 members alive. Steve's in a good place to hold this off. Gills are going to come through quickly. Plaid stripes in the kill feed, but it's Coast of Customs that gets himself 2. 3. Dancing, dipping, ducking, diving. He manages to get out with the magazine out of the gun as well. Sleek somehow does not catch him on the escape. Sleek is going to slam Mr. Jones, though, struggling on a dirty one. Customs is out again. He's back on site. There's no time left on the clock. All that they have to do is not die. Sleek's going to push for one. Customs goes down. He should not be able to get the second one. And just on the time of the clock, Lil Kev is going to survive and stand strong. I don't know what it is that has infused so many of these players to peak when it's down to the wire on the time. But, man, he just manages to stand his ground.
And barely stands his ground. Cracked. I don't know if you caught it, but he had the headshot concussed icon.
Yep.
Sleek shot him in the head. That is way too close when you're down 4 rounds, Cracked. I do not like that play. And it's Sleek we're talking about, you know?
It's so much
You have to respect him.
That's what I'm saying. It's so much confidence, but it's like, where do we go from confidence to overconfidence? I mean, we're not making these decisions, you know what I mean? We're not sat in that pressure having to make the choice, but brother, it's tense.
Yeah, and you got to treat everyone as if they're as good as you, if not better. Mr. Jones takes out one, but cruising there to take out both. Beautiful Flickerino takes out, and then he gets the bomb down. Jess takes out the wrong player. Watchful doing a great job so far. Headshot. Oof. Nice. Gen headshot finally drops down. Sleek takes him out. Bomb's going to be planted. Little Kev going to be in that position to start pincering with Mr. J. Jones. Mr. J. Jones making a lot of noise, though. They're more than likely going to have audio that he's already behind. Now he's slowing it down. If you're not moving fast like these guys are doing, folks, you don't really make much, if any, audio. But Sleek on that disgusting peak. Oh, my. He's so darn good at these pixel peaks, Cracked. I mean, you see him and Barb. You see a drop of their head. Hold on. Sleek loves the generator. Oh, and Mr. Jones!
Yep, he broke the donut. He broke the donut, and he's broken the curse. Jones with a 3-piece. This round, the one to motivate himself back into the game and the one to bring Steez just that little bit closer to the scoreline. It's 5-3 to end the half. But Mr. J. Jones, he broke the donut. And I'm always a fan of breaking the curse, Blue. The round you get that one kill that gets you off the mark, that's when it just all starts to feel normal again. You suddenly, you realize that what you actually were fighting the whole game so far has only been your own mental. As soon as you get out of the hole, that's it. Oh, it's time to cook. Now Steez looks like a team that might be able to do something, but at 5-3, is it too little, too late, Blue? I don't know. Attacking side favored, maybe.
Well, attacking side somewhat, but you know, Crack, the last 2 rounds that Team Steezy took, they squeaked by. I mean, Mr. J. Jones had the perception of Sleek loves generator. You know, like any player that's paying attention, you see where players like to go, like to gravitate. He knows Sleek is playing that gen side on both sides and just does a great prediction. But again, he clutches it out. And the round before that, they almost lost again to Sleek. So very, very, very close. I don't know if I would say it's necessarily attacker sided as much as Sicario sided on that side. Steezy takes up Sleek. Big opening kill.
Yeah, I didn't want to jump. I was just going to kick off straight away. It is. There we go. Watchful for the grenade onto Jez. Customs. Well, it's the ghost of Watchful pass. He goes down. Little Kev takes out Strix. Cruising takes out Ghost. Cruising takes out Kev. Cruising. How many times are we saying this man's name back to back? It is a phenomenal performance again out of Cruising to kick it off with Sicario and keep the numbers close. Shots through the smoke as Jones and Barb are going to trade off bullets, but it's only Barb that's finding any damage down, rarely necessary. It's easy.
Now we see the hyper aggression coming out of both these Sicario players. Cruising still healthy. Barb really hurt. Trying to take that 1v1, and he takes out Barb, and Cruising gonna die while healing. I don't know if he didn't heal him, but Mr. J. Jones, back-to-back clutches, robbing victories out of his opponent's hands.
There's no way Cruising's caught Cruising. There's no way. Man's caught with his hands in his pockets. What more are you meant to do? He's already killed 3 people. And fair play is fair. It's just unfortunate timing, and it's a good push timing from Mr. J. Jones. He'll have had the audio cue to know that he's got a chance to have the 1v1, but fighting that 1 versus headshot is... It feels rough. I mean, what call do you make, Blue? That's even rougher call to make. That's a tough one in the situation. Do you let your teammate die on site with his hands in his pockets and not peek headshot? Do you try and chow to save him? Nobody can, I guess, be hating on Barb for trying to help the teammate on site. You can only forgive for trying to play for the team. That flash towards Jen's really good timing. Sleek forced to turn around and run away to try and avoid the majority of it. Back and forth. Jez with a nade onto Slade. Timing again. Watchful gets one on Curtin. Jez and Steezy are passed into Generator. Though Strix is good for 2.
Shots ringing out back and forth. Little Kev manages to take one out, but we got a 3-2 lead now on these team of Sicario. Steezy keep robbing rounds that they are on the back foot in. Can they continue that pattern? 3 rounds, 4 rounds in a row. Watchful takes out Mr. J. Jones. Watchful had enough of Mr. J. Jones clutching. That's a big kill. They know Little Kev's going to be pushing up here. Is this RSAS going to have enough power? He does see Barb. Barb gets caught lacking. Doesn't actually hear him. Mr. Kev is actually in a great position to win this round. Strix. Oh, that is way too close. Sicario finally get around that they're ahead in, but man, what is going on, Cracked? I don't know how these rounds get so down to the wire when they shouldn't.
It always leaves me asking myself is what perspective do we put ourselves in where we feel that they shouldn't? Have Sicario played that well, you know, that they've given us that impression that we feel like they should? You are right, it's felt like it was solidarity and security in the first half from Sicario, but as we saw in the previous best of 3, these games are not decided in the tale of one half. Oh, shots out towards Ambulance, early pre-fire, a very widespread line of scrimmage from Steez. S3 actually looking to hold one back towards the 90 elbow, try and pick off an aggressive rotation from B. That's left in the hands of Mr. J. Jones, who's now down to the compass. Steezy picks a good one onto Watchful.
Oh, and a beautiful nade onto Sleek. He sees Strix get onto sight. I don't know if they know about Cruisin still pushed up. Cruisin takes out 1, takes out 2, manages to get through Curtain and has control of bomb. This could be huge. Unfortunately, Barb goes down. Cruisin in the 1v5 takes out 2 of them now. The 1v3, the 1v2, Mr. J. Jones goes down, and I think they're going to play the smart money and go towards B. Takes the fight with Cruisin, and Steezy manages to ego swing, take him out. Takes a big risk fighting Cruisin, but maybe that's what it took. Maybe it took standing up to Goliath and just swinging at him with your slingshot, and it worked. 5-6 now. And Steezy and boys doing a great job of keeping this game very, very hyper-competitive. Maybe it is attacker-sided here for the boys, Cracked. Who knows?
One thing I've got to say is and it's being proven as well, Cruisin has been good for 3 kills the last 3 rounds. Who won the rounds?
Right. You know, I do understand using the marksman on this, as I'm about to say a comment about it. Barb says, quiet, Blue. Hold my MAIAP.
I think you need a little bit
I was
more
just
coffee.
about to say, Crack, that I think, you know, I really prefer Barb on an automatic weapon, but you can do so much damage. But we saw that, you know, in that first half, how many times those pixel kills where he just instantly kills you with that SR3M, it's just, you know.
It's hard. It's so hard to be able to counteract like, you can't argue with 2-tap potential. What you can't argue with is a headshot like that either. Okay. That's how you counter the A-plat position we were talking about earlier on from Mr. J. Jones. Is going to pick up Barbaric. The smoke over Curtin is going to hold Cruisin at bay for the time being as he looks towards an aggressive push through, but decides better of it on the smoke. Mr. J. Jones is now apparently playing his own cameo. Cruisin there for 2. Where's the 3rd? This could be the round that Sicario do change things, as we do see that Cruisin has actually managed to pick himself up soon. That's the 3 kills that we normally see from him every round, but which teammate's still alive this time? And there's the 3rd! Blue, we don't even need to call me a prophet. I'm merely just talking about previous experience at this point.
Cruisin. I mean, with just a little bit of help, like you said, what's that, 3-4 rounds in a row of a 3K by Cruisin. This time closes it out. He's just, when he's given the space to do what he does, it's scary how good he is with this AK-12. And 45 rounds of deadly ammo, Cracked. I mean, he really, truly can fight through 2-3 people back to back. without a problem. And he's been doing it so consistently. 7-2 now for Sicario. Going to be hearing that B push. Barb just holds it down, doesn't move, takes out both. Barb not moving like a bulwark, sitting in that 90 position. The cheeky peeky little Kev tries to take him down, and Barbaric with these kills, slaughters his opponents. One member left. Captain Steezy himself, cracked in the 1v3, bombed down in a horrible spot for him to try and retake. Does spot good old Mr. Strix, but Mr. Strix says no tricks for you, puts him down, and that's match point in map number 1.
Yeah, looking like
Steezy's map, by the way.
Yeah, looking like they're trying to finish business here, Sicario, on the opposing team's map pick. I think this is, Blue, what you would consider a good performance from a team that is trying to show that they are a stronger team than their adversary, regardless of map pick choice here. I think Sicario looking to try and re-establish a little bit of that strength that they've been so well known for previously in the NA scene. I mean, we talked a little bit today, like Sicario, for the first time ever, are not riding the top of the scene because they have been pushed to extremes. But to consider that they are not favored in this match would be also just as crazy, I think.
Yeah, and you know, I don't like to highlight or point out what Cruising taken out by Little Kev, massive kill. Steezy loves this angle from up top here, but Strix just as crazy takes him out. Look at the angle from Strix on top of the headshot box. Kills Ghost of Customs and Curtains. Holy cannoli, what a peek. Sleek takes out one, and things are crumbling. Mr. J. Jones barely alive. Little Kev takes out one, but will that be enough here, Cracked, for them to survive with how darn well Strix and Sleek and Barb are playing in this game? You got 3 monsters still alive, not a lot of space. Bomb on that A side. Mr. Jones refusing to heal, just feeling like an absolute bad man, real bad man. But is it enough to take out Sicario?
I mean, is it enough is the right question right now. Sicario
Oh
will
my!
have one more player left to deal with before it's done and dusted with. It's Jones versus 3, and it's never gonna come true with dreams like that. Barb there, ready to prey on the awaiting final member of Steez for the killing blow that takes them over the line. 9-5 on ball. Sicario start out the best of 5 versus Steez with a lead.
And it's on Steezy's map pick, and it was close, but again, Cracked, if I would say how many rounds they should have taken, Sicario was ahead in most of the rounds in this match. Steezy and the boys took back some of those rounds, but they were on the back foot, and you can't play from the back foot every round and be expected to clutch it out. We saw this earlier today, and oh man, look at this team. 15, 14, 13, 12, and 9. All cylinders firing. All 5 brain cells going at the same time. I mean, on the same stroke, Steezy 99888 as we close out this game. First map going over to Sicario in this best of 5.
Look what I've got. It's a new GPU, except it's not for me. But it could be for one of you lucky winners in the chat. Or maybe one of you lucky guys at home that's watching this in the VOD because you took the time after watching the VOD to go through to the socials and to go and grab yourself a shed load of tickets. And I mean a shed load of tickets. Not just one, not just 2, but a shed load of tickets. That's right. We're not just giving you tickets for one day. We're not giving you tickets for a couple of days. We're giving you tickets every day. That's right. You heard me right. Every day. You can claim up to 9 different ways worth of tickets per day. So if you're feeling it, then go grab yourself a little baggie and go fill it up with a hell of a load of tickets. This all courtesy and thanks to the partnership from AMD Radeon XA Aorus and Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games, courtesy of the Pinnacle Season 1 tournament for the NA region. They have been jumping in to help us out with a multitude of things, starting with this and they're going to be here to support us for the rest of the season, all the way through to the end of the year. If you're interested in checking out any Gigabyte products, anything that's linked to Aorus X Radeon AMD, then check out the Linktree link, which will be posted in the chat, or you can find all of that information through the socials as well. The partnership was announced on Twitter, and everybody's been jumping on and showing some appreciation for that, which we are grateful for. Alongside of that page, there will be an announcement for this giveaway, which will close in about 29 days and something hours time. So if you want to get your hands on one of these brand new 9070 graphics cards, courtesy of Aorus X AMD Radeon, you need to get yourself in that giveaway. If you fancy checking out any of the products, just looking at maybe getting yourself an upgrade to your setup, that Linktree link will take you to all of the Google stores, the Amazon stores. Courtesy of Gigabyte, we can look at maybe a monitor or a laptop potentially to upgrade your performance in the future. I am courtesy of Gigabyte from one of our previous tournaments, a proud owner of one of those monitors, and I cannot speak enough for its quality. It is outstanding. And also received a quick look at that laptop, which we'll be talking some more about in the future as well, which also looks pretty suave. So if you're interested in checking something new out, then maybe check out the links in the chat and use the commands !bracket for the pages for the tournament, !socials, and !Aorus for everything about the giveaway.
Speaking of highlights, about to see some pretty awesome frags across the board. And one thing I really want to highlight, folks, is if you watch these pixel peaks coming out of Team Sicario from, it seems like all the members are just crazy. The amount of times you just see like a pixel of an opponent and you're dead. I mean, it happened time and time again. A great example of the first person POV of Sleek doing that cheeky peeky while crouched leany. Oof. Disgusting. Strix almost ended up winning that. Unfortunately, does get taken out. And here's where things kind of come back for Team Steezy here, Crack, but wasn't quite enough to muster through the rest of the game.
I was hoping we were going to get to jump on board with that last one from Watchful again, because that was another one that was disgusting to watch. There's some really good kills so far today from multiple teams across the best of series. We've had 2 best of 3s now. This best of 5, well, I mean, it didn't start off easy for Sicario. They put pressure on earlier, the 3-4-1 situation. 5 and 2, things started changing tempo and pace a little bit. It slowed down, and it started getting a little bit dicey, but when it started to get to the nitty-gritty of, are we going to make it over the line? Are we going to have a close game? That was when Steve's kind of let it slip a little bit. And it's down to work from cruising, honestly. It's the first time I've come away from a game in a long while, looking at a scoreline, seeing somebody having 15 kills and going, wow, did he only have 15?
I mean, it's crazy to think about, but 20, then 19, then 15 on the day. He's just so darn consistent. Wow, we get to see his POV, kills both of them, not ready for him to be cheeky, and kills the last player there. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to clutch it out. Steezy gets aggressive, but just not going to be enough. We see this is very close at this point, 6-5, but Sleek slams that kill home, and that kind of continues as the theme, cruising. Barb going crazy. Look at Barb just stand his ground right there. Crack, that's confidence. He just knew he was going to slam them down with the MAI if they walked into it. Just overall, individually and as a team, Sicario just went ballistic here. I mean, the peaks, the positioning, the crossfire, they had the lead the whole time. Things did get close, but once they had the lead, they never let it go, Cracked, they closed it out on, again, Steezy's map pick. And I don't think it's going to get any easier as we go into, I believe, Fort next.
Looking forward to causing chaos. You're absolutely right. I'm just at the point where I'm thinking, where do we see that change? Okay, where is the elevation from the Steez team to be able to get this next one over the line? Because that's what they've got to look forward to now. I mean, the best of 5 series does 2 things for you. It does allow you a reprieve of one map. I say reprieve with light hesitation, as there isn't really any letting off steam or giving away maps for free in Tarkov. Very much like It's Time to Kill, this game is very fast-paced, and if you give your opportunity to your opponent for a chance to snowball, momentum carries very well in this as well. So I mean, it's Sicario, and this is the first time I'm delighted to be able to fall back into a similar level of familiarity in the casting booth where I say I expect Sicario to be dominant on their map pick. That was Steve's map pick, and it went the way of Sicario. They need 2 golden tickets to be on series point this time around, and what better way to do it to steal your opponent's map pick, go to yours, and then potentially give yourself a 2-map buffer to close the game out. I mean, you get to 2-0, you have 3 games to win 1. I like them odds, personally.
It's good odds. It's good odds. And, you know, folks, Cracked and I keep highlighting that it's Steezy's map pick because these map picks, I mean, as you've seen in any competitive FPS in this tac shooter genre, it's very, very crucial to win the maps you pick because there's certain play styles, certain ways of approaching maps that give you an edge that lets you win. By losing Bowl, which Sicario was playing earlier today well and played again well today in this second series today, now we're going to that more chaotic CQB map, which Fort is obviously a favored CQB chaotic map. I mean, there's a lot of large expanses here, Crack, but it's a map that thrives on chaos and individual prowess and frags. And right now, Sicario individually and as a team just have a big edge in, I would say, both departments, individual and as a team. But that being said, Jeff looking to get active. Doesn't manage to kill Mr. Watchful. 2 players already down. Steezy playing spoiler, kills 1. Oh my, what a reaction from Sleek to kill him. If he would have went for the spray transfer, oh.
Go on, you quickly before the bomb goes. In fact, no, not anymore. Bomb's down. Okay, so we're going to pause because there's a gunfire going off again. We're not going to get to talk about the round in the beginning. There's some really, really key points. Hold that thought, Blue, because the guns are going off. Jay Jones picks up Watchful on the right-hand side. Sleek takes out Kev as betrayed inside of lobby. Goes the other way, actually, towards Colt, the late rotation, is the man that gets picked. Jay Jones has space to make this work. 25 on the clock, but this is a really tight angle to walk into the cross from. All Cruisin has to do is hold his ground, which he does, and that's going to be the end of the round. Cruisin good for 2 to start off on Fort. Sicario good for the first round on the scoreboard. It's Sleek, actually, that picks up 2, not Cruisin. Am I cooked?
No, you're just used to saying cruisin'.
Yes, you're right.
Sleek.
Yeah, true.
So before you lose your train of thought, finish about the beginning of the round.
So, do you know what? Blue knows me too well, chat. Back and forth, but kills traded off was interesting because it was a 3 versus 5 strong position as Sicario sent everybody there, and there was 2 members of S3 out of position. Jeffs was in a spot in useless to make a big play, which he's going for again, actually, so I'm glad we talked about it. This is huge. If he gets his first 3 picks, the round changes. So Cruisin is more than aware of the danger. Good. Sleek for 1 as well as Steezy goes down. 2 early picks.
And we did see how attacker favored, this map was earlier with Aspect. Ooh. Ghost of Customs managed to take out Strix, and now we have an even scoreline, but the bomb should be getting planted. Ghost, ooh, Mr. J. Jones from behind with that big rotation. Mr. J. Jones good for 2, and Ghost of Customs covers him, and that's going to be a big round coming out. Mr. J. Jones. Time and time again, we've been saying his name in this series so far because he's been the clutch master. He's been the spoiler. You know, my word of the day is definitely spoiler. He's been the spoiler of multiple rounds for Sicario, and right here catches them lacking. The quick rotate. Probably pushed up through mid. I didn't quite see his routing, but probably pushed up mid, took space behind them, and kills 3. And now an even scoreline when, you know, the bomb was a second or 2 from being planted.
Kev coming through on the Colt rotation. Quick was good. This time playing Palace. More strength from Sicario's. Pressure on the site. Cruising swings for the first. 90 goes to Customs. Going to be the big point of contention. Sleek finds the angle from inside of K2. K3 gets a great shot off to remove him out there. Now, Sicario's attacking team will start to wrap. Push out a big box. Yes, the last member holding the site down is under assault. Watchful finds him. Full site access and bomb being planted. Sicario not a single member down are in a great spot.
Yeah. And, you know, you get around and then bam. The timing of bam couldn't have been any better, but bam. Like, you're in a 1v5, little Kev, got a big scope, but isn't enough. Sleek plays, gives info, Cruisin peaks, Cruisin. I mean, Cruisin has definitely been on
fire today. But Sleek, 5 kills, leading the team, cruising 4. And it's really just, it's going to come down to Steezy picking up a few more rounds than we saw earlier in that aspect series against New Dawn. Because, you know, we saw the back and forth 7-1 attacking side into 7-1 attacking side. I think Steezy, if they can just pick up a few rounds, this map traditionally is very attacker-sided. So they'd be feeling really good, but they got to put themselves in a position to win. They can't keep taking rounds that Sicario's ahead and away from them. They need to take forward positioning good. I mean, he's good for 1, but unfortunately Strix takes him out. Cruisin getting hyper-aggressive on the site. Bombs getting planted, goes to Customs. Not going to be able to wall bang him. Jess takes out Sleek, evens out the scoreline, but Cruisin's barely alive, but he's still kicking. 3 players left, 40 seconds to defuse it, correct?
Steve's worried about bedroom as Bob. Rattling a few shots out from that SR3M. Trying to find his adversary. Bob does manage to whip in time. Goes to Customs, picks up Strix, but Bob defends from Steezy. Ghost trapped in dark now with Barb on the hunt. Cruising inside a mini. Device planted and 25 seconds left to defuse. This is a tough one for Steve. The left hand Ghost into Barb. It's a really, really rough fight. Barb is going to pick that one up. No surprise there, honestly. Would have been an insane shot to pull that off. 1 versus 2. Jess has good position for it. Cruising's going to finish it off, though.
Now Barb takes the MVP for the round, and just, I feel like this team is just on all steam, full steam ahead, rather. I mean, choo-choo! The Sicario bus has left the building, and it's on its way to the next city, and it's not stopping. Approaching almost bullet train status. I mean, this is, again, Cracked, you know, I want to give everyone a fair shot, but, I mean, individually right now, and as a team, this team, they're all popping off at separate times. Steezy and the boys, we saw how good they were last weekend, and Sicario is kind of negating that X factor that they have.
It's interesting that the 4-man push round cannons actually leaves one up in the dark and sees Sicario pretty much into the spawn of S3 out of the round gate. 5, 1 down, trades out, Watchful and Sleek, Cruising, going in. Jones, Strix also won a piece for themselves with the stripes and the kill feed filling so quickly. Keeping up with them is going to be hard to contend with. It's Kevin Steezy left last alive versus Cruising, Barb and Strix.
Yeah, no Mr. Jones, X Factor, the clutch man himself, not alive. Little Kev goes by. Oh my. And Barb just playing his life so well. It's a big ask here, Crack.
It's an impossible ask, and I'm going to be honest with you. After Barb hit the man in mid, it looked like he'd been out of the film Wanted, if you've ever seen it. The man ripped those bullets round that corner like he'd been bending them like Beckham. That was crazy.
Yep, and picks up his second MVP back-to-back rounds, and, you know, Captain Barb doing a great job leading his team. But, I mean, correct, you go from round to round, and you could change the name, but unfortunately for Steezy, it's a Sicaria player. 1 round, it's Watchful, then it's Cruising, then it's Sleek, then it's Barb, then it's Strix. Strix, funny enough, using that SOST Enforcer kit, switching things up a little bit, and it seems to be working so well for them. That 1 round that Mr. Jones had that great flank in, let's see if they can recreate that kind of pressure again. Steezy, opening pick, great news. Steezy, 2 picks, Sleek and Barb down, massive, but Strix with the double kill nade from downtown.
You were so right, and then you weren't so right because Utility just immediately denied you the grace. Watchful for 1 is good. The wings out of Steezy as he slips and slides his way into the lobby without dying to Cruising. He's going to leave space open for Jones to swing. Strix has the cover of Cruising, though. That is big. How are they watching that? That's actually sick game sense from Strix to be watching over the shoulder of Watchful. They're not leaving anything now to doubt. Where they were allowing for maybe a little bit of overconfidence from before, from just being known as being the top tier of the gameplay in the NA, that Sicario would just win ones, right? Win ego fights, win challenges just straight up head-to-heads because they were that dominant. Now they're just not risking it, which is actually seeing them more successful, safer, and that's the way to go.
Whew, deep breath going to be needed, and, you know, we saw the pacing earlier today, Crack. 7-1 was the score line, and Sicario not too far off. I know this seems to be an attacker-sided map,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
man, individually, though, Crack, they're popping off.
It's how can you ask yourself to convince yourself that 7-1 is still like, okay, cool, the game's over now. I just don't think it is today.
No, it's not. That being said, though, Mr. J. Jones, we saw the round that they won. This is exactly what he did. Push from behind, took space. I wonder if the player in mid's going to have any idea. J. Jones moving up quick. 1, 2, 3, down go the Pixels. Barb with that last kill. Mr. Jones, he might be able to sneak in from the audience. Nope, Sleek calls him. Barb, another MVP for Barb, and another flawless round for this team in this series.
There's been maybe 2 rounds that are on the tipping scales that I've always got a keen eye on. 4-1. Always a scoreline that if you see the team that's on the lower side of the scoreline at that point start to put a couple together, that's when a game starts to spice up. 6-1, 6-2 is another one. So, I mean, we've seen 7-1 halves go both ways previously. Am I convinced that that's going to happen twice in a row today? It absolutely should not, given the percentages and the law of averages. But I mean, this is the FA Cup of Arena, baby. Anything can happen. Strix and Cruising taking one apiece early on is not something we'll be surprised to see. The jump across the Watchful. This is left free firing into the abyss. Was Watchful, watches him fall down in front of him. Shots from Jones.
2 members remain. Is it enough? I mean, Mr. Joe. Bye. Bye, Felicia. Ghost of Customs looking to make. Nope. Can you guys at least let me finish my point? I mean, rude. 7-1 coming out of Sicario. And Mr. Jones and Ghost, 5-5 kills, but cracked. Are we going to see a repeat of the Aspect New Dawn 7-1-7-1? You know what? I'm not going to guess. You're right. I'm not going to guess. Anything's possible any given Saturday. Who knows?
Here's an interesting one for you, though, Blue. And whilst we take a moment to muse over the topic in the game, we'll just take a moment to make sure all of our players are properly connected to the game. So bear with us, chat. We'll be right back into the action very shortly. Barb has changed from that marksman to an SR3M. And he's doing really well with it. I'm not saying that the marksman is definitely not optimal, because it is super strong. But I don't know whether I prefer Barb on the scout or the marksman, honestly. It's an interesting one. It's a really, really interesting argument in my head, because both he's very strong with.
The one thing that gives you the advantage with the automatic weaponry is the ability to use pixel peaks and movement a little bit more. Not that you can't use it with that SKS, but you see how, ooh, Cruising gets taken out by Little Kev. You see how when Barb was taking that good 1v2 on, when we were on our last map on Bull, and he kills both by basically standing still. Barb's a movement player that's, you know, trying to take pixel peaks, so to see, like, the inability to really abuse the movement and the wiggle meta. I mean, in the wiggle world, Watchful's wiggling his way to victory. 3 people flop. Ghost managed to take out one, but Sleek immediately trades him out. And now Steezy gonna have to be the spoiler himself, and he takes out one. Sleek goes to Sleepy. Oh, Steezy, good for 2, and Watchful puts down some pressure, but Ken Strix, wow, he's really hurt here, Cracked, but Strix being super sneaky. I think Strix can get an LOS of him before he reacts.
The problem they have right now is the bomber's down.
Oh, the timing.
Yeah, exactly. This is Strix's.
Oh!
Yeah. That's okay. So the angle out into 90 from headshot. That's why Strix is waiting. He's not pushed for pressure to get there, because so long as he has his scope up the entire time he creeps walks down short, he has line of sight across the bomb. You literally nailed it. It couldn't have been more difficult had it have been laid out there. That's crazy.
And the timing, I mean, if he hadn't, Steezy hasn't rotated off the box, Strix was just about to peek. And the jiggle, I mean, sure, you would jiggle and know he's there, but there's still a good risk with Strix being on the other side that if he catches you off guard, you're probably going to die. Now, match point of the second map here, Cracked, and 8-1. They've already broken the curse from earlier.
They have broken the curse from earlier.
Wow.
Watchful. He's just breaking pace records. 3 from the round. He gets shut down after 3. But again, you talk about enough, right? We say how much more does somebody have to get? Sometimes when you get 1 or 2 kills, you should pull back and hold your place. But I think 3 is enough, right? We would agree comfortably 3 is enough.
I mean, he's feeling himself. These guys are asserting dominance. That kind of aggression, cracked back-to-back opening rounds of your defensive side to pick up 3 in the same aggressive manner. Cruzen takes that one. Jess now has to clutch. Beautiful, beautiful 995 kills. Did he just get wall banged?
Yep.
Cruzen just wall banged him to close out this map 9-1. I mean, what? I don't have anything to say, Cracked. You know what? 9-1, let it speak for itself. Yeah, sure, it's their map pick, but wow. I mean, just wow.
I mean, we like to party. It definitely felt towards the end. Like, there you go, you got it. It felt towards the end that Sicario were taking it in turns to have the moments of styling on people. I mean, Watchful, he wanted to double down 2 rounds in a row with 3-piece either side at the end, but good scoreline from all players. You get 12 and 6 from Watchful, 11 and 3 on Cruzen, and 10 and 3 on Strix. See Sicario, home map number 2, 9 to 1 on 4. This is why we game. Big shout out
This
again
is
to
why we're hot.
ARS. That's it. X AMD Radeon there for providing us with those wonderful bits of graphics to help us explain why we're here, what we're doing, and who we've partnered up with to do it. Again, a shout out to Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games coming together with ARS X AMD Radeon to help us get involved with that amazing giveaway that's going on. Folks, it's live. It's been released today. That's right. If you were here with us on the broadcast, then you were here when we launched that giveaway. You get your first chance at getting your hands on some of those tickets. Make sure you are getting involved in that so you have a chance to get your hands on a 9070 graphics card thanks to AMD Radeon XAORS. Folks, it's time for Iceberg. It is 2 maps down, and I'm going to be honest with you, Blue. I'm found wondering whether we went into map 2 or not. That one went that quickly.
That was brutal. That was brutal. Bull, tough loss. Sicario led a lot of the rounds. Good play, though. This one, 9-1. Watchful on that defensive side. The second half just eliminates 3. I mean, Crack, the dude doesn't even reload. He just pushes in and kept shooting until he died. I mean, and gets 3. He's good for 3 both times. And for some reason, Sicario, Cruzen tends to frag at 3. Now Watchful, who's next? The letter of 3s. But that being said, I mean, I'm trying to summon my cracked sauced wisdom, but I don't see a path out of here. I mean, even if you take maybe a map on Iceberg, Cracked, again, I keep saying the same thing over and over because I don't know what else to say. The individual play from all these players, supreme. This team play, supreme. The clutch factor, supreme. The angle, supreme. I mean, it's tough to beat right now. It just truly is. It's a little bit of being outclassed.
Yeah, we're going to get a quick nosy at the highlights again. I say a quick nosy because this is going to be a quick set of highlights. It's going to be a job well done from the Sicario mindset. Early openers saw us hop on board with a couple of Steve's members that, I mean, you'd think these were like side episodes to the main quest as they popped in here and there, and maybe 1 or 2 of them was, kind of a real highlight play, but it was all Sicario, all the way through. You got Bending Bullets Barb here that was doing absolutely abusive things out of Dark and Secret. You got mini shots, you got this there. Exactly. Tell him. Say it again for me, brother.
Ew! Stop it!
Exactly. Just disgusting all round.
Oh, that beautiful nade to pick up, too. I mean, Cracked, look, remove the names, right? Forget it's Sicario, forget we know any of these people. All I see is red player. What the hell did we just see? What the hell is even that?
Yep.
What did we just see?
Yep. Wait for it, because it's going to happen again in a sec. That's the pixel that we were talking about. And here's the next 3-piece. All 1, 2. And a 3. nearly gets a fourth. He gets double swung from the inside, which is the other reason he goes down, but it's just disgusting. I want to say one
Ew.
thing. Ew is right. Yeah, thank you. You say it again. Say it again. Emphasize it one more. Is right, brother. That is disgusting. I will say, I'm a little scared, okay? Because if Sicario follow through with a performance like that or better next map, Steez are going to go out of the tournament with us all going, Steez who? And the only thing I think more shocking than that, or I guess yikes than that when it hits the headlines, is the fact that the Epic Fails squad that have been doing a relatively good job up until now also lost to that Steez Who squad as well. So I guess Easy Who as well, that was an epic fail of their own. There's comedy all the way down the departures list when it comes to leaving the tournament. But Sicario have still got one more game to do it to put it over the line. Steez, however, they're in the thick of it. Right now, they are tucked down in the middle of the suicide plays, just scrambling for any form of cover in scenery. They need to find something in Iceberg here to stabilize as they are at death's door for the Pinnacle tournament. If this is the L that Steez take, then it's going to be the L all the way out of the tournament and sending Sicario on to fight for their way back at redemption. I mean, let's look at the flip side, and this seems crazy, but if Steez had been in this position, we would be saying goodbye to Sicario out of the lower bracket.
Right.
And when you look at it that way, it doesn't seem that crazy at all, does it?
No, it doesn't seem crazy. But, again, I think there's a lot of credit to be given to a lot of these players. But, again, this Sicario lineup, when it's all 5 of them correct, they're pretty crazy. And we see, how many times today have we seen Sleek pop off, get pixel kills on Bull time and time again? You got to give credit where credit's due. And when it's with them all 5 together firing on all cylinders, we see why. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they're pretty much undefeated since their formation. Like, they take win after win after win. They end up at the top pretty consistent like their EU brethren, but I'm pretty sure this team, since its formation, is like number 1 or number 2 in everything, if not only number 1.
Yeah. The only reason that we've been questioning that recently is because of the performances in this tournament. That is the only real... okay, we'll tell a lie. The real story is they dropped a map back once in a while, a long time ago, to a team, and then they went into the finals with Redacted Society, where they dropped a first map in the best of to Redacted Society, and it wasn't just a close map, it was a good map from Redacted Society. It was a strong map. Then we get into this tournament and they find themselves in the lower bracket after the first weekend instead of in the upper bracket, which is where I think a lot of us had expected them to swing back to. It doesn't surprise me that they are putting an authoritative performance out over Steez after they survived the pressure. We did talk about it, though. They had their first match earlier on today in a best of 3 where they really were under pressure for the first time. Like, that could have been goodbye. This is the same here, Blue. Sicario are on the survival streak now, yeah? As one of the people that could have been knocked out of the tournament early, they're having to fight their way up from the losers bracket. And I'll talk about a losers bracket from a different region that we remember from recently. ACS. There's a European Panda squad out there somewhere that quite enjoyed a bit of a revival from that lower bracket. Now, they didn't make it to that number 1 spot in retaining the championship from the grand final event, but they did make it a long way back. So maybe Sicario looking to that kind of trend to maybe find their way to sneaking back to the top of the title.
And really good comms from Tizzy, really good insight that Sicario, actually the team that sent Steezy to the lower bracket. And I forgot about this, correct? 9-0 on that map. I don't remember what map they played, but the first day, Sicario 9-0 over Steezy. So great point, Tizzy, that they put them to the lower bracket and now they may be sending them home. And that's tough to fight the same opponent who beat you twice. And now you're on the back foot. You're down 2 games. I know Iceberg, they played it well. They took it from Vanguard. That was a close game, but again, correct. Remove names. All I kept seeing was a red player, and the kills are super clean. These aren't sloppy kills. Crosshair placement, the peaks, the timing, truly, they're on the S tier level almost of what you would expect from a seasoned veteran Tarkov player. And all of these players played main game thousands and thousands of Valorous came over to Tarkov Arena. Now it's 2 years of them all grinding the heck out of this game since its launch, and you see it all paying off. You know, Steezy, again, they played so well, but today they're really not matching up against Sicario.
We did mention the same thing. We said, you know, Steez knocked out from the winner's bracket to the loser's bracket by Sicario. Are they going to be saying goodbye? Well, we don't have to wait any longer to find out. This is potentially the final game for Steez. If they don't find a victory here, Sicario will take the best of 5 in our final series of the day, 3-0. But we're going to go to Iceberg to find out.
Oh, and Little Kev trying to repeat last weekend's success. Big opening kill. Had a pretty quiet day from Little Kev so far. You know, before the game started, Little Kev had big kills last weekend. It's been pretty quiet. You know, some nice kills here and there, but Sleek with the left hand takes out Steezy. Knows one more player's there. Plays his life pretty well, delaying a lot of time. He's really hurt though here, Cracked. Still playing his life though. Strix covers him and takes out Little Kev. Oh! He sends Ghost of Customs back to that map. Oh!
Minute margins.
Oh!
Margins is all you need. Sleep in a tough spot, but a tough spot he is, Blue.
Ew!
I guess. Yeah, exactly. We carried off where we left off.
Ew!
The 4 pieces. Gross.
Nah. All right, Sleek, we're going to need to see Boss Files mid-game right now, buddy. Man, you could see the determination. Sleek, again, not able to play that last map last week where his team did go down in that upper bracket, push down the lower finals, and you could see, Cracked, he wants to win today. I mean, I don't know what else to say. That man is on fire.
It does just make you wonder why we keep charging him one after the other over and over again. Though.
Crazy.
You wonder how many times it would take for people to double swing him. Strix finds one early on. The nade through the top of the hole towards D2, D3 does not pick up a kill.
Nice time for a piece of cheese for Mr. Watchful. Just taking a lot of damage. Ooh.
Steez finds one. Sleek finds the response. Steez gets one back to double down for a 2K and then a 3K as cracking domes has become Steez's flavor of the day.
Yeah, great back-to-back-to-back kills. Creates so much space and Cruz is trying to stop. Oh no! Oh no! And not reloading earlier ends up costing them the round. I think if he kills them there, it's a whole different battle because Barb immediately after picks up a kill. That is tough, Crack. That's tough.
It's
But
about
around over to Steezy.
That's it. But when the time drops down like that, that's what happens. The slower that you take to execute, the more pressure you put on that execution and the entry. The one thing that Sicario's entry fraggers were doing a really good job of on Bowl was getting their bomb to site without it getting caught up in the chaos. Yes, they were trading members 2 for 3 for 4 for sometimes, back and forth kills, but the bomb was on site, planted unharmed, which has always kind of been the play. Now, again, aggressive, out comes the Steez squad. Little Kev, feeling like he's going to be wanting to reset himself. Big Kev offer a big play this round. Cruising says, Kev was down, Steez goes down as Cruising sliding out for a 2 piece.
These guys are so confident right now, Cracked. I mean, to just swing out and take space. They hear people on stage right now, but peeking through the bushes. Oh man, and Barb holding the head peek. That head glitch turned from an advantageous position to being held by Barb, just slices off the head of his opponent in 4v2 situation, 1-1. Watchful takes out Ghost, and now Little Kev with a big dream.
The big dream is right. That's the second for the round. The shots were good as well for the third, but unfortunately, talk about the DMRs. Personally prefer the SKS. A lot of people prefer the SKS at the moment for that exact reason. M80 does not go through and melt players anywhere near as consistently as that MAIAP does.
That's the issue. I mean, for me, Correct, you know, you see how powerful the MAIAP is. It's got a big round. The rounds are deadly.
it's hard to justify not using that for M80, even if you like the weapon a little bit better. I mean, the SKS just seems so good right now.
It's not just amazing at range either. It's good for the wall bangs, good for the pen, it's
Bang.
good for first bullet pickups, it's good for a headshot onto little Kev, it's
Bang.
good for cruising, feeling infused. Jez is going to take one back onto Strix though and shut him down. Faulty down. Jay Jones down as Barb picks up another one.
Watchful just putting on a show right now. Swinging back and forth and jumping and spraying, putting so much pressure. Jess doesn't even know what to hold with someone else on his right side. And Ghost of Customs, the last.
You're right about the dancing.
Oh.
Watchful's been dancing his mid lane as Barb takes a nice little hop, step, and a jump towards success. 3-1.
Wow.
Where do we go from here?
You took the words out of my mouth. I mean, 1-1 was super calm. Now Sicario pumping ahead. Oh, the engines are moving quickly. They're pumping. The juice is flowing. I don't know how Steezy comes back. Other than just individually cracked, we need to see more 1v1s won. A little bit more utility, more smokes, less trying to fight and peek into angles, because they have not won that peak game against Sicario in 2 maps now. You gotta try something different, because right now they're just being outgunned and outrun. Ghost takes out Watchful though, big opening kill. Steezy takes some damage, but he's aight.
There's only so much that you can go for, right? Those peaks, there's only so far you can get by just straight up challenging. You're absolutely right. Sometimes the macro gameplay has to be considered and brought to the table if you're not getting it around with the gun. Problem with Iceberg is this map very much exposes you to your weaknesses. If you don't respect CQB, you're in trouble. If you don't respect an aggressive flank, you're in trouble. If you don't respect the fact that it's a very lengthy horizontal map rather than vertical map, you can get flanked. If you just aggressively peek out into open angles that are held by the defending side, you get torn apart like a blade through Swiss cheese. As we just get to see on screen, Sicario, they lose one member, but they slice down the attacking squad with absolute smoothness on the A side.
Smooth, clean, effective. Oh, we saw him spawn in. Whoa. Hello there. 4-1 right now. Great opening, but just not able to close it out here, Cracked.
Interesting adjustment. Sicario read that there might be a play towards the B side and have 3 members stacked over that way. 4 actually, with an aggressive push towards middle as well. Weak side, A side's down as well. Sleek now, Sandpit, the only person who wants holding Watchful here this time though. He's quick. He's not good for more than one. He only gets one of the entry members. Bomb's still on site. Jez cuts off Cruising. Jones takes out Strix. Tell a lie. Barb comes back for 2, but that's all there is to speak of the back end of the round. It comes through with a final finishing blow along mid. 2-4, S3 pull one back. Only one for now, though. Need to see them starting to put a couple of these together to really threaten Sicario here.
Yeah. Need a few more of those, and definitely a good round, but down 4-2. You know, Cracked, I'm stammering a little bit because I'm really trying to think of what the solution is, and it's just, you know, I think we got to go back to basics, use utility. Shots ringing out back and forth. I like this positioning from Watchful and Sleek. Hyper aggressive. Strix looking over Sleek as well. A 3-way crossfire. This is actually really sick. This almost like triangle.
That's why you don't watch that. I'm so sorry, Blue, but that's exactly what he's keeping his eyes up for. Oh, no. He's not even stood on a boost. He just jump peeks it and gets his head one tapped out of the sky. How do you play against this? It's just aggressive. Shots out, Watchful and Strix are both comboing together over the site when the bomb goes down. S3 push in, but it's to no avail. It feels like for every step forward that S3 takes, they either lose a member or they get given one for free. They take the second and they lose two. This is a really, really tough game at this moment in time for the Steez squad.
It's tough. It's tough, and it's getting closer and closer to the wire. Unfortunately, correct. You know, you got some members on the pirate ship chilling, and you got other ones walking the plank right now, and Steezy and the crew are only a few feet from shark-infested waters. And you know what happens in those waters? You don't get out alive.
Always surprises me when we hear a large rattle of shots from DMRs and nobody falls over in the kill feed. The first shots from Cruising, trade one back, little Kev goes down. Oh, that's one heck of a place to be on a stage called the stage as Ghost of Custom does his best performance of dip, duck, dive, dodge, dive, and dance. Bomb now down on site. S3 in one of the better positions they've looked like in the round so far this game. 4 versus 3 post plant and 40 seconds on the clock. Jones doesn't take any further damage. I say that Steezy gets melted by Watchful. Jones gets one back. He's going to pick up one in return. Shots in from the right hand side with that DMR, but just not enough. Jez closes one out. Rick's going down, and S3 are slowly keeping themselves in this. I say slowly. It's at a distance, but they are keeping themselves at arm's length.
Keeping themselves at arm's length, indeed. But will it be enough to withstand the next half? 3 rounds. Switching to the defensive side. Maybe a little bit of easing of the pressure. You know, you could let Sicario be the one that's forced to now move around the map. This is a very kind of awkward map at times where there's so many different angles, so many different ways to play, and then it all kind of collapses into a small area on either A or B. So, you know, once you pass that threshold of the stage on one side, or, you know, the awkward little dual hallway on A site, it's just kind of this open expanse to plan in. So, very, very interesting way this map plays out. But overall, is it going to be Jess picking up a big opening kill, but gets immediately traded out by Sleek, and a great job. Barb picks up a second.
I love you hang on the breath at the edge of the sentence there as the second swing. You never kill as first is good, but the immediate trade as the second comes from K2 is just, it's that sigh of like, so close, but yet so far. Now, aggressively, Barb is real close. Kev, Barb, Kev, okay. Names in the correct order. Barb picks up one, Kev gets the response.
Barb, Kev, Barb, bop it, twist it.
Yeah,
Sleek
you got it.
Cruise it. Kevin.
Wild how that fits,
cruising.
actually.
Cruising. Kevin. Ghosted. Kenny ghosted. And cruising. And the 6th round goes over to Sicario. And a good first attack round.
I love this. This is the kind of strength that we want to see from Steez, but this is also the response we want to see from Sicario. Depending on who you're a fan of in the chat, either will favor you, but it's just good all-round gameplay. Steez are adapting, pull a couple of rounds back. Sicario have to adapt and they get a round back. Now Steez need to adapt a little bit further and find another couple of rounds to keep it tight. And then we go to another overtime, and then we're here till tomorrow. Oh yeah. Production's busy throwing things at me in the background chat, don't worry about it, it's fine. We'll play our own game of dodgeball. Shots out early opener, Jez. They're in the same place. Same result as last time, too. 1 for 1.
Can hear a pin drop right now. No real audio coming out from either team. Just this pluming smoke making its presence known. Oh, great pick, Steezy. Reads Barb, takes him out. Great headshot and goes with a big nade. Now 2v4 situation, bomb down. Gonna be a pretty challenging retake. That smoke is really good though.
Although I feel like Mr. J. Jones is about to be let into a trap. Sleek's in a good position. Numbers are better for...
Oh!
Never mind. Never mind. Numbers are not better for Steez. They're now dead even. This is a game where we just don't speak because we're getting cancelled by the gameplay the second we move to open our mouths, right, Blue?
Oh, man. But Steezy, look at the angle towards the bomb. Oh, and Steezy comes in, manages to kill one, kills two. The bomb was planted, but Steezy with that flank, right as we pointed out there, Cracked. Great timing. Catches them lacking. Wins that first 1v1, and that's pretty much the round, you know. Great job, and now only 2 rounds to go for Steezy before they tie things up. Can Steezy replicate his success, though? Captain Steezy leading his team.
This is good from Steez. They are starting to pull it back, and Iceberg is a very volatile map in this sense. Once you exhaust the avenues of we are able to play this area of the map, if you are competent on the attacking side and the defending side to show that you can play all 3 areas, this map then becomes very much a dice roll of pace versus pressure. Did you spread your team wide, or did you slam it with 5 people? And how successful was the execution? Jez is early down, cruising for the first pick. Customs, though, is good on the feet. Oh, Ghost, good for 3.
Shots. Taken away. Ghost of Customs. Oh, man. Sleek catches him, I believe, with some utility in his hands. 2v1 now for the Sicario lineup. Mr. J. Jones being a little sneaky. Sneaky little snake. Oh, man. Oh, no. And Mr. Jones, who's been so consistent today, loses that 1v1 after catching Sleek. Oh, man. That's a tough one. He was in such a good spot there, Crack, but sometimes, you know, Sleek was down in that little kiddie pool-ish area where he went down a few steps and it might have just thrown off the crosshair placement enough to catch Mr. J. Jones off.
Yeah, a bit rough. Slight height differential will definitely throw the aim off if you're not an avid Iceberg player. This is with the one map that most teams across the competitive scene have seen to be taboo. Don't want to play it. This mode pressure is gross. Look, Kev does an amazing job actually of getting the first pick onto Strix. That headshot's going to really help the team for the time being, as a lot of pressure was seen coming through. Fallouts, the other 4 members of the squad, be given to the team, and now with pressure and information, Steez can start make some work. Speaking of Steezy, he's going to be the one also namesake of the team, standing his name onto the kill feed. Goes, gets another swing out from main stage, trades him out in the corner. 2 quick kills from Sleek as well as a team kill. We're going to see S3 pulling it back with the finish final blow from Little Kev.
Wow. Big round. Unfortunately for Steezy, right now, they're still playing this 1-to-1 game. And, Cracked, if we continue down this 1-to-1, you know what's on the other side for Sicario and for Steezy. We need them to pick up another round pretty dominantly, put some pressure back on Sicario, pump the brakes a little bit on Sicario's 1-to-1, because the back and forth is not going to end well for this team.
I do feel a bit sorry for Steez right now. Chat, lock in! They're all too busy roasting Barb for his height over ball choices on the scope than they are to be paying attention to the scoreline. This is close. Steez still have a chance in this one, folks. Lock in, all right? Barb's scope choice can be a topic for the socials for a later date. Take a picture of his gun and call him ugly later. We got gameplay to lock in on. Nade's out.
The crazy thing, their hand on Barb, he's got 14 kills.
Well, he had to say something after we were slamming him last game, I guess. Oh, 1-for-1.
Ooh. And it's good, and then it's not good. Shots ringing out back and forth, the stripes. Oh, cruising. And that puts Jess in the 1v2 now. Bomb is planted. Cracked. I'm very nervous for Jess.
I mean, this is for
You got Cruisin' and Barb on the other side.
Yep.
15 kills for Barb, 12 kills for Cruisin'. And Cruisin' wallbangs him!
It's like the 4th or 5th wallbang we've seen from Cruisin' today. This man is on one.
That's it. Chat, I'm checking his PC myself. I'm putting on my gloves. Whoosh, whoosh. That's it. Come here, Cruisin'.
Wow. You gotta
Wow.
pick this man thoroughly.
Match point, series point, lower semifinals point. Correct.
Are
I
we
think
surprised?
Steezy has it. I think Steezy has some steam left, but I don't know if they got any gas left in the tank to blow that steam.
I mean, this is to give us two insane best of series tomorrow to close it out, and one of these two teams is going to feature. At this moment in time, Sicario are one round from taking themselves one step closer to getting back into that grand final. 125 on the clock. Good shots out of Steezy are going to start the defiance that S3 have brought round for round since the early concept. But as you mentioned, as trades fall either way, one apiece per team won't do it for Steez. One apiece will see them too short of leaving the tournament.
Ooh, big kills, big kills. Barb, Cruz, and Watchful all down. Sleek still with 16 kills, still alive. Oh, and a little bit of whiffage coming out. Ghost catches him off guard. Now Strix. I love this coming out of Team Steezy. They're not disrespecting Strix, letting him force him to grab the bomb. It was a little risque, and oh no, and Strix is just playing aim trainer right now. He doesn't have the time for this. Mr. J. Jones gonna fling out more than likely. Yep. Mr. J. Jones knew if he's played that corner, Strix is going to kill him for free. But by swinging out there, folks, he gets the peeker's advantage, swings out, uses momentum to put your enemy's crosshair placement off. And, you know, great read from Mr. J. Jones.
Hard to read the timing. It's like, when do you predict that somebody swings? And if they realize that they're trying to predict you swinging, then how do you offset that timing? Well, it's like, what is an offset timing? Because I might swing at 3 seconds, you might swing at 2.5 naturally, and if we both offset it to the same time, we might end up swinging at the same time, and the more you extrapolate that 3D chess match in your head, the more it becomes a bit of a dice roll as to who guesstimates right that time, or who reads further. Look, Coast to Customs for one, Watchful for the response onto Jez going down, cruising for Sicario, the one paying the price for the blue team. Right now, 4 apiece, 3 now as Sleek takes Kev out of the equation. There again, more utility being pulled from K1, K2 to try and help Sicario get onto site, but as gunfire presses through mid, looks like Steve is trying to find something of a flank. A long way to go around to be able to get it effective, and J. Jones in a defensive position, Jones holding site well. It's looking pretty good so far.
Even in the scoreline, Barb and Strix still alive. Bomb is on Strix. Mr. J. Jones has done a great job today of getting these cheeky positions. Tries to stop them from getting off site, but unfortunately both players off site, and now the crossfire begins. Steezy, though, disgusting kill onto Barb.
.30 on the clock. Still util from both S3 members. This is what we needed. We said this has to be multiple rounds in a row now.
Oh!
Uh-oh. Now that changes things. That's to set the fire, and that's going to be the round, the game, the map, and the series to Sicario. A 9-6 result on Iceberg takes them home and carries on their tournament endeavors.
Damn. That was a really, really nice round from Strix there, closing it out. Plays the bomb perfectly. Unfortunately for Team Steezy, gonna be their last match in Pinnacle NA. Sicario go up 3-0 on the day. That seems to be what's happened today, Cracked. It was a day of 2-0, 2-0, 3-0, and Sicario in 2 of those matches. Everyone popping off. Sleek 17, Barb 15, Cruz at 13, Strix 11, Watchful 6, and on the other side, Steezy and Ghost ready to go, but unfortunately not going to be enough, and Sicario closes this game out 9-6, 3-0 in the series.
I think it's an absolutely exceptional performance coming in from Aorus X AMD Radeon, and the tagline, should we say, the little jingle that comes along with that closeout of the match. This is why we game is probably very accurate as a tone setter and a theme trend for Pinnacle Season 1 for the NA region. It was last weekend cinema. It has been again today cinema, and although Blue is absolutely correct with it being 2-2-0 series and a 3-0 series, the shortest span we could have had in the best ofs, I think we've had the best of the action that we could have had in the shortest length of time to be played out. I mean, we had all the cinema of a 3-game series in the first 2 matches across 2 maps per series, and then the last one here felt a little bit like Sicario, where in a rush. It did feel after map 1 that it was, okay, we've tested the waters, they've had a respectable showing, now let's go home in time for dinner, let's get the job done and let's carry on with our tournament. I mean, Sicario set themselves up now for a rematch to get to the grand final. I mean, and this is Cook right here. This match right here, this is, oh boy, this is set to be heated, because this is the response to what sent Sicario down into the lower bracket in the first place. Okay, we're going to open up tomorrow's antics with Sicario New Dawn. And I mean, you want to talk cinema? That was cinema.
That
and then
was
we've got
cinema.
a grand final to play.
That was cinema. But unfortunately, this is one of those movies, Cracked, where it's way too realistic and only one team gets out of the cinema alive. Unfortunately for Team Steezy, 07, well played, but it's crazy to think about as we look at the bracket here, folks. Sicario 9-0 over Steez in our first game of Hunt Pinnacle. Sees them once again all the way down in that lower bracket semifinals and goes 3-0 over them to then fight, in the irony of things here, Cracked, the team that put Sicario in lower bracket now goes up against them in the lower bracket.
Oh yes. Tomorrow's action, same time, same place. 2 best of 5 series is Sicario New Dawn, and then Aspect taking on the winner. We're going to crown a Hunt Premier Pinnacle NA Season 1 champion tomorrow and close out the Pinnacle action for this rotation of the tournament. We've got loads of action to come in the future and way more awesome stuff on the horizon. Whether you be interested in arena, base game, or anything relating to Tarkov in general, just make sure that you can keep yourself up to date by hitting !mark socials in the chat, !mark bracket in the chat at any point throughout the tournament. Will also get you up to date with this information we have live on screen. In addition to that, !mark Aorus will get you all of the amazing information to find out how you can get involved in the giveaway that we have courtesy of that partnership with Aorus X AMD Radeon. This right here in my hands that has been sat with me lovingly all day and is going to be throughout the rest of the time that we have it here with us until we're able to give it to one of you lucky winners is a RX 9070 XT graphics card. This thing, featuring a Windforce cooling system, is set to be one of the hottest GPUs on the market with the coolest running temperature. That's right, you're going to be running your specs at the highest quality with the coolest look inside the case, as well with its aesthetic design. And the best way to get involved is simply by a couple of clicks of your mouse or jumping onto those social pages and hitting a couple of keys on the keyboards for the shortcuts. Blue, multiple chances for multiple prizes. Collect them tickets, am I right?
Collect them tickets. And as we look at the highlights for this, after highlighting the beautiful AMD GPU, going to be seeing how this series gets closed out. And as Crack said, by the way, friends, make sure you're checking out all the socials. Make sure you're getting your daily tickets. You can get them daily. Now, I do believe we do have highlights coming from that last game, folks, before we start tying things up for the day. That being said, though, Cracked vanishing behind the power of AMD. Vanishing. Ooh. The beautiful Aorus. Now, Cracked, you know, it's a tough series for Steezy. It's a great feeling for Sicario NA, and you know, going into tomorrow's games, they're gonna be feeling really good. They're gonna be feeling really good here, Cracked, because 2-0, 3-0 on the day, feeling good.
Hey, you never know. That 9070 XT graphics card might just be able to give you a camo cloak like you see on screen with me there. Maybe you'll be able to hide from your adversaries in the gameplay. Allegedly. Allegedly. All right. Hearsay aside, what it will do is it will make your gameplay look insane. It runs a ridiculous set of specs. And if you'd like to check any of that out, there is a link being posted in the chat. It's got the link tree link to all of the stores, the Amazon sites, where you can go and peruse the products and check out all of the latest up-to-date information from Aorus and AMD Radeon. A beautiful partnership from themselves here with Battlestate Games and Hunt Premier allows us to bring these awesome features to you guys. And without your interaction on the socials, we wouldn't be able to give good arguments to these sponsors to say the reasons they should come and join us. So please, a final shout out and thank you from ourselves here at The Hunt, and a will for you to continue on as you have been before. The appreciation when we asked you guys to jump on and show some love to the partnership post where we announced this partnership with Aorus x AMD Radeon was so well received. We wanted to send some love, so thank you for pumping that post and giving it the support it deserves. And then, as mentioned, to get involved in that giveaway, same place, guys. Same Twitter page, all right? Same X page. If you're as cool as the new kids, the new gen, you're keeping up with the changes, the names of all these cool places, then you'll be calling it X. But if you're like me and you're a bit of a boomer, or you're an old mind set in old ways, then it's Twitter for the memories. But either way, folks, it's on those socials, an exclamation mark socials, or get them locked in. I've had an amazing time being here today. I know my co-compadre in blue always loves his time on the booth, and I'm ever so grateful to have him sat here helping to carry my weight along the way of the broadcast. I'd also like to make a shout out and a thank you, just whilst we're winding up for the end of day bits and bobs, all of the staff and the support in the background. Not only is it the man and the myth on the mic, Blue, but we've also got Connor's stream PC, okay, kicking it the real time in the background. Bush 4Dag, Klish, Hellcat, Filbo, Preppy, the Turbo Bear, Connor himself, as well as the PC. That's right, he is a transformer. We do combine him with the computer and get separate just Connor at the same time, all right, as he's kicking it on the keys in production. But a whole load more, honestly, chat. Each time we talk and we mention these names, they're the people that are present here today that are doing some part of what we get to see. But as I'm sure you all know at home, there are tons of people that work throughout the week that aren't even necessarily here on tournament day that also put their hard work and time into this. So a massive shout out to everybody in production. Without you guys, we wouldn't have a project to run. So thank you so much for your great work. The big man Filbo, we always tip the hat to him. Never want to cut him off. Jokes from earlier on in the day. Like we said, great benefits don't come without great people and great work ethics. This is a man that displays all of those features. He works hard and he plays just as hard. That's why we love him for who he is. And also, Blue, the chat. How good has chat been today, Blue?
W. Good insight, funny remarks. Everyone's chilling. Everyone having a good time. Most importantly, I saw all the players coming through. Everyone was very respectful and cool, which we appreciate. Professionalism goes a long way, so thank you all for being champions within champion networks of champion people for championships. Anyway, folks, going to be closing out for the day on this first season of Hunt Premier Pinnacle Season 1. Tomorrow's the grand finals. We're going to be seeing the lower grand finals and then the grand finals of the whole grand finals series. Folks, thank you all for being here. From me, from Cracked, unlike Connor's dad, we'll be back tomorrow and appreciate y'all. Hope y'all have a great weekend, and we'll see you all tomorrow.